and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watch, we're so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
All righty, folks, there you have it. That's our Texas 4-H and FFA ambassadors. I think our future in agriculture in Texas is pretty strong. Give us a few moments, folks, and we're going to get things started.
If you say something wrong, yeah, if you're doing something wrong, you say it. Okay. Just like grab her mic and turn it on. Literally humble, please.
Okay, Delaney.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's like my kid.
Yeah, I went to Redlands a year ahead of Kate.
Oh, did you? Okay.
He's a transplant out
Good morning.
Oh yeah. Hey, good morning.
How are you?
Fine. How are you doing?
Good. You ready to get the show started?
Yes, make it happen. Yeah. Are you ready to make it happen? All right.
Is that my seat?
That's mine. I didn't take yours, I promise.
Hey, if not, I can give you mine, Paul. No, that's fine.
But if you're missing one, we do have an extra that would Landon's.
Top judge program. They're wave one. I figured time or take turns and interview them.
I take turns probably in interviewing.
So how long y'all up here?
How many do we have for this wave? We have of you guys.
They're doing the first three classes.
First call, last one, Berkshire Barrows. Bring your barrels along with you this time. Again,
Brad, they should have talked to me about these because we make hats.
Okay.
We own Creative Awards. That's what we do for a living.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Dan did it.
Well, I got to tell Dan.
Yeah.
He doesn't realize I do all that. That might have been a sponsorship.
Yeah.
Also, you parents and adult leaders, once you escort your exhibitor and their project to the ring, do not spray over the fence, do not pass a spray bottle over the fence to the holding pins, and do not spray our committee members or volunteers. If you do so, I will take that as your intention to donate your spray bottle to our swine committee.
How you want to? Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Wave 1 of the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Market Barrows Show. It is 2026. We're excited to get the Super Bowl of Pig Shows underway here. I'm joined by Mr. Connor Pell over from Oklahoma State University. Is that correct, Connor?
Yes, sir. Glad to be here.
We got you on now.
Yeah, yes, sir.
There we
We're
go.
glad
We
to
got
be
power.
here. We're back on.
So, you know, we talked about the Top Judge program and during the Guild Show and how excited we are to have you guys here and kind of talk each class and kind of tell us a little bit, you know, about the Top Judge program and also kind of what your interests were in it and kind of what it's all about.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's about 30 of us here that have gathered here in San Antonio, and a little more applicants than I think that we had last year there in the inauguration of it, but certainly a great group. All of us rounded out our judging careers collegiately there at Louisville back in there at the tail end of November, and so it's something that our coaches, I think there Mr. Dan Lane and Dr. Scott Greiner kind of reached out. You know, gave us applications. You know, we send in our resumes. Coaches send in recommendations letters, and you know, from there they had a pool of applicants that they were able to select 30 from. So we're super glad to be here. One of the best barrow shows here in the country, and certainly one that has developed a reputation of such prestige. And I can't think of a better way to kick off here with the first class of Berks.
Absolutely, man. And you know what's crazy? I was talking to several people, and you know, being from Texas, I see a lot of different county shows. I go to a lot of different county shows, and you'll see pigs that are 8th, 9th, 10th hole in the class here that were either their breed champion or grand champion of their county shows. And it just shows you the depth of quality that we have here in Texas. I know I've gone to different, you know, states and watched shows, but I think we're going to have over 3,000 or 4,000 barrows here in the next, you know, 5 days, and that's a lot of barrows to sort through.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, being from Oklahoma, where you know we can have several entries in one exhibitor going there to Oklahoma City there in the spring, and to have San Antonio to have the kind of depth and quality you guys have with just an exhibitor having one here, I think speaks volumes for itself for sure.
Absolutely, man. And we got Chad Day here, and I believe he is doing the secondary sort here, and Nick Hofschulte. So you've been an Okie guy right now. I mean, yeah. Are you from Oklahoma originally?
Yes, sir. I'm actually not too far away from where Nick Hofschulte grew up.
So you probably know him pretty well.
Yeah. Nick's somebody who we, I think think several of us have looked up to their being from the state. So
Absolutely, and I got to spend some time with his brother Chris. Chris and I are actually around the same age. We had that conversation, and it's really fun here too, Connor, because you get to know these guys on a personal level too. It's not just about I'm here to judge a pig show. You get to know about them. You get to know about their families. You get to know about how they got where they got to. And I guess I'm going to ask you the same thing, Connor. Like, what got you interested in this industry, and kind of what's your driving force behind continuing to be a part of this industry?
Yeah, absolutely. So honestly, I started out horse judging before I ever got into livestock, and my mom's family, they're all into horses there. But Dad's kind of side of things there, a few commercial cows, but mainly it was show pigs. And so grew up raising several of these things, and honestly, this breed was one of my favorites here in the Berkshires. But really developed a passion for it. It got me into livestock judging. Obviously, judged all throughout college, and I guess seeing several different youth programs growing up, there was something that always stuck out about the junior livestock program. I think the way it develops kids and what it teaches us just from an early age, how to handle diversity or showing perseverance and resiliency through a lot of different things. And honestly, just the experience, whether kids win today, whether they come out, winning this division, or whether they're 10th in class, or even have to go back to the truck there. I think it's not necessarily about the end goal, but the journey along the way. And I don't think there's a better program that
exhibitors,
than the junior livestock program.
Man, Connor, I really think you hit the nail on the head. I don't mean to just say that right out of the gate, y'all. I mean, we're getting deep right off of Class 1 here, but Connor, that is my big mantra here when it comes to what we do here in this industry. It's about the journey. Everything that happens from the time you get that animal to the time you show that animal, all that stuff in between that people can see and they can't see behind the scenes, those are memories that have the opportunity to be made. And you may not acknowledge that when you're doing it, but later on in life you'll be like you and I when we get older, go to college, start raising a family or whatever that may be. And you come back to those memories. Like, man, remember that one year, we were in the ice storm and waited in the truck for 10 hours and how miserable we were, but yet how fun it was, and yet you're still talking about it 20 years later. And we had this conversation earlier too, Connor. We talk about how big this industry is, but yet how small it is. We talked about Cade Laney. He was in Redlands after you were there, and I got to give a shout out to Cade, and hopefully, I doubt he's watching the pig show right now. But if you are Cade, hey, welcome to the podcast here. But it's funny how you go all over the country, and we tend to know each other or know people who we know, and you build those relationships. And it's all about relationships you build along the journey here, and you never know when those people can come in handy or be able to give you a helping hand. And it doesn't matter what part of the country, we're here to help each other out, and that's Absolutely. So huge in this industry. So.
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about it today. Connections and networking in this industry is everything, and it's important to have a good reputation because I think we've said it all day, and even Warren Baylor here as a mentor, he says, it takes a lifetime to build a reputation and a single moment to ruin it. So I think it's important, just being good people, treating everybody with honesty and kindness.
Absolutely. I was talking about it during the Guilt Show a couple weeks ago. Just like in life, just like in a pig show, first impressions are huge. So when you come out of this gate, for those of you tuned in right now, when you come out of that first sit pen there, you want to make sure your animal's head's up, rocking and rolling, because that could be the difference between you getting pinned right away or going to our secondary judge, Mr. Chad Day here. And if he likes your animal, he'll put you in the big arena. If he does not, it will end up going to the truck. Y'all, this is a terminal show, so these kids do not get to take their animal back with them. And for some of these third graders, which is the first year you can show here, Connor, is in third grade. You talk about life lessons here. Some of these think they're pets, and yes, they are. But at the end of the day, this is a pork industry, and
Absolutely.
And we've got to see all walks of life when it comes from the start program to the time it makes it to the grocery stores or anything else. And I'll tell you, there's a guy over here, and his name's actually Guy. Connor, he's the guy in the purple.
Yep.
You see him right there. He is giving every one of those kids who goes to the truck a high five or a fist bump. He has not missed a single kid in the past 10 years. So you think about how many high fives and handshakes he gives out to every one of these kids. Keeps
is
their head
awesome.
up. Yep.
Yeah, and is Guy there a volunteer?
He's a volunteer.
That
Yep.
is awesome. I know we had the opportunity to meet with Dr. Brian Ferris there earlier this
Mm-hmm.
week and talking about how this is a volunteer-ran show, and it's guys like that who make this whole thing happen. So he was very complimentary of them, and just being here the last few days, I can certainly agree.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, there's over 7,000 volunteers that make up this stock show. And you talk to all the paid staff here, they say, we have a small part in a big picture, and the big picture is the volunteers. Because, you think about it, these people have day jobs.
Absolutely.
They dedicate their vacation time, their non-paid vacation, time, to be here for these kids. So that just shows you they put these kids first, and those are the kind of people you want in this industry helping out with these shows.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It looks like they're rolling through here in the SIF bin and getting them all sorted through, and I think it's certainly a pleasure. I don't think that they could have had a better pairing than what they've got this year, and Chad and Nick, certainly two who I think are very consistent. They both like their kinds, and certainly I think they're a fan of different kinds, and I think it's awesome that San Antonio got them paired together, and I'm super excited to see them sort through the show here.
Well, and you talk about two different guys here and two different patterns maybe. When you judge a show like at this caliber, when you have two different judges who may like certain things, it'll be fun to watch these guys put a unique and unanimous decision together on one pattern and keep that pattern throughout the next 5 or 6 days. And I'm curious to see. So both these guys a lot better than I do. I know Chad's been very successful, Nick's been very successful in raising some. What kind of animals do they look for that you've seen?
Yeah, no. So Chad, growing up, we've sold things to him, bought things from him, and I certainly think he's judged as many in the country here over the last several years, last decade, honestly. And I know certainly when you go to him, you better have something that's built right. So you got to have something that paints a picture from the side. Angles are laid into them and can flat out get it and go and grab a running gear. And Nick, on the other side of things, of course, we're Oklahoma. We're a little close to Texas.
Oh, yeah.
Nick will take some power. And not that he's going to sacrifice anything structurally. He's certainly going to have the right kind of feet and legs. I know if you know his brother Chris pretty well, just like I do. And Chris is a big stickler on feet and just how those things are able to get out and go. So I'm certainly excited to see these guys kind of develop a process of what they're going to do today. And I don't think there's a better pairing that could do it here today.
I can't wait to see what they kind of do. And, that first class or two, you don't know exactly how many they're going to pin back, and obviously each class is different from another depending on depth of quality in that class. But, they'll usually pin about 8 to 10 back. 10 of them will get a placing ribbon, so they will place at least 10 in the class. I've seen them place between 12 and 13 potentially. I've even had some of them where they've pulled 20 back in the class, but it looks like we only have about 2, 4, 6, 8. There's probably 2 below us. They got to get classified and then weighed and make sure they weigh within a 10-pound weigh back of their weight card. So if you turn in your weight card at, say, 220, you can weigh up to 230 going across the scale, and I think you have a 10-pound on the bottom end as well.
Yeah.
It looks like I see a bunch of big back little ones out here.
I was about to comment on that. We're in the lightweights first class of Berkshires of the day, and we've got backs as big as mine, so I think we'll be all right for the day.
They look good. I'll tell you, there's a couple out there that look like they have a ditch like the Grand Canyon out here. Well, it'll be interesting to see how they move. And, I was looking at the ring this morning. The ring is so plowed up right now. It's deep, and you talk about, behind-the-scenes stuff. You got to make sure your animal's well conditioned, especially if you get in those top 3 placings or whatever, and he has you driving for a long time in that deep sand or whatever it is. That'll wear and tear on your animal a little bit.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that, and especially these Berkshires that are traditionally, they've got a little extra condition on them. But no doubt, I think the ones that are going to win here today, they're going to have spent the time at home that it takes to be necessary to be able to drive out here for a minute. I also, we talked with Nick and Chad there last night, and they really are going to try to do their best job to kind of work it from top down and make sure that those ones who are going to be driving on later in division aren't going to be out there for an eternity driving. So I do think that'll help.
That'll be good too. And as a judge, where people really remember you, it's not about how you place 1, 2, and 3. It's about what you do with 4 through 10th.
Yep.
And those parents at home that get 9th place, you want to sell them on why they got 9th place, and they can go home happy knowing, like, hey, he gave my kid an opportunity. And, that was a big deal with, like, Mark Hogue. When Mark Hogue would judge shows, what I appreciated about him when he judged, he didn't focus just on 1, 2, 3. He made sure that 10th place belonged in 10th place and why it belonged in 10th place.
You always knew it as an exhibitor under Mark, why you placed where you were, and that's certainly commendable.
And I think these guys will do the same thing. That's where when they go home to after this next week, when these people talk, because I see a lot of these Texas people, and I'll see them at different shows, and I'll ask them, I'm like, hey, how did you do at San Antonio? What did you think? And because those things are important to know. When you're looking for a good judge and you build that reputation and that integrity, like you
Absolutely.
said, Warren said it takes a lifetime to build that. People can go home and say, when Chad Day was out there judging, when Nick Hofschulte was out there judging, I knew that my kid was going to get the best shot possible. Did I maybe bring the right hog? Maybe I didn't, but at least I can live with what their decision was, and I can back whatever they said on the mic. And that's what we look for in judges. I mean, anywhere in the country. So what is your favorite species to judge? If you had to pick a species, it's not horses, right, anymore?
No longer horses. Yeah, I mean, pigs are always going to be the most near and dear to my heart. As far as breed goes, typically you've got a belted one or some sort of crossbred that wins. Grew up, we raised a lot of these things in the Berkshire division, so I certainly think this breed holds a pretty special perspective to me. Outside of the swine division, I'd say cattle is probably my favorite. Going through college and having the opportunity to see some very tremendous breeding cattle, I thought was always a pleasure.
That's good. And we just finished the first initial sort, so they went through both judges, and the people that are still left out here, we used to call this the Dead Sea. Back when I was a kid, we call it the secondary evaluation pen now, or the big arena.
Yeah.
These kids will get an opportunity now to maybe show for a chance to make a placing ribbon. So like this young lady right here in the white, she's coming back to the back arena, and sometimes you may have the best pig. I've seen a class winner come out of this big arena for a secondary evaluation, Connor, and end up winning the class. They may not have had it set up in those smaller pins back there, and it's fun to watch.
Yeah, I know. Dr. Clint Schwab there. He'll tell us a story. He was a part of our one of our mentors here this past week, and he tells a story whenever he judged this show with Al Schminke. I forget the year, but he was actually the lead sifter there on the Chesters with Al Schminke as the judge, and so he actually sifted the reserve champion Chester, and Al pulls him out of the Dead Sea and works his way up. So
and sometimes you miss one every now and then.
Yeah,
we're not too prideful to say, hey,
absolutely.
I missed this hog kind of deal, because you can easily, sometimes your pride and your ego, because we all have a little bit of one somewhere deep down.
Sure.
They didn't let that get too big for what they were doing and trying to accomplish here.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we're judges, and a lot of these people, even myself, look up to Chad and Nick. But at the end of the day, it's still about the kids, and that's why we're in this. It's not to win a banner. It's not to do this. This whole program is about developing young adults and to hopefully better our future, because I don't know if you pay attention a lot to the news, but that can certainly be disappointing. And it is programs like the Junior Livestock deal that I think certainly give us hope moving forward.
Absolutely. We have a big opportunity to really make some headway in that deal in our industry and kind of set the precedents and what needs to happen in this world about it. You talk about integrity, attention, detail, and just being accountable. Accountability is so huge in everything you do in this, and we're going to pull them out one at a time now, everybody, and evaluate them. I think if they really like them, they'll pin them back. I think they'll do a double sort here, Connor.
Yeah, I know.
That's a pretty good little bear coming out right out of the back here.
I thought he looked pretty sporty right out of the gate.
You can talk about being mobile and all that stuff. He definitely moves like a cat. So does this one coming out.
This
has some good base width, and
this
look
one's
how
got
wide
a back
this.
as big as Dallas.
Oh,
here coming out next. I mean, holy smokes!
Well, look how wide base they are still being within their skeleton, especially at that size. It's like holy crud.
Yeah, but you get a bunch of lightweight Berkshires. You don't know if you're going to have a big, tall one, or you're going to have a kind of a smaller, stouter one. And I think these they fit their weight in terms of their maturity. So
we were worried about how deep this sand. I mean, you can tell how deep this is right now. And with these lightweights a little bit more compact to the ground, be like, man, their bellies are going to be dragging the ground before too long if we're not careful.
Yeah, it's certainly deep. We'll see if it gets packed down here shortly.
The young lady in the blue and white got pinned back for a chance at a top placing ribbon here later on.
Yeah, that thing is good colored and extremely good looking.
And I like something like that. If you have a bunch of power, but you're still mobile and you're be able to stride out there and just almost glide on water kind of deal. Or
yeah, you know, we were
water.
talking about it with Chad. It's okay to check boxes. It's okay to be complete. You know, at times we label the hardest to make one as the most exotic, or the one with the biggest legs, but really the hardest to make one's the one that doesn't have any faults.
Yeah,
And,
I don't think I've seen one of those just yet. I don't know if you watched the Barrows show here last year. There was the one that won the entire thing. I got to know that family after the fact, and you know, I went down there and watched during the Grand Drive. I said, I'm going to go down there at eye level and kind of see what this thing's made of. And you just talk about a thing that had big old feet and legs and was mobile, wide. That was the most complete barrow I've ever seen in my entire life. And, I mean, I really think the only fault was like 3 hairs were going the different direction. But other than that, you know, but, I mean, still fault, you know, kind of deal.
Yeah,
but,
no, we were down here there for the judging contest preparing and saw that thing come right out of the gate. And I was like,
it was a good booger, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, man amongst boys there.
Yeah, it was. And we knew that right out of the gate when they judged that dart class. I looked at Dad and I said, hey, I don't know what this thing's going to look like next week, but if it looks anything like this, it's going to be a contender. And sure enough, it was. They pinned 6 back so far. So
they're working through them pretty fast here, I think.
Oh, yeah. They're getting a good – and I think the routine and just the flow of things is going to continue to get better throughout the day. If it's already going this smooth, you talk about the volunteers.
Yeah.
They don't know what they're going to be looking for, too. So as they – it's funny watching them as the day goes on, Connor. These people out here in the ring, they can now look at Nick and Chad and look at their eyes and know exactly what they're thinking. Oh, they want me to go ahead and open this gate or whatever. And just getting comfortable with each other out here.
Yeah, that's awesome, and obviously they're gonna work well. Chad and Nick, they're gonna make sure that their ring helps on the ball and know that they're gonna be there for them there certainly, and yeah, like you said, it's going very smooth here in the first class, so I don't think we'll have any issues today.
And, you know, he's got, it looks like 7 pinned back now for a chance at a top placing. I guess 7 hogs that he's going to place in those top end. He'll probably place 8th, 9th, and 10th. I don't know if he's going to do it in that order, if he's going to work 10th, 9th, 8th, and then excuse the other ones. We'll find out here in a minute.
Tokens out there, buttons.
You know, I always like to joke around with the people, you know, when I was watching Nick and Chad talk a while ago.
Yeah.
And in the back of my mind, I'm like, they're either talking about how deep this class is right now or they're talking about fly fishing. I can't tell right now.
You never know with those two, honestly.
And that's when you know you're having fun, too, when you can talk livestock but also say, hey, you know what, I wonder what my daughter's doing right now or my son.
Have a good time.
Having a good time. And
wonder how mad their wives are. They're being gone a week judging the San Antonio Stock
I'm sure
Show.
they gave them a list, and I'm sure they're going to have a honey-do list when they get back, too.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Looks like we placed 8th, 9th, and 10th, and we're going to bring these other 7 out and place from the bottom up till we have a class winner in this first class, Connor.
Sweet.
You know, we talked about those last placing and how important they are. You know, I feel like as a judge, and even when you judge like jackpots and shows that you've judged around the country, you know, I feel like when you get into those 7th, 8th, 9th holes, you really have to dig deep and really, you know, you go back to your roots on what you like. You talk about checking boxes. That's a great analogy there.
Yeah.
Just checking those boxes. What is the most important box to you? I feel like once you get into something that's not a total complete package animal, where do you draw the line? Do you say, hey, I value structure the most, I value muscle the most? I've got one that has muscle and structure. Which one am I going to go with?
Right. Yeah, certainly. And, you know, at these smaller shows, you're not able necessarily to pick a kind. I think at a bigger jackpot or even you get to a major like this, you're really able to evaluate kinds. For me, once you have enough, I'm a little more on Chad's side of things as far as build, running gear, making sure we're an athlete and getting out there and going. So
just talk about, you know, athlete. That's exactly what these animals are. And it just goes to show you what we've done in the industry in the past, I would just say in the past 10 years, what we've done, and that goes to the feed products too, and just the availability of and the access these people are having now. It's made it so much more competitive, I feel like.
Oh yeah, I think we're in one of the most competitive as far as the top end right now. I think we're in one of the most competitive eras.
Look how uniform all 7 of these look out here.
Yeah, not a bad one. You've got 7 that are very good kinds out here, and we're in a class of lightweight Berkshire.
I was gonna say we're only on class 1, man. So after you get done with this class, Connor, so what do y'all have going the rest of the week? Kind of give me the rest of your week outlook here.
Yeah, so this is actually our last day. We've been here since Wednesday, and
Okay.
we have opportunities with our mentor. My mentor this year here was Shane Brenning there. So
Shane's
we'll
a good
go through, kind of watch the show with him, and certainly Leslie that they're down below us. We'll get to kind of look at what they're doing some here in the back, and I think I'll be back up here there in the Hamps. They're in the
good.
first class of heavyweight Hamps. So we've kind of got a schedule planned out. You'll be tired of us by the end of the day.
No, I think you'll be tired of me. But you know what? We enjoy what y'all are doing. We enjoy y'all being a part of this. And I'm just going to say this. It's an honor to be part of this Top Judge program because, like you said, there's a big, resume process and evaluation process, and you get picked by these guys, and you've got to be a well-rounded kid. It's not about your last name. It's not about what your family did. It's about what you've done, and they're not looking just for. I judge a lot of stock shows. Like, what do you do? Are you competitive? Are you well-rounded? Are you your integrity?
Just to get
is
human, integrity.
human.
I think is a big deal, and I've said it 1,000 times there on the mic. At the end of the day, not many people are going to remember who wins, that jackpot, that show, or who wins that judging contest. They will remember how you treated people. And at the end of the day, I think that at times is something we lose as we get in a competitive mindset, and so it's important to keep there in the back of our head.
Absolutely, Connor. And what I love about these guys right now, they got their top 4 out here in this first class of Berkshires. They're sitting there talking together, that's huge. No one person's like, I'm just going to go and place this class and not, consider what you think. Young man in the red is going to be 4th here. Now we're down to our top 3, but yeah, they're talking it through, man, together, and that's huge. That develops your pattern.
Yeah, they're gonna pick good ones today, and I think that's why it's so fun to watch. There we go.
There we go.
Got them 1 through 7 lined up.
Let's see if Mr. Hofschulte can sell us on how he placed this class.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll have no problem
Well, we
with
are
that.
ecstatic to be here at the San Antonio Livestock Show, and it's kind of a surreal moment to be in the ring and judging your hogs today. And we're going to have a great time working with your youth today. And no matter how you end up, you're going to have fun. It's a hog show. Enjoy yourself. We're in San Antonio. There's lots of fun things to do. Have fun with your friends and meet some new friends and just have a good time. Enjoy yourself out here while you're showing hogs because it's an extra fun activity that we all enjoy here and we all have common interests. I think we got a really nice place to start in this first class of Berks with this young lady here. And to us, he just wins simply by being the freshest one. He's the most opened up as he comes at you through his chest to the ground. Yes, he might be pushing a little in terms of his condition, but that hog's got a big rib, a square cage, really square coming and going. He's just simply the most ready, freshest bodied, freshest in terms of his muscle indicators today in this particular class. Young lady's got second, little more higher cutability type of hog. Probably just doesn't come at you quite as stout, gets a little shallower there in his forerib. I think that he does have a notch more shape maybe when you get right over the top of him, but for us, he just gave up quite a bit in terms of his chest and his forerib and just his overall freshness today to go ahead and win this particular class. Young man coming out here in 3, he's got a real nice pig. Just got to make him stouter as he comes at us in terms of his chest and his knee there, but that's a good pattern hog that's got a big back rolled up in him. They're kind of having a hard time getting used to this soft surface this morning. Really love his freshness in terms of his back. Just didn't think he was good enough in his chest, his knee to get up in that top pair. Another good pig coming next. Kind of wore out on us, started hanging his mouth open. Really like this pig in terms of his width and his mouth, width and his muscle. Really big cage. Maybe got him a little over full today. It's working against him out here, but that's a hog that you have to get up in that top end just for his overall pattern, muscle, and width that he brings to the table. Nice job keeping him together as he started to work against you. Here's one that, as you know, you start back here, you don't know what to expect when you're sifting them, and I sent him to 2, and Chad pulled him out here, and I'm thankful for that because that's a really good patterned hog that's balanced and good in his lines. He just needs more muscle and width to get up any higher today. Really good in terms of his freshness. Young lady's done a great job getting him to this point. She drives him extra good. We just like to see more muscle and overall width in that barrow to move him up today. Another nice pig here that probably does pack a little more punch in terms of muscle. we thought he gave up a lot in terms of soundness. He's pretty straight in that shoulder, wants to get a little quick in his step from his rear two, but a hog you really have to appreciate for his bone and his stoutness that he brings to the table. Like I said, just like to make him looser off both ends of his skeleton. Really nice class. Another one coming out here that we couldn't 7th. Same goes for him. Gets a little tight off them rear two. Gets a little in at his knee and a little small on his arm. Really fresh. Young lady's done a great job. Let's give them all a round of applause. Really nice class here. Just like to really give them a good round of applause and encouragement as we move on through these Berkshires.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
10th place, Mallory
that's pretty hard
Grace
to argue
Mare,
with.
Wilson County,
I thought
4-H.
the quality of those pigs, how they
Ninth place,
valued and how they
Kinley
valued
Wilson,
each,
Gaines
you know,
County,
a lot of
4-H.
it's not necessarily what you see, it's
8th
what you
place,
value, and that's
Hadley
another
Shea
thing that their
Sanders,
Warren
Monday,
Beeler kind of hit on.
FFA.
You know, that one, I think in the
7th
top there,
place,
you could use two different
Haley
kinds,
Friesenhahn,
and they
Southwest,
went with one that was just
FFA.
burly, and both
6th
of them
place,
were very high quality.
Jeffrey
Well, and you know, you
Logan
hit the nail on the
Aiken,
head when you
Panola
first talked.
County,
You know, you talked
4-H.
about, he talked about both of what they
5th
both
place,
like. You know,
Briley
Nick was talking
Kate
about, hey, he needs a little more base width. And we
Marion,
talked about width with
FFA.
him is important. And then he talked about being
4th
able to be
place,
mobile out there, kind of like
Harold
what Chad
Ray
said. So
White,
they put those
Hutchinson
two
County,
packages together, and I
4-H.
think that's what they're going to go with. They want
3rd
something
place,
that's wide
Carter
base,
Lee
but also can
Schaefer,
move like a cat
Era,
out there. And then
FFA.
after that, everything else comes
Second
falls into place the way it
Allie
needs to, I feel
Villarreal,
like.
Yeah,
Troy,
they're just going to want good ones, I think.
I think we all do,
And
right?
first
But yeah, that was a
place
hell of
is Avery
heck of a
Lynn
first class. Excuse me.
Casas, Klondike,
That was the
FFA.
biggest class of Berks
Avery
of the
is
day by
also
far.
our
There was
certified
56
Texas
head in
Bred
that first
Registered
class.
champion
Moving on to
from
class
Class
2
1
now, there's
Berkshire
40
Barrows.
head. And weight
They will
ranges.
receive a $100 premium, a vinyl banner and cap from the Texas Pork Producers Association, in addition to points in the Certified Texas Bred Registry Premier Exhibitor Standings.
We're all fighting over the mic over here.
Yeah, that's no kidding.
But Connor, I really appreciate it. Are you going to be here through class 2 or just class 1?
Yeah, just class 1. I'll be back with you later today in the
Within
Hams.
the heavy hamps, right?
Yep, you bet.
Connor, I enjoyed it, buddy. Thanks
Yeah.
for stopping by.
You bet.
That's the Lozier. You want me to write it down for you? Yeah, I can do that.
The Lozier.
Yes, sir.
Okay. They're both yes, sir. Me and Connor
I've known Galen McCune forever.
Yes, sir. My dad's actually an ag teacher back home in Adair, and he grew up around Galen.
If you know, if your dad was an ag teacher, he'll know the guy who works for me, Jim Maddox.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yep.
His sons are AJ and.
Hey, y'all talk about that on the mic.
No. Max Delosier.
Delosier, yes, sir.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our first wave of our 77th annual Junior Livestock Show here at San Antonio, Texas. My name is Wayne Rohde. I know you've been working with my son Landon and listening to him. It's a pleasure being here at San Antonio again. We just have outstanding weather here down in San Antonio. They are expecting it to get a little bit warmer throughout this week, and we hope not too much, because these poor pigs, these Barrows, it's tough on them. But it is great, and if you've already started viewing, you've seen our first class, which was class 1, that was 250 weight range. And our second class, which you're currently working on, is class 2, and the weight range is quite a big spread in this class, 251 to 265, and we have 40 head in this class, and they're battling for only 5 sale slots here at San Antonio. I feel like this San Antonio Barrow Show is the ultimate toughest show in the country, due to just the unique and tough quality that's here at San Antonio, but having such few placings for these kids to compete for. It's an honor and a privilege to have Dax Delosier from Oklahoma State University. Dax, welcome here to San Antonio.
Thank you.
And Dax is part of this Top Judge program, and if you had kept up with our program last year, it was introduced last year for the first year. They're in their second year, and this program was all put together by a man by the name of Dan Lane. We appreciate him and his group having the foresight to try to bring in some young people that had just come off their senior judging livestock program at the universities, and they've completed their last one in Louisville, which was back in, I believe, November it was, and so they're finished now, and they have interest in wanting to become a judge in a lot of these different shows, and they're helping mentor them. Dan put together some really good mentors. Some of the ones that I know is Shane Brenning is one of them, Galen McCune, and Warren Beeler, and those are 3 outstanding people that I've always looked up to, and really were great selections to help these young top judges kind of groom them to what are the things to do if they became a judge in one of these different show programs. And it's last year it started out with 20 top judges. This year it has increased. They put in 31 of them, and how that works is they do it in steers and then sheep and goats, and then the swine. So it's broken into three categories, and they have 10 in each one. One of them had 11. I don't know which one, but they were basically divided into thirds. So you've got the Barrows, or the swine, then you have the sheep and goats as another, and then the steers. And what the purpose of this Top Judge program is to provide an opportunity for collegiate livestock judging students to develop their skills and leadership qualities with a focus on preparation as livestock show judges. The program is built upon experience of collegiate livestock judging team experience with a goal of preparing them to be successful as livestock show judges and industry leaders. What a great purpose, and I've already seen some good results from our first year, and I look forward to working with these young people again this year's group, and so anyway, Dax, I understand, as I might have mentioned, that you are from Oklahoma State University. You've completed your livestock judging. Tell me a little bit about what the program's meant to you, and tell me just a little bit of background about you and this program as well.
Yes, sir. First and foremost, I grew up there in Adair, Oklahoma. That would be 45 minutes northeast of Tulsa there. My dad was an ag teacher, and his dad before him, so my grandpa there was an ag teacher also, and grew up on our family's 300-head commercial cow-calf operation. And right as I turned 9 years old, I'd grown up in the show and deal, going to stock shows and traveling around and doing that. So I knew I was going to show pigs. Right off there to the back, cattle kids started showing pigs, and then we showed a few cattle. And quickly, I kind of sparked my passion in the pig deal and really knew, hey, this is kind of the area I want to go, and just kind of focused on that single species. Right along when I started showing there, I started judging as well there at 9 years old. Got pretty competitive and pretty passionate about that as well, and actually ended up being in Okie, ended up attending Blinn College there in Brenham, Texas, and judged for Quest Newberry and Adrian Austin at the time. It's Adrian
Great
Newberry.
Program.
Yes, sir. Very, very good program. Wouldn't change that for the world. That really shaped me and molded me into the person I am today. It was really a pivotal point in my life to move 8 hours away from home and kind of grow up and be on my own, and really kind of taught me a lot of things. I had a lot of growing up to do in that area, and as soon as I concluded my successful career there, I was like, you know what, I kind of want to move back home, because I kind of knew that I was going to live in Oklahoma the rest of my life, probably, with going back and hopefully taking over the family's operation there, since me and my two younger brothers will be the sixth generation to take over our family's farm and ranch there. So I knew I was going to live in Oklahoma, and right as soon as I toured Oklahoma State there, I kind of knew, hey, this is where I want to be. This feels like home. This feels right, much like when I toured Blinn. So right after San Antonio there, I committed to go to Oklahoma State University, and it's been absolutely it's been great. I've enjoyed every moment of it. Just kind of shaped me, and it kind of did the fine-tuning things there at the end of my judging career that I needed to make me be successful, and it was really, really a great deal. And then getting the opportunity to be a part of this Top Judge program. We were sitting down at dinner at Papado's last night, and I was telling
Man, great place to eat, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. It was really, really good, especially for a Northeast Oklahoma boy getting to eat some seafood. It was
That's some fresh seafood there at Papado's.
Yes, sir. It was really good. And as we were talking there, I was telling some of my fellow teammates there, like people like Shane Brenning and Galen McCune, getting to be around them these last few days, and people that I've always looked up to, whether I was showing to them or just watching them, like when we go to Expo or bigger pig shows like that, and people that would have success, both the judging shows and then the helping families within the show ring, actually getting to like talk to them on like how they see livestock, how they see pigs, and how they handle a ring is something like as a young kid in high school or even a freshman in college, I never thought I'd ever get the opportunity to talk to these kind of people, and realizing that they're just people that are all working towards a common goal to make this industry better and in it for the kids, and something that I've really held a lot of value in and thought was extremely, extremely neat. Getting the opportunity to be a part of a program with such great mentors and people that are role models that I've always kind of tried to strive to be like growing up, and getting the opportunity to get to know them on a personal level and understand their thinking when they're judging a show or how they handle a ring is something I'm very blessed for the opportunity to do that, for sure.
Well, I've been very impressed with this program. I have, to be honest, I've kind of prayed about this for the last several years because having been in a family that we were in the show Barrow business for 65 years and recently got out, one of the struggles I saw of being on the judge side and also raising and watching, learning from the ones that were before me in this, it was, how do we allow people like yourself to be taught that consistency, because you're used to evaluating 1 to 4 animals and not a big arena of high quality animals. So then it becomes, how can we teach these young people like yourself to be consistent in developing a pattern and stick with it and show the consistency of selection all the way through and be able to talk those reasons and they match what's in front of you. And when this came about, I was just so excited about it, and definitely I'm on board with it all means. So I'm really excited how you have felt like it has really helped you so far, and hope it will continue to mold you as you go along.
Yes, sir, for sure. And that's been like the neatest thing was like the first night we got here, Wednesday night, we all met in the conference room there, the jury Plaza Hotel, and we're getting to sit down and just talk to our mentors and determining, hey, what's your kind? Like, what's the kind of livestock you like when you're judging these type of shows? And kind of getting that discussion with them, I think, was something that meant a lot to me in determining, hey, like, I prioritize this where somebody else in my mentor group might prioritize something else, and hey, that's okay. But as long as you stay consistent to that kind when you're judging a show of what do you think is acceptable in your mind and being able to defend it accurately, that's the biggest thing. Like, I know growing up, like watching people judge shows and that kind of stuff, if I'd show a 4th place pig at times, I kind of like to know like why we were 4th and really not under, you know what I mean? We walk back to the trailer maybe with my mom or dad and be like, well, hey, what did they say? Because like heat of the moment showing, you sometimes just don't pay attention to what the judge says, and just not knowing and making sure like those exhibitors know, hey, this is why your pig was here, and making sure the parents understand, and so we can all get better from it, and understanding our kind and maintaining and being consistent to that is something that I've deemed really valuable and really given me a whole different perspective now. I know like judging shows now, like I've got a couple in the next week and so, and getting to talk, about my kind and being consistent, making sure those folks that are in the crowd there understand, hey, this is why this animal went here, and making sure I accurately describe it, because there's a lot of time and hard work that goes into each and every one of these projects, and making sure those each exhibitor gets the right look. And I know Warren Beeler was talking, we can't let the project get bigger than the kid. That's the biggest deal, and like it's all about the kids there in the end, and making sure they get the right look, making sure they're getting the time in the ring, and knowing, hey, I wasn't missed. And I think that's the big picture thing, because at the end of the day, we're in it for the kids.
Absolutely. And I've used, I've known Warren Beeler probably at least 35 years, and I always looked up to Warren, and from the standpoint is he's a prime example of what you mentioned about patterns. I mean, he was always known as Big Butt Beeler when he was judging, and people would agree with him, people might not agree with what he took, but he stayed true to what his selection was and consistency, and that's like you hit the nail on the head. That's exactly what we want to try to help you young people with this Top Judge program to instill into you is that keep your pattern. An example of that is just a umpire in baseball. If he's going to call the corners, be consistent at calling those corners, and you'll never have a problem with that umpire. Same from a judging standpoint. If you like them wide, thick, and big bone, then stay true to that all the way through.
Yes, sir. I think that's the like the biggest deal, like for example, like San Antonio, staying true to a kind, so that way like people know, hey, I can take this to this judge and we're going to get along and do good, and then hey, maybe this won't work for another person, but I know what this kind is, and you know what I mean? Because that's the thing, you got to start buying these projects so early and so much work, and you've got to know, hey, this is what so-and-so that's judging my endpoint show likes, and I've got to make sure to get an animal that fits them to be successful. And I think that's the biggest deal. Like, as we were talking, like, that was another discussion last night that was brought up at dinner, was just the consistency of making sure, hey, you start the day out, the morning off, like when you're judging a show, hey, this is what I like, this is what is acceptable and what I'll accept, this is what's not acceptable, and making sure that you just stay true to that kind all the way through the show and each class winner. So when you get out there in a breed drive or even grand drive, like, hey, these fit a mold of the kind that I like, and making sure people understand that, I think is something that's very important. So that way the next jackpot down the road, they can be like, hey, this is what from Dax DeLozier likes, and this is what we can take to him. Hey, this is what he, you know what I mean? And just staying true to a kind and being very predictable, I think, is something that's very important in the industry we're in now.
Most definitely. Point well taken. And, you know, we look out here, if you've just now joined us, we're on Class 2. We're at our top 6 at this time. Looks like they might go ahead and they might let out all 7 here the way it looks here. And, you know, you look at the pattern that they have out here in our second class, and it looked like they established their pattern quite right off the bat in the first class. Sometimes it's hard when you're dealing with just a 250-pound lightweight, but you know, these hogs are a lot bigger than they were years back. I think back of weights where they were 230 to 270, and now we're minimum weight here is 250 and goes all the way to 300, and it's amazing to me, you know, how much older we have to breed these Barrows now.
Yes, sir, for sure. It's crazy. Just like, I mean, just growing up, like the times that have changed within, you know what I mean, within me growing up, like major thing for us, like there in Northeast Oklahoma, is our county's always been in the fall there, the weekend after Labor Day. So that's kind of our main show season is the summer, and then go on to Tulsa State Fair. And I can remember a point in time we used to buy like Marches and Aprils there for our show projects to get to the county fair, and they, you know what I mean, gain good and get there. But now we're having to buy February-born pigs to kind of fit our county fair and fit Tulsa, so they're big enough. And it's just crazy. And I mean, I hadn't been around very long, but just the pivotal change that I've seen within the industry and how much older these pigs have to be to get them to grow and that kind of stuff. Crazy.
Yes, sir. Looks like he's made his selection, and he's about ready to give his reasons. Congratulations to each and every one of these exhibitors.
Well, a really nice pig to start this class, and these are the kind of pigs that you like to see at a show. It makes our job easy, and you dang sure need to make sure that you don't beat him because he wins for fun in this particular class, and just one that balances so well. He's a totals pig. You know, he's got bone, he's got muscle, does it in such an attractive package. Just a really nice place to start in this particular class of Berkshire Barrows. Then you've got some judging to do from there, and I think the young lady in the pink here needs to be second, just from a width and muscle standpoint. For me, he still flexes and goes plenty good. You'd like to square him out of his rump. When you get off the side of him, you'd like to change the quality of his head probably, and that's why he gets in this second hole. He just doesn't pattern as good, doesn't put it all together as good as that class winner, but you sure appreciate the width and the muscle that he brings to the table. Young man coming out here in 3, one that just needs a little more punch for us, and that's kind of how he gets in that third hole. Love his pattern, love his build, love his presence from the side. Really does all those things well. He's done a great job getting him to this point in terms of his fresh skin and hair. One that just needs pried open, both coming and going. But you can't deny his look from the side, the way he balances up in proportions. Like I said, just need more muscle in that hog to move him up in that top pair. Really nice pig there, though, too. Here is one that comes with a shot more back shape. We think he gets a little more agey up through his head when you start studying that. Not quite as fresh and youthful looking, but more importantly, just the way that that his hip and his hind leg hinges and is organized. We'd like to make that a notch more aesthetically pleasing when you get off the side of him. He wants to tuck and duck a notch and get that hock just a little coarser when you get right in there behind him, but a pig that has good shape and muscle. Another pig coming out here next that's got a really a fresh look in terms of his skin and hair. She's done a great job getting him presented. We thought he was a notch flatter in his cage and his center body. We thought he was a notch more out there in his hock when you get right in behind him. That's a hog that's got some lot of quality from his flank forward. Just like to bring him in more in terms of squareness when you get right in there behind his hock. Another pig coming out that's really fresh. Young lady's done an excellent job. She's done her homework for sure. Got him driving good, got him fresh. Just simply need more to this Barrow for us to move him up higher. He's a little plain in his back shape. He's a little narrow as he comes right directly at you. But man, she's got him looking dark and fresh, and you love that about him for sure. Pig coming next, really round in his rib cage, just a little more ordinary in his look as you study him out there from his shoulder forward, a little frailer at the ground, but a pig that's got a lot of density to his center. We just like to make him a notch more unique in terms of his look and his look ahead of his blade especially. Here's a pig that's really fresh. Young man's done a great job with him. It's motion that gets him into this place in this class. He needs to be sounder out of that front end, especially out of his shoulder, the way that pitch is to that blade. Needs to be set back any more comfortably, but man, he's got him looking fresh, got him looking sharp. Love that about him. Love it when these kids get him looking right. Another pig here, just real fundamental, meat and potatoes kind of hog. Needs more bone to go along with all that mass he has up high. Just like to make him a shot more manly up through his face. He gets a little more refined in that regard, but mainly just need more bone and structure to go with all of that mass. Another pig, young man's got him looking sharp, got his hair and skin dialed in. Gets a little rounder made out of his rump, gets a little rounder out of that front end as well, but hog that's got muscle, got wit, that's how you caught a pin for us. Congratulations to all of you. Really nice class of Berkshire Barrows.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
FFA. Fifth place, Jaden Riley Woodley, Lynn County, 4-H. Fourth place, Hailey Bryn Hunter, Wise County, 4-H. Third place, Braxton Wyatt Works, Zephyr, FFA. Second place, Maisie Stintz, Idalou, FFA. And first place, Rhett Strassner, Hockley County, 4-H. Rhett is also our certified Texas Bred Registry class champion from Class 2 Berkshire Barrows. Breeder of that barrow is D2 Livestock of Bandera, and they can pick up their certified Texas bred caps at the association table near the show ring.
All right, we're back on again. This is Runde 3. For those of you who don't speak German, that means round 3. So this is class number 3 of our Berkshire Barrows. We did gilts 2 weeks ago. Class number 3 consists of 38 head. Weight ranges on those barrows goes from 266 to 274. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Taylor Fort Podcasting. We want to welcome everybody on this weekend and Want to wish you a happy journey wherever you're at, whether you're traveling, whether you're home. We appreciate you supporting these kids and having a front row seat here to the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Market Barrows Show Wave 1. Go ahead and introduce your name and where you're from and what you do, and I'll give you the floor first, Bubba.
My name is Caden Schwab. I'm a senior at the University of Nebraska, just fresh off the judging team. I'm here in San Antonio with the Top Judge program. Grew up in Fort Collins, Colorado, showed pigs from 3 years old to 20, so I've been around this my entire life, and I'm extremely grateful to be out here and get to watch such a high-quality, great bear show.
So, you're like you said, you're at home. It doesn't matter what state you're in. This is your baby right here. So what did you grow up showing, Mr. Schwab?
I grew up showing pigs, a little bit of everything. I like
all breeds?
All breeds,
okay.
A lot of crossbreds, but I really like the Durocs and the Berks, so I'm glad I get to sit here, go through and watch this Berk show.
Durocs is home to me. My family raised show pigs for, I guess, 50-something years before we retired, but red pigs was our baby, and I was talking with Connor earlier. Just the quality of Berks you see out here right now in these first two classes. You and I were kind of talking about it, just the depth of quality in those first two. It's like, man, what are these heavies going to look like once we get to those guys?
I know. I'm excited for it. I know we got to sign up to get out here and kind of watch the show up here in the Eagle's Nest. I knew I wanted to watch Class 3 and 4, see some of those heavies, see some of the high-quality ones come out.
So do you know Nick and Chad very well at all?
I don't know Chad too much, but I grew up showing a lot of Hofschulte pigs, actually. So I know the family, been there to the farm, talked with Philip, Chris, Natalie, and Nick. They're very neat people. I really respect them. Definitely where I am today and my ability to look and see pigs, heavily influenced by their family.
I got to meet Chris, I guess, a couple weeks ago when he was down here with Seth judging the Purebred Guilt Show. Really, really good guy, and I got to know his brother this morning and kind of visit with Nick a little bit. And, man, you talk about a good family and just their values, their morals, and family was so important. Chris brought his family down, got to meet his girl, his kids, and that was really, really cool to see. And the first thing Nick kind of talked about behind the scenes was family. He's like, I'm happy to be here. I appreciate my family giving me this opportunity to be down here while they're at home, I guess, working. I'm sure both sets of families are at home working while these two guys get to have fun and play.
Yeah. I know they're definitely big family people. I know I've spent a little bit of time around Natalie, and she loves their daughters.
Oh, good. And I'll kind of visit a little bit more about the judges here in a minute. So what I'm going to ask you, what do you look for in a hog when you're judging one?
I just really like them to be genuine.
Okay.
I mean, that's a big thing. Come right at you, square through their knees, square down to their toes, and that'll carry back through the rest of them, having some shape up high and having a lot of dimension when it goes to their back. Mm-hmm. But for me, it all starts in that first chest shot.
Yep. And you talk about first impressions. It doesn't matter if we're talking about a pig show or in real life itself. That first impression is so key, especially as y'all can see on the screen right now. They're going to go to their first initial sort here. What they're going to do is show to Nick first, Mr. Hofschulte, and if he points straight ahead like he just did to that young man, they're going to go the scale, get weighed. You have to be within 10 pounds of your weight card on the top and bottom end. So say you turned your weight card in at 270, you can weigh up to 280 across the scale, but no less than 260. I believe that is the case. If he points to the right, they're going to go to Chad Day, and Chad's your secondary evaluator for the Berks. If he points straight ahead, you'll go to the big arena for a secondary evaluation after the initial sort. If he points to the right, your animal goes on to what I call greener pastures, Mr. Schwab. This is a terminal show, so a lot of life lessons are learned here today.
Yep.
So, we talk about the Top Judge program. What does the Top Judge program mean to you?
For me, it means an opportunity to learn from people who have gone through this stage, judged the biggest shows, and kind of learn from their experiences, so we're not starting out making these silly mistakes they did when they came fresh out of college. Just some of the life lessons and getting the perspective from inside the ring has really meant a lot to me these past couple of days.
Absolutely. You talk about integrity and respect and everything, and I know Mr. Beeler kind of talks about it. It takes a lifetime to build a reputation, but 1 second to ruin it kind of deal, and you always have to keep that in the back of your mind. This is a pig show, but this is all about the kids and their hard work, and there's a lot of stuff that people don't realize. Those of you who may be watching one of your niece, nephew, grandkid, and don't know what happens behind the scene, there's a lot of time and effort and energy put in, after hours, before school, between, basketball practice, football practice, whatever it may be, that happened that you don't see. You get 20 minutes out here in a spotlight, and as a judge, it's so important to highlight these kids and make it about the kids and not just about the animals out there. And I feel like Top Judge program really is putting that back into the judging program again. And I'm honored that you guys are a part of this deal because it is a very big deal to be selected for this program.
Yeah, I know Mr. Beeler this entire time has just been going through and talking. We need to make these kids bigger than the pigs. There is kind of a fear in the industry that they've made the pig the biggest thing about it, but it really goes back to the kids that are putting in the work at home and getting that educational opportunity to really learn how to work and get involved and stay connected.
Absolutely. And I'm so proud of the Top Judge program for coming together and making that and acknowledging that and making it better. And this is only going to make our industry better because, hey, you never know. You might be down here one day, Mr. Schwab, judging the pig show, and I'm going to be talking about how you're judging it, not you're up here on the mic in the crow's nest with me. That'd be cool, though. I mean, is that what do you aspire to do? Do you want to judge one of the big show like San Antonio, Arizona National, shows like that?
I'd love to get to this stage one day and judge a lot of the big ones. For me growing up, it was following my dad to Louisville, Denver, coming down here. I mean, this is my first time actually watching through the entire San Antonio show in person, but I know every year I tune in online and watch your live broadcast. And
so you get to hear it, so your ears burn a lot when you hear us talking. I mean, I understand if you muted, I totally get that, but no, man, we try to make this fun. I grew up showing here. I actually grew up about an hour and a half from here in a little town called Fredericksburg, Texas. And this was one of my favorite shows to come to. Number one, it was close to home, and number two, just the impact this show makes on the kids and just the prestigiousness behind it. They call this the Super Bowl for a reason. The amount of hogs here between here and Houston, these are the two largest Barrows shows in the entire world. Like, this is, you talk about depth of quality from top to bottom. The auction's so good because the kid gets to take all this money home that they win. There's no cap or anything like that. So it's a big deal going out there and showing and making the sale here. I think it's top 5 or 6. Top 5 placings, I think, in the Berkshire breed make the sale here at San Antonio. And when you have a class of 38 head deep and all top 10 are really, really good, it's hard to get in that top 5 sale slot here. So what have you noticed so far what the guys have been kind of putting together for those everybody at home kind of wanting to know, maybe they're in wave 2. What are these guys looking for right now in their animals that you've noticed?
Really, the ones that kind of surface to the top are the ones that are very complete. They've got a lot of fresh shape up high, and they're still good in terms of their profile pattern and get out with a lot of flex and comfort. But definitely the ones that are getting here through the sort are ones that have a lot of power. Big tops, fresh shape, really good in their muscle pattern, and then from there they kind of start to soar on some of that look, build, and just being more complete.
And I've heard Nick use that term a lot, just when it comes to just overall power coming at you and going away from you. That's a big deal to him. And what Connor had said earlier, he was talking about, Chad likes them mobile. He likes them to be athletes out there. And what I love about these two guys, they're putting their two big priorities together into one package, and I feel like they're going to keep that pattern throughout the entire day here and then also through the Wave 2 as well. But they're having a good time. That's the main thing. You want to see two judges out there having a good time, talking these animals. I've seen times where you have two judges out there, and you can tell there's a little bit of tension there. And you don't want to show that with facial features, but sometimes the emotions get big. Yeah, they're hard to hide. But these two guys are smiling, joking, and that's what you want to do. And seeing judges, comfortability is so huge when it comes to judging a big show like this. And these two guys are doing a phenomenal job right out of the gate here. So what do you want to do after college? Let's kind of talk about that a little bit.
Well, my future career goals a little bit changed after junior college. I got to Nebraska and I took an accounting class, and all of a sudden I realized, well, maybe I might be good at this. So I'm actually going to go on and get a master's in public accounting, go ahead and go get my CPA license.
CPA, so you're good with numbers then?
Yeah, I like numbers probably a little bit too much.
I need to get your card then. Good CPA is hard to come by. Especially somebody in the ag world, too, that has the same background that I have. That's important, too. We talk about how big this industry is, and I reiterate this all the time, but how small it truly is. You talk about the people you meet and how we all are connected in some form or fashion here, but we're always a phone call away. We're always there to help others, and we always put others above ourselves. And, I feel like the biggest thing, to take away for these kids is, like you talk about the 7,000 volunteers here. The best thing you could ever give somebody in this world is dedicating your time. It's only yours to give, and you never get it back. And it's something that is way bigger than money. It's way bigger than anything else you could ever do, winning a show. Because time, we only get so much of it in this world, and these people are out here dedicating their time for these kids, and I feel like that's so important to highlight all the volunteers that make up this show. I don't know if you've, since you've been down here Wednesday, you've seen all the different volunteers that make up the San Antonio Stock Show.
Yeah, it's definitely incredible. I mean, coming from Colorado, we don't have anything this size or scale, and seeing how many people turn out to come support these young kids, it is really incredible. Texas has something that is especially unique and extremely special with how they support these kids. We've heard a lot about that in terms of some of the scholarship funds available for the ones that make the sale, these kids that are here showing, and even if they don't have the success in the ring, some of the programs outside that they can be competitive in, that makes this very accessible.
Absolutely, and you don't have to show a pig here. As much as you and I both are near and dear to the pig industry, there's so many other opportunities. They have a taxidermy contest here. They have a sheepdog trial contest here. There's other opportunities to be involved in this industry, but maybe not. You don't have the either room or finances to be a part of the pig show. But there's so many different opportunities out there. They've got a rabbit show. They've got a chicken show. There's all the different things for these kids to be a part of. We want them to be a part of this industry. We want people to see what we do, and we want people to live by the same standards and accountability that we live for in this industry. And I feel like we can make the world a better place just by having these people understand this industry and accept and be a part of it. We can make better kids into better adults.
Definitely.
Looks like they're pulling them out one at a time, and I'll tell you what I've noticed on this class. They pulled a lot of hogs here in this class, so that just shows you the depth of quality we're seeing in this third class of Berks. $15 hogs that I can count. Or no, 16 hogs. You're better with math than I am. So how many do we have here? I think 16?
16, I think is the right number.
So what they're doing to everybody who are just now tuning in, they're pulling them out one at a time, evaluating them. If they really like your animal, they're going to pin you back. You'll have an opportunity to show for a top 5 placing position. I mean, they pulled anywhere between 5 to 7 hogs in those top ends here. And then they'll place, like I say, they pull 7 pigs, they'll place 8th, 9th, and 10th, excuse the other individuals out of the ring, and then pull these top 7 or so back out again and place from the bottom till we have a class winner here. I joked a while ago with you, I said, hey, how many of these things are pure out here? It's amazing what we've been able to do by, crossing them up a little bit and making them look Burke appearing, but that just shows you how far the industry has come. 30, 40 years ago, you didn't see anything like what we see now. With the feed programs, there's so many good feeds out there. We talk about Primo Feeds, Lintner. We talk about Showtech. I hope I'm not leaving anybody out here, but there are so many good feed programs, and the accessibility and the knowledge that these feed programs give these individuals now starting out is so much more advanced than what it was, 10, 15 years ago. So I've got to give those guys kudos for what they do for the industry.
They've done a great job promoting different feeds and giving different strategies for these families. I go judge some of these smaller county fairs in Nebraska, and it's easy to go out and just tell these kids, go online, go look at some of the stuff that Lenders has, Showtech has on their website. There's so many resources for these kids to learn how to do it on their own and don't need to necessarily spend all the money on the people who have all the experience.
Yes, and I look at it too. It's all about personal preference too. I fed a little bit of everything. It's like I really like this feed, the 611 over here. I like the 12118, over here, whatever it may be. Sunglow had a really good 14% feed and a 12% sow feed that was really, really good. So we'd mix and match because, so many feed companies have a very, very, very good feed that is just, above,
Very definitely hard to pick one.
Yes, it is. And they're all good people, too. That's the thing.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, if you like our feed, great. You can feed our stuff. If you like theirs, cool. I'm just glad you're a part of the industry, and that's what I like. We're not too big for these kids. Looks like they only kept 6 back in this class, and they're placing 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th in that order. Young lady was 8th in the black shirt. And they're going to excuse these individuals, so they'll go. They had a second opportunity to come out and show, so that just shows you the depth of quality. Like I mentioned earlier, just these kids get an opportunity to potentially get a placing ribbon, and it's tough. It really, really is.
you definitely start to see in this heavier class a lot more of these. They're just ripped up, heavy muscled, tons of shape and power. Definitely makes it harder on these two judges to figure out which ones suit them the best.
Oh, yeah, and it really makes you dig deep. We talked about it earlier. You know, anybody can sometimes line those top 4 up because they're just all really, really good, and you can mix them and match them, and people understand that. When you really dig deep as a judge is when you're in that 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th spot where you may not have a totally complete animal. It really makes you dig deep on what you hold near and dear to your heart on what is the most important factor to have in a pig. And that's always fun to watch, too. And these guys are doing a phenomenal job of lining those up and keeping those kids equally as important as the ones in those top 4 placing spots.
If you want to pick your brain, that's definitely the area. If you want to see what they're going to pick throughout the day, looking at that 7th, 8th, 9th, what's just right there on the edge, that's what they're going to be looking for to make that initial sort, and they're kind of their end-all, be-all when it comes to their placings.
Absolutely. And, I mentioned it earlier, when these people go home and this show's all said and done, and Connor made a point on it earlier, nobody's going to always remember who was grand champion this year or champion or had a second place, but leaving this week from the Barrows show, you want those parents that had 8th, 9th, and 10th place or they didn't get picked a reason to say, hey, I just didn't have what they were looking for. It's all good. Or they put me in 8th place, but they took their time with my kid, and they can go home happy knowing that they had the best opportunity to go out there, and these judges took the time with each and every one of these kids. And sometimes we forget that sometimes as judges.
It's very easy to get too focused on the pigs and kind of forget the real reason why we're doing this, and especially at the top judge. Mm-hmm. The point is to work with these kids and support them how we were supported going up through this show deal.
Yep, and I was talking to Blake Kennedy a while ago, and he was listening in, and, he made a comment, and so did you. We need to make these kids bigger than the animal. And you hit the nail on the head when you said that, because that's exactly – we're judging a pig show, but it's about the kids, not the animals. They're just showcasing their hard work is what they're doing.
Yep. And it is incredible how much work a lot of these kids put in throughout the year on skin and hair, getting them broke. I know I did that a lot. You kind of give up your life in a little bit just to live in a barn, but I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world.
And I tell people all the time, it's like I'm biased to the pig industry, but at the same time, it's like, what other animal do you sit out here and you got to show them with a stick and move them around like you're driving a vehicle?
I know I have to have that conversation with my fiance a few times. She shows cattle. She gets a little scared when something's not on a lead. So,
it's crazy because, like you said, it turns into rodeo sometimes. You have a pig, take off on you. It's kind of fun to watch. Don't get me wrong. But it's just tougher. It's not like you have to – halter breaking I know is very difficult as well. Yep. No doubt about it. But there's a big trust when it comes to showing a pig because that pig has to know, like, hey, you're – and by the way, these people at home, this is not hurting the animal. When you're sitting there showing the pig, it's more of a guide to kind of help steer them in the right direction, for lack of a better pun there.
Most of these kids have a close enough bond with their animal that they could probably get out here and show them very similar without one of these.
Without even
too.
a stick, exactly. Oh, it looks like see what Mr. Hofschulte has to say here.
Rear 2 is our class winner, and that's how he gets beat today. But a really nice barrow there that's super fresh and big muscled. Hog coming next, really fresh. Young man gets him presented extremely well, like his skin and hair. He's a youthful-looking type of barrow. He got outpowered by them top two in terms of just shape and muscle and width, but a barrow that you love his athleticism, you love his balance and build from the side. Like I said, the young man's got him looking really tidy today. Hog coming next here is one that's very opened up. In terms of his shape up high, looking at him just gets a little agier out through that head. Probably not as fresh in his overall appearance, but one there that mainly why he gets where he is today is that length of rump and the way that he goes out of that hock joint down to the ground. We just like to make that more athletic, looser, just looser there from the hock ground to move him up any higher today. Really good pattern pig that ends up in the 5-hole. Love him from the side. We just simply got to man him up as he comes at us. Wants to close up there in his chest and knee, but love the quality that he brings to the table in terms of his look and his hip and his hind leg. Like I said, we just like to see him a notch stouter as he drives directly at us. Another pig coming here next that caught a pin. He does have a notch more muscle, but with that, he gets pretty straight up through his shoulder. We thought he needed to be sounder, just the way he moved out of that front end to get a sail slot, but one that's very, very fresh, very good in terms of the shape to his back. Like I said, just got to make him sounder, especially out of that front end. Young lady's bear that comes next. Love his look from the side. Just want to give him more shape and muscle when you get up on top of him. Give him more bone when you talk about his arm and his foot all the way to the ground. Same goes for the bear next. Got to stouten him up in terms of his bone and his feature, but a really good pattern hog. Young lady's done a great job getting him presented today in terms of skin and hair. Got a nice pig coming next that gives you a good elite look from the side. Thought he got pretty dry in terms of the center and of his rib, in terms of his flank, and we just like to clean him up in terms of the way that he goes in terms of that rear leg and that lower rib in terms of that stoutness of that. But I love his shape and his pattern. Just gets a little flatter looking out here compared to the rest of them. Nice pig coming next here too. Just gives up a lot in terms of his look and his kind, but love the added dimension that he brings to the table in terms of his body. Let's give them all a big hand. Really nice class there.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the Champions formula at winning-enterprises.com.
And we have our placings for Class 3 Berkshire Barrows. Exhibiting 10th place, Graydon Wayne Bridgman, Borden County, 4-H. 9th place, Sutton Joe Winter, Lubbock County, 4-H. 8th place, Zane Gregory Gowan, Kendall County, 4-H. 7th place, Claudia Elise Duron, Lubbock Cooper, FFA. 6th place, Eliana Capri Morgan, Livingston, FFA. 5th place, Molly Marie Fisher, Callisburg, FFA. 4th place, Reese Williamson, Scurry County, 4-H. 3rd place, Remington Tate Phillips, Wiley Abilene, FFA. 2nd place, Ava Lane Luke, Hampshire Finette, FFA. And 1st place, Addison Blair Butler, Armstrong County, 4-H. Those are our placings for Class 3 Berkshire Barrows. Our certified Texas Bred Registry class champion from Class 3, exhibited by Ava Luke, Hampshire Finette, FFA. Breeder of that barrow is MS Livestock of Troy, and they can pick up their certified Texas bred caps at our association table near the show ring.
All right, that concludes class number 3, if I remember correctly. We're on class 4 now. Weight ranges on those Barrows goes from 275 to 289, and 34 total head is what we're starting with in this class. Mr. Schwab, what are you seeing so far in this 4th class of Berkshires that we just got started?
Well, definitely getting into some of the heavier weights. I mean, you got a great chest shot right here. You can see their width, power, and shape up high. And that's one of the things that Nick is looking for. If he just is a little bit questionable on it, he'll give that hand signal. They'll go into the other ring, and that's where Mr. Chad Day will go ahead and decide if he thinks Nick missed anything.
And, you know, we saw from that earlier class that one, I don't know if it was in class 1 or class 3, where the young lady came from the big arena after the secondary evaluation. She ended up making the sale. She was 5th place, and Nick made a point to say, hey, you know, I missed one. I'm not too big to leave that and send it to the truck. You know, Chad found this one, and I'm glad he did, and we ended up putting this one in the top 5 because sometimes you don't get a good look in these 2 pins, and the pig may not want to cooperate, or it feels kind of congested in there, and it's just not a whole lot of room to really get it, you know, spotlighted, and so that's so important when all of those of you listening. When you come out that gate, you want to make sure your pig's ready to go, heads up and moving, because you only get one shot at this deal.
You've got about 30 seconds between Nick and Chad, and after that, that's where you need to make your moment, make your tire point to shine.
Absolutely, and once again, our lead judge today is Mr. Nick Hofschulte of our Berkshire breed. His occupation is livestock feed production business. His wife is Holly and daughters Kinley, Harper, Hazelyn, and son Will. And his education comes from Connor State College. His breeding hobbies include breeding and showing livestock and spending time with his family and friends. Also really enjoys learning new things about business and industry that he's not familiar with as he becomes older. Want to welcome Nick, and I'll kind of visit about Chad here in a little bit. You know, it's funny because I look at his, it looks like Nick might have wrote his, and then I'm pretty sure I don't know if that doesn't look like Chad's handwriting to me.
That's pretty good handwriting.
I was going to say that's very, I will tell you, Morgan, if you wrote Chad's bio, you did a phenomenal job. You need to get your font in Microsoft Office, because this is really good font handwriting you have here. If it's Chad's, I would be very shocked or impressed.
Well, if it's Chad's, he probably has another career outside of livestock.
Yeah, I was going to say, artistry or something, you know. Or whatever that, what is that, when you do fonts or whatever, you make up your own fonts?
Calligraphy.
Calligraphy, yeah. My wife uses it all the time, and I'm just, okay, whatever you're saying, you're drawing, I feel like you're drawing letters right now, kind of thing. Looks like they have 4 total pinned back right now. I see 3 here. Young man just pulled in here, so we have 4 total. They pulled, I think, what did I tell you, 16 in the last class?
They were up to 16 in that last one.
That is crazy. That's almost half the class they kept back for a chance at a top 10 placing ribbon.
It's definitely difficult. I mean, you got so many of these things that are just so stout, burly, and powerful. It's hard to see in that little ring how much they really flex and how good they can portion up. Really takes this big ring out here to make that call.
You know, we were talking about, we were a little worried how deep the sand was earlier this morning. Now it's kind of getting all packed down, and they do that on purpose. They know, like, hey, if we leave it packed, it's only going to get more packed as we go. So we're going to really till it up and make it look good in those first classes. You know, we talk about what happens behind the scene. You've got to make sure these animals are conditioned when you're out there in conditions like that in the big arena. When you have deeper sand, you got to be able to make sure your animal is able to go and move and has the stamina to judge for about 20 minutes showing. You know what I mean?
And thankfully, Nick and Chad, they're a little bit faster when it comes to judging them. But I know there's been times where you got to have those pigs ready to drive for 30 minutes, 40 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Especially if it's real close. That ability to keep and have that endurance is what's going to keep you in the sale or just leave you right outside of it.
Are we talking about me being conditioned to walk for 30 or 40 minutes? Because I don't even know if I could do that. But, yeah, no, kudos to these kids, man. Their stamina is a lot better than ours. You know, I don't know if you noticed that. I know you're in college, or a senior in college, but I'll tell you, man, you know, the older you get, the harder it is to move, and recovery time just isn't the same anymore. For those of you at home, you know what I'm talking about. So we have 7 pinned back so far. But, yeah, no, 30, 40 minutes out there in the ring in that deep sand, I don't know if I could make it.
Yeah, my biggest question is how some of these judges are able to stand out here for 5 days and keep doing it.
Very good shoes, I can tell you. You know, it's funny. One guy came here a few years back, and he was wearing cowboy boots to come judge a pig show. I'm like, you know, I know we're in Texas. We do like cowboy boots, and we do wear cowboy hats every now and then.
Yes,
but
sir.
I will tell you, you're going to regret it. And he even said, he's like, man, I shouldn't have wore boots. And I was like, yeah, you might want to go to one of the shops after you're done judging here and go get you some really, really good, comfortable shoes out here.
Yep.
We got 9 pinned back so far, and we just finished the initial evaluation. It looks like they're only pulling one. Well, they didn't keep one animal back in the big arena. So whatever they kept back is what we're going to evaluate here.
Definitely makes it very tight when you get in here. All these kids are just right at the top end of that class. You know, there wasn't a lot of wiggle room when it came to the ones they thought have a good shot or don't. So.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I guess getting in this 4th class, too, they kind of know what to expect now. You know, those first few classes, you really don't know, like, hey, how deep is the quality going to be, how little quality there's going to be. They're starting to realize, like, hey, there's a lot of really, really good animals out here, and they're going to be a little bit pickier, I feel like, as the show goes on here.
It's matching with some of the consistency of some of their previous class winners and seeing which ones I know are going to be complete, are going to have that pattern and look from the side and still be real ripped up and burly coming at you.
And what a great breed to start off with our Berkshire this morning. You know, we go into spots and Poland's after that, and then conclude the day with our Hampshire breed, and then start up with our Durocs and Dark Crosses tomorrow. But, you know, I'll tell you, I was never a big spot guy, but then when I watched it at San Antonio, I was like, oh my gosh, these are some hellaciously good spots out here. And, you know, I think the Berkshire breed, there's some Berks out here that can compete with most crosses nowadays.
And I was fortunate enough actually to watch Nick Hofschulte judge the Nebraska State Fair this year. And that's where he ended up using a spot to win grand overall champion there. And that was kind of cool to see. I mean, I know he's one that definitely appreciates the purebreds and kind of likes some of these that have a little bit more color and have to stick to a little bit tighter breed registry.
You know that you talk about color, and I'm looking at some of these Berks right now, and I think coloring and patterns everything, because I like one that has a unique look to them and has maybe a spot here that's like just so much different. I know that's not what we're judging, but as a judge, it's easy to find one. Like it's got this random looking spot that looks like a monkey on the side of its body there. It's easy for you to find it, and you know, up where you're at in Nebraska, I know a lot of these kids they show in the 4-H and FFA show, they all wear the exact same shirt. Well, down here in Texas, we like to stand out, and why that is so important here, and you understand this as a judge, when you have a bunch of, you know, say Chesters or Durocs out there, they all look the same. The same coloration. There's no, you know, differentiating between the hog, really, other than muscle and all that other stuff. But you want to wear a shirt that really stands out. You don't want to, if everybody wore the same color shirt, sometimes it's hard to find you in a sea of 30 or 40 really good animals.
And it's hard to stand out against good showmen. I know I always struggled with that, kind of an ugly-looking, awkward guy showing up, showing those pigs, and it's finding a way to really look professional, look sharp, and come out here and you do that, your pig looks sharp, it's easy to stand out in one of these rings.
Well, what's so good, you know, you touch on showmanship, and I'm glad you brought that up. You know, showmanship is key into being successful out here in the pig ring. You could have the best hog, but if that whole animal is in the corner the whole time, you don't get its head up, you could end up losing 3 or 4 placings just based off of that. Or you could have an animal that's a mediocre hog, but you put it behind a good stick on a kid, that animal can move up to the top, you know, 3 or 4, and that's the difference between you making the sale or not making the sale.
And it's the biggest thing is this, do these kids know these pigs? Do they know where they're strong? Do they know where they're weak? And I know a lot of these parents probably told them, show this angle, don't show that angle, never drive at them. But, I mean, it's some of those things that it really is not just a competition of whose animal is the best, but which of these kids can get out there and do a great job presenting their animal the way they can.
And you know what's crazy about this, too, you know, a lot of these shows have a showmanship show separated from the actual, you know, show itself. Well, anybody can show their best when they're showing for showmanship, but what's fun to watch is when you're actually having a stock show going on, you're in a placing class, and these kids are showing like it's a showmanship show.
Yep. And it's the ones that really stand out. I mean, I know in my career and my experience, if you're one of these kids that get to this point, maybe you don't have the best pig, but you're able to just stick one. I mean, whip on, heads up, and just drive it that entire time. A lot of these breeders are watching and they really like it when you can get one of their animals to show off and look the best it can.
Oh, absolutely. There's that one young lady, and I forget her name, but she's from California, and she's got that. I mean, she blew up on TikTok, and like she had that real serious face, and she's a heck of a stick.
Oh, incredible.
And I forget her name, Dodson, or I forget her name.
Dodson Farms, I think, is them on TikTok.
Yeah, and she's a phenomenal stick, and I think she's got a brother that shows too. But I will tell you, that's the kind of stuff you don't have to always look serious. You know, I always joked around like, look like you're having fun out there, but those kids aren't. They're having fun. They're just focused, laser focused out there.
And you bring up Dodson Farms. I mean, I know they're one of those people. They're great for representing the industry, great for representing these show pigs. And for some of these families, they're a great resource and tool to learn some of those showmanship styles and what they need to do to kind of match and mimic some of these kids that make it up to the big ring.
And the big thing is, too, you know, in showmanship, you know, I've seen people walk backwards. I've seen people do stuff. But just you remember, when you're showing out there, you want to pretend like you're invisible. You don't want them to focus. If you're making big whip motions and you're taking away from the judge looking at your animal because they're afraid they're either going to get hit or you're just waving it around, that takes away from them looking at your animal. So you want to be able to show really good and consistent, like you said, and really stick one. But you want to almost be invisible out there. You want to. The judge wants to forget you're even out there. We're judging the kids, but when he's judging the animal itself, you want to be fluent in your motions. Is I guess what I'm getting at.
It's like we say, we want to make the kids bigger than the pigs. The kids' job's kind of inverse of that. They need to get in there. And they need to make the pig a lot bigger than themselves.
We know as judges what we're looking for. Those kids are like, hey, you're here to judge my animal. Forget about me at this point.
Especially here. I mean, it's all about that endurance and just making them look good.
Yeah.
And it's one of those bad looks. It's letting their head drop that really can be a big deciding factor between some of these top few.
Oh, yeah. If you have a kid that says, hey, I'm making this about me, it just doesn't come across right. We're making about this, me and my hard work and showing off my animal, and the judge is like, hey, I'm judging you, but I'm looking at your pig right now.
Yeah. No, we get out here.
First call, Class 5, Berkshire Barrows. First call, Class 5, Berkshire Barrows. Exhibitors, bring your barrows to the holding pens. Very important. Exhibitors, make sure that you have that pink show card with you when you enter the holding pens. Again, remember to bring your pink show card with you when you enter the holding pens.
You know, now that we're here in Class 4, there's a lot of these things that just come with so much shape and dimension. It's really incredible to see what all they can do. I know, especially from my experience, more so maybe on the purebred registered Berks, it's hard to get these things to have any back shape. And some of these that are coming out here, they've got a lot.
They look like they have the Grand Canyon back there, don't they? Yeah, I would say they got a big old ditch, you know, kind of deal.
Yep.
And I know Connor, he joked around earlier, that, man, these things as lightweights have as big a back as me. If they got as big a back as me, then by God, we're going to have a good day, you know, kind of thing. And you know what's funny is there was one earlier today, and I know it was a purebred because I went down there and said, hey, you know, what's yours out of? And it was a purebred. And I said, wow, the fact that purebred looks that good, that just shows you, all you Berkshire breeders out there that are trying to make these things real good, kudos to y'all for making this breed so genuine and so good. And because Berks were always pretty good, but they've taken it to another level, I feel like.
Especially in the show ring, keeping that up, trying to make them more relevant. And I mean, it's hard to keep pace.
Like, I'm pretty sure this one right here that we're looking at, I'm not going to point them out. I'm pretty sure that's not a purebred Berk. I could be wrong, but it just, the coloration kind of shows a little bit. There might be something else in there too.
Well, like we always like them in Colorado. We've got a purebred show at our state. But it's one of those things that it's those kids, they can buy a Berk, they can show it. Even if it's not the grand champion, it's one of them that they can sell to people real easily. And I'm not going to lie, if I'm eating any pork, I'm going to make sure it's Berk.
Oh, yeah, and it's funny, you go to restaurants, and they will, and the Berkshire breed is very proud. When they take their animals to a restaurant, it says Berkshire pork chop. They're very, very proud of their breed, especially. And the quality of the meat is very, very good.
It's incredible.
The fat to muscle ratio is very, very good.
Well, we got a little contrasting type and kind here on the top of this class, but we thought these were the two stouter ones to pick from with some quality in this class. And young lady's in the green shirt. He might not just capture you right away, but the more you study him, I think he needs to win this class just in terms of his ability to have longevity when we bring him back out here. For one, I think he's the sounder individual out of his front end in terms of his blade pitch and his front angles. He's definitely longer from his shoulder forward, more attractive up there through that front end. Another pig, I think, that's just got a little more length of hip, a little more length of step. He's probably not as wowed up when you get on top of him, but we think he's just the sounder option that's better balanced and neater looking, and he still has enough muscle and enough bone to go ahead and win the class for us. Young man in the purple definitely has the advantage in terms of sheer shape when you get right up on top of him, right behind his blade. You got to ask yourself, can he live with his head to go ahead and win this class? He's a little more just chuffy in that throat and that neck, and just a little bit more mature looking in that regard. Love his freshness. He's done an excellent job getting him presented to this point. I just didn't think he was quite as sound out of that shoulder, not quite as long in his step out back, but more importantly, not quite as youthful in his look and fresh in his look up through his front end. The hog coming next here kind of gets third just by getting outpowered. You study him at the ground. He needs more bone, more foot to run with them top two for us. Wants to close up a notch when he comes right directly at you. Love his freshness. Young lady's done a great job getting him to this point. He's super fresh back, super fresh middle. Like I said, we just got to make him stouter at the ground. Young lady coming next. This one kind of had a hard time getting coordinated when he come out here, and I know we're kind of squishy. It'll probably get better as we get down, but that hind leg, we just need to square him up when he goes right away from us. Love his freshness, love his skin and hair. She's got him looking right. Pig there that we just got to make more coordinated off those hind two to move him up any higher for us. It's a pig that kind of created some discussion. He's really stout. You get off the side of him, he doesn't pattern quite as well. He gets a little high in his chine and easy in his back. He wants to get a little more mature looking up through his front end and a little softer up on those front legs. Love his freshness. Thought he was a notch stouter. Thought he was a notch more secure and square when I got right in behind him than the bear that comes next. Bear that comes next, it's a really fresh individual up high. He gets pretty fragile down low when you start studying him. That's why he gets in that sixth spot. I didn't think he was quite athletic out of his hock and his hip when you study him down there in those lower rear joints. But that's a pig that's got a lot of shape, and I thought that's how he beat this bear that comes next. The young lady that comes next probably does have a notch more body. He gets pretty stilty up there through his shoulder. You study his movement out of his front end. He's not as comfortable out here, but a bear that's very fresh in his body. Thought he just needed a notch more shape. Got pretty plain when you get over the top of him, especially from that middle of back on back through his hip, but love the freshness, love the presentation of that hog, love the bone that he offers. Good, practical meat and potatoes type of bear here that just gets a little squishy on us. Like to lean him up, make him a notch higher cut ability, especially through that lower 1/3, and he just needs more bone to go along with all that mass that he has up high. Another pig here, really fundamental, heavy bone, sound, gets a little agey up through his front end, not as fresh in his presentation today, but a very fundamental bear we just like to edge up when you get up on top of him. Another bear that's really fresh and well presented, gets a little closed up as he comes at us, gets a little straighter in the angle of his blade out here, but a very nice pig. Another nice pig, young lady, really sharp dressed out here. Love this pig's skin and hair. Just got to make him a notch heavier bone when we get into that rear leg. Congratulations. Very nice class. Let's put our hands together for these kids.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot-dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Sixth place, Chanton Sadrock, Marion, FFA. Fifth place, Starlin Joe Schnicker, S&S Consolidated, FFA. Fourth place, Jenna Locke, Santa Fe, FFA. Third place, McKinley Moore, Paducah, FFA. Second place, Kason Creed Russell, Palmer County, 4-H. And first place, Madeline Grace McBride, Chambers County, 4-H. Madeline is also our certified Texas bred registry class champion from Class 4, Berkshire Barrows. Breeder of that barrow is West Texas Genetics of Vancourt, and they can pick up their certified Texas bred caps at our association table near the show ring.
And when we're through talking, push it down in case we don't want them to hear something we don't want them to hear. Well, if you just now joined us, we're rounding out our last class of Berkshires for this 77th annual Junior Barrow Market Show here at San Antonio. This is Class 5, and the weight range is from 290 to 300 pounds, and we have 39 head in this class. And in our Berkshire show today, we've had 207 total head here at San Antonio in a total of 5 classes. And you know, it being such a competitive show here at San Antonio, there are only 5 placings that make the sale. They give ribbons a little further than that, but rosettes that is. But only 5 of them will make the sale here at San Antonio, which makes it such a competitive show here. Looks like that we've got 5 so far penned, and if you've joined us throughout the morning between Landon and I, we've had our top judge program here. We have some young people that made application and qualified to be part of this top judge program, it being in our second year here. And San Antonio had the foresight from the get-go to introduce this program here down in San Antonio, and it was the foresight of a man by the name of Dan Lane who had that foresight to put it all together. And this top judge program, last year being the first year, they brought in like 20 college students from all across the United States that had just got off the livestock judging program. And this year, it being the second year, the students made application, and we had 31 that they introduced into this program. And how that works, if you just now joined us, they have to be they go through an application process, and they're selected based on all the criterias that they look for, which is livestock experiences and goals and desire to become livestock judges and industry leaders here in our livestock profession. And how that's divided in these 31, they divide them in 3 species. They divide them in steers, sheep and goats, and swine. And there's 10 in each one, except one was 11. I don't know which species that the 11th one went into. But anyway, that's how this program works. And I'm here. It's an honor and privilege to have Jocelyn Lehman from Michigan State.
Yes.
Welcome here to Texas. Is this your
you.
first time here?
No, I visited Dallas and Houston, but my first time to San Antonio, and it's been awesome.
Awesome.
That's for sure.
So also the first time to the livestock show here at San Antonio.
Yep.
So being a newbie here, well, what is your thought process so far?
It's just absolutely amazing how much support there is in this industry in the state of Texas. Coming from Michigan, we have smaller shows, and I mean, we have support, but it's not to this level. And the scholarships these kids get, all of it's just amazing. Like, it's truly, I'm blown away coming here. Like, we have one of these barns and you guys have 3, like, and they're full, and that's just the first wave. So it's just been an amazing experience, and I couldn't be more grateful to have this opportunity and to see this live.
Well, and to kind of give you a little history, last year in 2025, this show had, for the first wave, 1,519 head that exhibited and showed here at San Antonio. This year, it is up. It's up to 1,618, so it's right at 99 more than it was last year. And, of course, these judges will go through 42 classes between today and tomorrow.
That's so crazy. We have 40 classes in our whole state show.
Well, it's I know we were talking briefly before we got down here on air, but how you were telling me that the arenas are much smaller and just the whole facility is much smaller. And you know, San Antonio 2 years ago, their arena was half of what it was, what it is today, and they had the foresight to double the size of this arena to give the judges and the exhibitors just more time and more area to show off their animals, and the judges a better evaluation area for them. And then they also increased the bleachers considerably to allow these spectators all to have more room to be able to witness this event.
And I think families should honestly be so grateful that they have people that will stand up and support and, you know, make room for these kids and to make the program grow. So it's an awesome community you guys have in the livestock industry here, and to have people on these boards that are willing to go further and further to make the program grow is awesome.
Looks like they've got 11 so far penned, but there could be some back behind us. There are rosettes given to the top 10, but of course, as I mentioned earlier, there's only 5 of them that qualify for the sale here at San Antonio. Well, Jocelyn, tell me what has this top judge program meant to you, and what are some of the things that so far that you have gained from your experience in this program?
Yeah, so to me, I was an in-state kid. I never went to JUCO or anything, and I'm actually pretty young. Many people are astonished to find out I'm only a sophomore and have completed my collegiate judging career. But to come to this program and get to speak in such casual conversations about pigs and about life to these industry leaders you've looked up to your whole life is just so surreal. I couldn't be more grateful to have my coach recommend me to this program and to be accepted into such a high quality program. Dan Lane and Scott Greiner have done absolutely amazing putting it together. What they really focus on is not evaluating the animals, but making sure you're prepared just as an individual with character and moral and values when you enter that ring to evaluate these kids as projects. We've learned a variety of things. We've had some people come in to discuss handling kids with disabilities in the ring, which was super eye-opening because as a young judge, it's something you never think you're going to encounter, but it is, and it's out there, and it's so amazing to hear about. We've also talked a little bit about grand drive speeches and just making sure every time you enter that ring to evaluate livestock, you're doing it with integrity and you're doing it with consistency.
Well, that's awesome. You know, and I knew a little bit about the application process. Would you expand a little more what it took for you to get selected or how you got selected and what you had to do prior to that selection process?
Yeah, so actually it was pretty hands-off for me. My coach reached out to our team and asked maybe who would be interested in ever judging a major show, and I, of course, said yes. And so I had to send her my resume, but after that, she had to write a letter of recommendation, and I don't really know what else went on her part, but I didn't really have to do too much, so it was pretty nice. But
So what did you have to put in your resume? What were some of the points that you covered in your resume?
Yeah, I made sure to include that, like, I've been exhibiting livestock at our state shows, a couple NJSA shows. I also work at a lot of vet clinics. I'm a pre-vet student at MSU. So I think listing any like volunteer work, anything you have related to the livestock industry is what really helped. And of course, your judging like curriculars, like your awards and stuff helped a lot too. So yeah.
Absolutely. Well, that's great. And I know there were a lot of applicants out there, and to get it narrowed down to, you know, and they've increased it, like I mentioned in the show. I mean, last year from the get-go it was 20, and now we're at 31. But I know that tells me, too, that the competition was very stiff in that application process, and yet there had to be a lot of applicants to get it weeded down to 31.
Yeah, absolutely. And every kid here is just so intelligent, has such bright futures. Everybody's so knowledgeable about livestock. So it's even fun to see people I've been competing against all year be here and listen to them talk, especially from different regions. Everybody has a little different flavor and taste about what they like in these animals. And it's just been so fun to hear everybody's perspectives, everybody's stories. Some of my favorite are actually the mentor stories. Those are pretty good.
Well, you have some really good mentors and experience. Some of the ones that I know for sure that have been named to me is Clint Schwab and Warren Beeler, Galen McCune, and Shane Brenning, all outstanding mentors for this program, and I have the highest respect for each and every one of these people, and y'all are very blessed to have them, because to me having those type of people is the strength of the foundation of building this top judge program and allow you to expand your horizon as well.
Absolutely. And I think what's so unique about this program is that we get so much one-on-one time with these mentors. So we're sitting here watching the show, asking questions, maybe how would you deal with this situation and if it ever occurred, and kind of picking their brains. And
Attention to the swine barn. We need a representative or a parent, adult leader.
It's been absolutely awesome to hear different perspectives of people who have done it 100+ times.
Well, Jocelyn, it looks like the judges are going through their second sort here, and they've got 6 back the way it looks.
Yeah.
And if you just now joined us, this is our final class of the Berkshire show, and we had 207 total in this show, representing 5 classes. And looks like that's probably as far as they're going to go, is these top 6 here to reevaluate. And now they're placing from the bottom back up. There'll be 10 awarded rosettes placings at each of these classes that they evaluate, but then only 5 of them will make the sale. And just kind of tell you, Jocelyn, a little bit about how San Antonio
Folks, put your hands together for these exhibitors remaining in the ring in a very competitive class here of Berkshire Barrows. Exhibitors, our judges have excused you at this time. Please have your show card ready to give to our committee members, and they'll help you with that paperwork.
You mentioned about the young people, and here's a prime example. These young people, it took everything to get pinned and make it through here, and they've worked as hard as anybody else that has been pinned this second time. And as you mentioned, countless hours of work with these projects that start anywhere from August, September of 2025. So they've been with this project at least 6+ months.
Yeah, and I think a big part of that and being a judge in the ring is making sure you handle each kid with time and you give them the attention they deserve, because a lot of work does go into this. And I think Nick and Chad have done an amazing job making sure they tell each kid maybe what their pig was missing, just giving them that time to show them they really care and they're there to support them in their project.
Well, what's so great, too, I go back to years where it was just single judges at these big shows here, especially in Texas, and it was a lot of wear and tear on one person to evaluate, over 2,000 to 3,000 animals in Barrows. And they had the foresight, these shows to do a 2-judge system, and it's been a maze to me. All of the shows have done an outstanding job of bringing 2 judges together that are compatible with each other, and you can tell they're working well together, and they're just doing it with ease. And I've noticed that this is my 6th year of
attention in the swine barn. At this time, we need our 1st and 2nd place Barrows from class 1, 2, 3, and 4. Please return to the holding pins for staging for our our breed championship round. That's 1st and 2nd place Barrows from class 1, 2, 3, and 4. Please return to the holding pins for staging for our Berkshire Breed Championship rounds.
They've just now called the 1st and 2nd places of class 1 through 4 back up to the arena area, which at that time they will weigh them again. And if you've just now joined us, the weights are 10 pounds greater or below max on either side of what weight they have turned in. An example, if they weighed 250, they can't weigh any less than 240 or any more than 260. Otherwise, they're disqualified. However, because they weighed it at their placing, they have not lost their sale position. They just have forfeited their right, if they did weigh out, to be able to compete for the division honors. As we mentioned, there's only 5 placings, and here at San Antonio, the sale they sell 346 lots in the entire show. So you're talking, we're probably by the second wave we'll be well over 2,000 total that show up here at San Antonio. Well, there's only 346 total placings that actually make the sale here at San Antonio, but the placings will vary from 5 to 6 placings, but only the top 3 will actually walk across the stage. The other 2 or 3, depending what it is, if it was 5 or 6 placings, those other 3 are what you call non-walking lots. And what the reason they created that was looks like he's ready to talk to class.
There's a pair of them in this class. We think surface to the top just in terms of quality and their look and their kind. And of that pair, there's a sounder option, more comfortable option in this young man here. You know, he's got that abscess deal working on the side of his neck. I don't know what some of you think about that, but for us, he's the best pig when you put that aside. Love the roll to his cage. Love the set to his shoulder. His set to his shoulder, knee, and down to the ground is how he wins this class. He stands on a notch bigger foot than the bear that's in second. Just his ability to get his hawk out past his tail and go forward in a comfortable way is how he goes ahead and wins this particular class. Young man's bear in second does probably have the upper hand in terms of shape when you get up on top of him there. He wants to rock forward in his blade and not surprisingly get a little higher in his spine from the side, but we just got to make that one more comfortable out of his shoulder to let him go ahead and win this particular class. But he's got him looking super fresh, got him looking very, very good in terms of his shape. I commend him for bringing him to us very well presented. Young man coming out here in 3, another one that's done a good job getting him to this point. He gets a little agier up through his head, a little coarser up through his neck. He's not quite as correct in terms of his squareness from blade to knee to ground. He wants to push his front toes at each other when he comes directly at you, but thought that hog's hip and hind leg usage and just his muscle and his density and his bone that he brings to the table needed to get him in that top 3. Really nice pig that's got some muscle and bone and some soundness. Hog coming next is one that, you know, probably doesn't have as much just sheer bone and foot as the one ahead of him. Love his pattern and build from the side. Love his freshness out here in terms of his rib and his body. You get up on top of him, he still has good shape. Just thought he didn't have as much bone when you compare him to that one ahead of him in 3. Young man coming next. We really like this hog. I love his build and his squareness coming and going. He just simply too dry, but thought he was really good in terms of his feet and legs and his comfort at the ground and just the kind of hog that he is in terms of his build from the ground up. If we make him a notch fuller, squirt a little water on him, I think we like him a notch better. Hog coming next here is one that just gets beat by a soundness perspective. He's too upright in the angle of his blade. When you get him out here and ask him to move, he gets a little more struggled in that regard. But he's super fresh. That's how we moved him up into 6. He's really good bodied. He's really fresh up high. He's got some power as he leaves you. Just didn't think he was sound enough to get up in that top 5 when you study him out of his front end. Bear that comes next, same goes for him. Gets a little rigid and awkward the way he moves out of that shoulder and that knee. He wants to deviate towards his knee when he comes right directly at you. He's not quite as full and fresh in his body as the bear ahead of him. Love his stoutness of mug. Love his added freshness up high in terms of his shape. I just got to make him go better off of both ends the longer the drive goes. Hog coming next here is really, really good in terms of his pattern. Thought he got a little choppy off his rear too, a little straighter in that hock joint. He gets a little longer in terms of his proportionality when you study his length and height together. That's a really nice, fresh-backed bear there. Just wants to struggle a little more off his hind leg than we'd like to see. Pig here, really fresh-backed. Just needs more bone to get up and play with them ones ahead of him. He's probably the most fragile at the ground. The hog that comes next, really, really good in terms of his skin and hair. Gets a little more ordinary in terms of his look. Gets a little less descript in terms of his muscle shape when you get up on top of him. But love his soundness and his quality that he does bring to the table. Congratulations, very nice class.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
FFA. 9th place, Adler Dale Gehring, Burnett FFA. 8th place, Samantha Michelle Wall, Tomball Memorial FFA. 7th place, Carter Reese Putman, Navarro County 4-H. 6th place, Lily Wilkins, Royce City FFA. 5th place, Cooper Michael Flynn, Moody FFA. 4th place, Truett Harper, Kendall County 4-H. 3rd place, True Harris Baird, Deaf Smith County 4-H. 2nd place, Colton Buddy Winter, Lubbock County 4-H. And exhibiting first place, Kevin Maddox Clift of Randall County, 4-H.
Well, congratulations to those top 10 individuals from our last and final class of Berkshires. Moving on to our champion drive of our Berkshire breed. Started with 207. Now we're going to make it down to 2 here. I'm with Miss Savannah Page from Georgia. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And you go to K-State?
I do.
So they're the Wildcats, right?
We are.
So what made you? What got you to go to K-State?
Well, I visited a couple schools and narrowed it down to the few that I wanted to go visit. And when I went to K-State, it felt like home.
Okay.
When I stepped on campus, and then obviously I met with the coach there, Peyton Dahmer, and fell in love even more. He really does a good job of connecting you and with mentors, with the school, and then obviously judging is a big thing and a big role for him. It really spoke to me when he made it personal, made the visit personal, and he wanted me to be the best that I could be, and he didn't compare me to anyone else. So that really stuck out to me.
And that's what I love about our industry, Savannah, is the fact that we all take each other into account, and we're an individual at this point. It's about you as a person and thriving in this industry, no matter where you go to school or whatever you do. What does the pig industry mean to you? And specifically the pig industry, obviously we're at a Market Barrows show here in San Antonio, so what is the pig industry to you?
It's everything to me, honestly.
Okay, so you're a pig showing girl, I'm assuming?
Oh, I am.
Awesome.
I started showing when I was 6 years old, and I was a shy little girl, and I never talked to anyone. I hid behind my dad's leg everywhere I went. And honestly, through the NJSA specifically, all the events that they had and traveling across the country, it really pushed me to go outside of my comfort zone, and that's what's made me who I am. I've loved the show ring. I've loved making connections with industry leaders and families, and yeah.
So, you talk about the NJSA. Is Reagan Gibson part of that, I'm assuming? Do you know Reagan? She was from Iowa. She came up here last year and talked a little bit. I think she's part of the NJSA, I believe. I think I saw on Facebook. Maybe that's where I get all my facts nowadays. I feel like it's Facebook because I don't really trust the news as much anymore as I used to. So have you got to watch any of the Burke Drive yet at all?
I did. I watched every class, and it
Good
was
for
pretty good.
you.
So, yeah, it was
So
very
what
good.
did you see in the judges? You talk about Chad, you talk about Nick. They're both from 2 totally different places around the country, but both doing a phenomenal job working together. What have you seen and what they've been picking so far?
Just consistency. I think you have to have the whole package, especially here at the big show and the big stage. They have to be muscular and powerful, but they also have to be built right for them to truly work up in the class. So we're on the big stage. They have to have it all.
And when I mentioned to Connor earlier in the first class we did, you'll see a lot of these animals in that place 7th through 10th that were potentially either breed champion or grand or reserve of the show at their county shows. And it just shows you the depth of quality we have here in San Antonio. Not to take away from any other shows, but when you get to a show
folks,
of this
it'll be
caliber,
just a few more moments, and we'll be ready for our breed
it gets really
championship round
competitive.
for our Berkshire Barrows.
So what we're doing now, for those of you just tuning in, want to give a shout-out to Taylor Fort and his crew for being here and giving everybody a front row seat here at the San Antonio Market Barrows Show. Weather's about 70 degrees outside, nice brisk morning here in Texas, and here we go.
We're ready to go now. Okay, here we go. Our first place from Class 1, Avery Lynn Casas, Klondike FFA.
That first class of the day, it was very, very deep right off the back. It's like, man, our first class of the day, first breed of the day, and it's already this deep. I can't imagine what the rest of the day is going to look like.
First place from Class 2, Rhett Strassner, Hockley County, 4-H.
It's hard to find a set of Berkshire Barrows as deep as this nowadays.
Oh, I know. And, I talked to
from Class 3,
Mr. Schwab
Addison,
about that. I said,
Blair
how many of these are
Butler,
pure,
Armstrong
you think?
County.
He said, I don't know. But I said, as all you Berkshire breeders out here, whatever y'all are doing, keep doing it, because whatever you're putting in the
And
water
Class
out there
4,
has been very
Madeline
good.
McBride, Chambers County, 4-H.
I bet there's a little bit more Berkshire influence than we all want to admit.
Yeah,
because,
that's true.
They favor some characteristics pretty good.
Oh, yeah, they do. They do. Absolutely.
And Class 5, Kevin Maddox Cliff, Randall County, 4-H.
This is, I mean, you're at the best part of this right now up here in the Crow's Nest in the sense of you get to see all 5 classes out here and see what they look like when you bring them all out here. And I see a lot of uniformity in these barrows here.
Yeah, that's what I was just realizing. They look pretty similar.
I like when you can take a silhouette of one and then make it a little bit bigger, about 20% bigger, and it looks the exact same. And I see a lot of the same characteristics in all 5 of these barrows here.
Yeah, in the Top Judge program, we've talked a lot about consistency, and not everybody has to like your kind specifically, but as long as you're consistent and break down the livestock and are good with the kids, that's all that matters.
Exactly. You make the kid bigger than the animal.
That's exactly right.
And that's what I feel like our industry as a whole, you know, I'm not saying we're stepping away or we've kind of stepped away from that or shied away from it, but we need to make sure we put the important things back in our judging program. And what I love about Top Judge when they came up with this program is they're putting that integrity back in our judges and making it about the kids. Because sometimes we get lost in that. You know, we do judging contests, judge 4 at a time. It's about you as an individual and how good of a judge you are. When you're out here in the big ring, you're judging a lot of kids.
Right.
And you got to remember, like, hey, these kids put all this hard work into it. Think about, like, when you showed, you know, you started at age 6 and all the work you put into it. And I love what the Top Judge program's doing. I think he's made up his mind.
Yes.
Well, an excellent Berkshire drive, and we didn't expect anything less. And let's give these kids a big round of applause before we pick your champion, Berkshire. And I really meant what I said when we started. I know everybody's not going to do as good as they want to throughout the week, but we're here for a whole week, and we're going to have fun at a hog show, I promise you. I think it comes down between a pair of them, and we agree on the pair. To us, there's one that's just a notch more comfortable out back. He's a little square when you get right in behind him. He's probably smoother in his transition in terms of his junction. Young man, on the last class, congratulations. You're going to have a champion Berkshire.
Congratulations to Kevin Maddox Cliff, Randall County 4-H exhibitor of our champion Berkshire Barrow. Now coming into contention, Colton Buddy Winter, Lubbock County 4-H.
I had a feeling they were going to go with that heavy. That was a good little booger.
They latched onto him.
We bring our reserve out. Talked about wanting to make him more comfortable up there through his shoulder. He gets out here, and one that we definitely think gets in the mix. There's another one that's just so burly, so round-ribbed. Didn't think his hock and his stifle hookup was quite as clean, but, man, he is one round-ribbed bear coming at you. Young lady here in the center is going to have a reserve.
What'd you think?
I thought they got it right.
I think so, too.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
At lip reading out here. I don't know if they're talking about how good this hog show is or if they're talking about fly fishing right now. But they're having fun together. They're doing it as a team. And when you have 2 judges out there and, you know, sometimes maybe your personalities clash or whatever, they're making it above them. But you can tell these 2 enjoy being around each other and sorting these hogs together, and they're making 2 opinions into one and keeping that pattern going.
Yeah, I really like how they do the 2-judge system here. It's just a backup, and you feel more confident in your decision afterward because your one opinion means a lot to all these kids here.
Well, and earlier in the classes, there was that one young lady who was in the big arena. She got missed the first time.
Yep,
came back and made the sale here at San Antonio.
Yep.
And Nick made a point to make a comment like, hey, I missed this barra, and I'm so glad Chad was here to help me find it. He wasn't above saying I'm too prideful to say I get it right the first time. That's what I love about the 2-judge system. That guy's got your back out there. If you miss something or they see something that, hey, did you see this one or what do you think about this one? It kind of helps, you know, your confidence level get built up pretty quickly.
Yeah, and Dr. Clint Schwab actually gave us the same example when he judged here. He missed one of his reserve champions, so I thought that was pretty cool as well.
Every time I see, do you know Brian Anderson? Have you ever heard of Brian?
Yes, sir, I did.
So Brian judged here back when, I guess that was 06, 07. and I was put in the big arena, and he was the lead judge of the Durocs that year. I came out of the dead seed and ended up being division champion that year. And I make sure I tell him that, like, hey, remember that one time you put me in the Dead Sea? And he's like, well, you just didn't get your hog set up right. And it's true, I did not. But, I mean, I guess my point is you never give up. And that young lady never gave up. And she went from maybe going to the truck to getting a sales spot. And these kids at the auction here, they get to take home everything they get at the auction. So
That's exactly right.
that's a big difference.
It's an awesome experience.
Yes, it is. And something that young lady, I'm sure, will look back on and say, hey, never give up, because I got put in the big arena or Dead Sea, whatever you want to call it, and ended up making the sale. So I never gave up. If I would have given up there, I wouldn't have had a chance.
That's awesome.
Yep. So are you going to get to come back up here again after, because you're not doing the spots, are you?
I'm doing Poland China Grand Drive, so I'll be back up here.
Cool. So you get to watch that. Hey, you got two good little spots to come and interview.
Yep.
You get to do the two of the champion drives.
Yep, I kind of set it up that way because I like to see everything get
Savannah,
back out
you're
here together.
smart. I can tell you. I'm sure you were a straight A student in college too.
Try to be, but
Hey, we're all human, right? College is fun. So,
That's right.
Well, Savannah, thanks for joining us here,
Yep.
and look forward to seeing you in the Poland Drive.
Thanks for having me.
Of course.
Okay, folks, if I could have your attention, we have one exhibitor that hasn't checked in Class 8. Arlette Gonzalez, Medina County 4-H. If you're in the holding pens, could you let us know, please? Thank you. And our certified Texas bred registry class champion from Class 5, Berkshire Barrows, exhibited by Coulter Winter of Lubbock, Texas. Breeder that Barrows, Wintex Farm, and they can pick up their certified Texas bred caps at their association table near the show ring.
If you just now joined us, we're at the start of Class 8, which is our first class of spotted Poland Chinas. Our first class is 250 pounds to 250 pounds, 24 head in this class. If you got to see in the Berk show there, we had 207 total head in that show. It is actually up from 2025. Last year we had 151 head show up here at San Antonio. So what a great increase here that we're seeing for our 77th annual Junior Livestock Market Barrow Show here. I have not been able to give you the Texas breds of our Berkshire show, so I wanted to share that with our viewers and our audience here. In Class 1, our Texas bred went to our class champion, Avery Casas out of Klondike FFA. The breeder of that barrow was Night Show Pigs of Shadowwater. Congratulations to Scotta and Cameron and Tad Knight. But understand this is a special sow. This is actually Cowan's sow. And that is the grandson of the Knights, Kristen's son, and we're proud to hear that his sow has had really good success here, having that class champion here at San Antonio. Our Class 2 Texas bred was also our class champion of that class. It was belonged to Rhett Stracer and from Hockley County 4-H. And the breeder of that one was D2 Livestock out of Bandera, Texas. Congratulations to Rhett with his class champion and Texas bred. Class 3 was our second place in class. It was Ava Luke out of Hampshire, Fayette, FFA, MS Livestock out of Troy, Texas. Congratulations to the breeder MS Livestock out of Troy, Texas for that certified Texas bred champion. And Ava did well also in the breeding show here at San Antonio in the junior gilt sale. I remember her name as well. Class 4, our class champion was also the Texas bred winner, Madeline McBride out of Chamber County 4-H. The breeder of her barrow was West Texas Genetics out of Vancourt, Texas. Congratulations to West Texas Genetics out of Vancourt for a very nice barrow as well. And then our final class in our Berkshire show, Class 5, our Texas bred winner was our second place at Coulter Winner. Our second place was our Texas bred class winner out of Lubbock County 4-H, Wintex Farms out of Lubbock. So congratulations to Wintex Farms and Will Winters. He does a really outstanding job as well with his genetic program. So congratulations to all those winners. If you just had joined us, the division champion went to Calvin Cliff, which was the Class 5 class champion out of Randall County 4-H. And then our reserve division went to Addison Butler out of Armstrong County 4-H. So that lines up and heads up our Berkshire show. And congratulations to all the Texas bred winners and also to our division and reserve champion division winners in our Berkshire show. Looks like we've got 2 so far pinned here in our Spotted Poland China so far. And we've got 1 or 2 out in the big ring.
All right, I got a special guest that came all the way from Tahoka, Texas. Well, I guess you go to A&M now, but Mr. Stone, tell us who you are, where you're from, and kind of how you got to where you're at now.
Yeah, so I'm Bryson Stone. I'm from Tahoka, Texas. I grew up on a cotton farm and showed some pigs and steers growing up. I was really involved in FFA and 4-H. After high school, I went to Blinn to be on their judging team. I was there for 2 years, and then after that, I kind of disappointed my parents, and I stayed far away. I went to A&M, and I didn't go the Red Raider route like the rest of them.
For those of you who don't know where Tahoka, Texas is, it's like, 20 miles south of Lubbock on 87? Yeah. You drive right through there. They've got a stripes on the left-hand side, and if you turn one way and turn the other, you'll miss it pretty quickly, I think. So that's where good old Tad Knight's from, I believe. He's from Tahoka, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. Yep. I run from a big family of Texas Tech alumni, and so now I'm going to start the generation of Aggies.
I love it. And A&M's a great school. Blinn's a great college to go judge at. And kind of, did you show pigs growing up, or what species did you show as a kid?
I showed steers and pigs multiple times here all over Texas. Never got to go out of the state. Wasn't that experienced. Yeah, I showed here multiple times. Had some success. Had some very, very bad days in this barn as well.
Hey, we've all been there, done that, and you know how tough this show, specifically this show is. And to make a sale placing position here in any one of these classes is a very, very big deal, because you'll have some pigs that place 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th that might have been champion or grand of their county show, and they get here and they get humbled very quickly because of the depth of quality we have. What breed specifically did you show growing up in the pig barn?
We tried to keep a lot of the light color breeds because we were coming down here for the steer show too. So we tried to keep the trip pretty short for us. So I showed a lot of crossbreds, and then I was probably the only one in my family that liked to show some Chesters.
Okay.
Nobody else liked to deal with a little bit of attitude. But
I was going to say between them and the Landrays, if anytime you have a feed bucket, you'll hear about it. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So have you watched any of the shows so far to this point?
To the swine barn, we need a parent or
We've been here
adult.
this morning. I thought Chad and Nick have done a great job. We got to talk to them last night through the Top Judge program, kind of listening to how they prepare and what they're looking for, and that was extremely insightful.
Well, and those of you listening in, we've been talking about the Top Judge program all day, and I think it's so crucial to talk about it and what they're trying to do to these kids and help these kids out. They have to go through a resume process, correct, and you have to be selected to be part of this very elite group. This is year number 2, I believe they've done this, and it's a big deal. They look for well-rounded kids, and they're trying to put integrity and respect and responsibility back in the judging. Not that it's not still there by any means, not taken away from the guys judging, because they have all those attributes already, but teaching the younger kids, like, this is why we do what we do. We're doing it for the kids, making it bigger than them, but we're judging hogs at the same time. So what does the Top Judge program mean to you specifically?
It's been extremely impactful for me. Now, I wasn't a part of like a super involved judging family growing up, and so I didn't know if I'd get just a ton of experiences being able to step in the ring, but through this program, I've met awesome people. I've gotten really good mentors that will help me in the future. Any chance I get, I won't ever be able to judge probably this Barrows show, but hopefully I'll be able to go up north and do some big ones.
I was going to say, if you stay in the state of Texas, it's real. We don't allow any Texas judges to come in here, and I understand the reasoning behind that. There's so many Texas breeders here, and having these guys up north, we get a different perspective on everything. And I know a lot of these guys, you know, we all grew up around them. We all have either shown one of their animals, or, you know, the boar studs that they produce, all these really good high quality boars that we bred to some of their stock and everything else. And we're probably seeing some of the everything they've sown in their product here on these spots. I've never been a spot guy, Braxton, but very high quality spots that I can see in this first class of spot Barrows here at San Antonio. Did you ever show any spots?
I wanted to, but dear old dad wouldn't ever let me.
You said you stayed with the light color breeds. I remember you saying that. Yeah, it made it nice, because especially coming from Tahoka, that's about a 6.5, 7.5 hour drive from Tahoka to here.
Yep, and me and my brothers played a lot of sports growing up too, so
cool.
Usually we play a basketball game on Tuesday night, and then us and our mom would drive pretty much all night long to get to layover to get to San Antonio.
And yet you're still talking about it to this day. You know, we talk about all the memories. You know, it's about, you know, you have 20 minutes of spotlight usually about here in the show ring. You know, you think about all the work you put in behind the scenes that nobody gets to see, but you talk about the sports, the memories driving down. To those of you who are interested in showing, I remember some of those memories just as fondly as I do being successful out here in the show ring, and that's what it's about. It's about the experience, the journey, not just about the end result here. The young man coming out. Looks like they've kept about 10 or 12 back here. Top 10 will get a placing ribbon, and the top 5 in each one of these spot classes will make the sale here at San Antonio. Our first class of spots consists of 24 total head, and the weight ranges on these Barrows is 250 on the dot. So you can weigh within 10 pounds of your weight card. So all these kids turn their weight cards in at 250. They can weigh up to 260, but in this first class they cannot weigh less than 240 because Packers don't take anything lighter than that. So I know in that first class of Berkshires there was a couple that got weighed out because they weren't quite heavy enough, and nothing you can really do about that. It's a lot easier to take off weight than try to put them on when they don't want to eat, kind of thing. So what do you want to do after you graduate college and everything? Have we made it that far yet?
It's a little up in the air right now.
I hear you. What's your major currently?
Agricultural economics.
Okay, good for you.
And I'm getting a certificate in international trade of ag.
Okay.
I'm looking at going to grad school maybe. Part of that's kind of don't know what I want to do, and part of that's maybe put off in the job market just a little more.
Okay.
I'm interning with Capital Farm Credit this summer as a crop insurance intern. Hopefully that can turn into a career.
And you're in a good place to be. That's where their headquarters is, I believe, isn't it?
Well, I'm actually going to do it in Lubbock.
Oh, are you really? Okay, so yeah, I know a lot of those people. Our cousin's wife is, I think, her name's Corinne Herber. She's pretty high up in the real estate part of Capital Farm, but I know several people in that industry. Trey Brooks, a good friend of mine growing up, he's at the Burnett location. You have Trey Ottmers, who runs he's one of the regional guys for the Hill Country area. A lot of very, very successful people that work for that industry, and I like how the fact that they keep ag in the insurance side of stuff. And you know, it kind of goes hand in hand. You talk about crop insurance. You've grown up a cotton farmer, so you kind of know the ins and outs of all that stuff already. You must be pretty good with numbers, too. Good enough.
Sometimes, I
guess.
There you go. It's better than writing a bunch of words on a table. On
Understandable.
Paper.
And you get to go visit people, too, and good people.
That's what I'm excited about, the people business.
Well, you talk about the industry as a whole. You know, this industry is so large, but yet it's so small. You talk about getting to meet all these people you wouldn't get the opportunity to meet in the Top Judge program. You never know down the road in your life when you may interact with these people again, or may be doing some trading with these guys, or sell insurance potentially, or, you know, do a loan or anything like that with those kind of people. It always goes full circle. I met some people in high school that were from different states that went on to have a judging career, and I found out, 10 years later, we ran into him at like Houston Livestock Show or something, and I'm like, oh my goodness, like I hadn't seen you in a long time. How's life? How's this? And ended up being, I did some business with them. We make, buckles and banners and stuff like that. And they're like, oh yeah, I forgot you did this. So it's kind of cool how things go full circle, and it happens very quickly in this industry here.
Yeah. We were talking about it yesterday in one of our meetings that it might not be the biggest industry in the world. It's a pretty large one, but it's definitely one of the close-knit ones.
Yes, exactly. We take care of our own here, and we value so many morals, responsibility, holding kids accountable, and I really feel like in this world today that we need more kids like that. And this is for those of you who are not in the ag industry that may be just watching, to maybe you have a grandkid or a family member or a friend that's maybe showing, one of their kids is showing. This is a great industry to be in a part of. There's so many things other than just showing a pig, showing a steer, showing a goat, rabbit, whatever it may be. There's so many opportunities in this industry that go beyond just the show ring, but this is one of the many things that builds character in these kids, and we're happy to be a part of this industry. So it looks like what they're doing right now, they've kept 5 back here, so all 5 of these individuals here should make the sale here in this class.
That's the best feeling when you're showing, is when only the amount of people that get pinned back is the amount in the sale.
People don't understand the word cry hole, and I've been in the cry hole a few times, and it's like, man, I don't know if I'd rather got cry hole or got sent straight to the truck, but it's one of those feelings. You're so close, and unfortunately in life, that's we don't always get what we want out of life, and it's a reason to keep striving to do better. And it's a good character builder. None of us want to be in the cry hole by any means, but somebody's got to be there. But all 5 of these individuals here are going to make the sale here at San Antonio. So kudos to all 5 of these individuals in this first class of spots we have here. These guys are doing a really good job, Braxton, of really keeping a good flow of each one of these classes. They're getting through them.
Yeah.
And they're doing a good job. And it's not they're going fast. They're taking their time with these kids. But, man, I got to give a shout-out to all these volunteers here. I don't know if you knew that or not, but there's 7,000-plus volunteers that dedicate their time, their vacation away from work to be here for these kids and helping the show ring, help load trailers, help in the back, and to give everybody such a unique and fun experience here at San Antonio.
When I was in high school, I think I kind of took it for granted because when I was a freshman at Blinn, I interned here for the Barrows show, and a couple of the classes I was in the back, and I was sorting pigs going into the sift bin. I very much appreciate him now. It's not an easy job back there.
But you know what? Now that you say that, I remember when you were back there, because when you came up here, I was like, he looks familiar. Because I've been doing this, I guess, 5 years now, and you were down here. I do remember that when you were in the back here now. Now that you say that, I'm like, okay, I do remember that now. And I'm real bad with names, too, by the way. You know, we know so many people, get to meet so many people and have that opportunity. It's like, man, I know your face.
Yeah.
I know your face. Let's hear what Mr. Day has to say about this first class.
Well, you bet. Congratulations. As Nick alluded to there, as we started here this morning, certainly a pleasure to be here. I know we worked through the Berks. First time I've grabbed the mic and had the opportunity to discuss a class here. And, as expected, we got through the Berks there, and we felt very good about the way those things fit together. And we get into this first class of spots, and I think they fall together very similar to what the Berkshire show did. And I think we end up on a pair out here in terms of just freshness, in terms of body shape, build, squareness, and comfort. These two come up here to the top end for us. And with that being said, I lean over here towards the young lady in the yellow in terms of just that bear's head shape, his freshness at the top of his pole, back into his shoulder. He opens up with a big round rib cage. He's got good spread up high. I think he's a notch stouter when you get right on top of him and read him out of his hip down to the ground there. He reads a notch bolder there in his forearm and down at his front foot for me, comparatively to the one that ends up in second. Now, it sounds like I'm nitpicking on that one in second, but at the same point in time, this one here, in terms of quality and positive, is very, very good pig as well. Study that one in terms of just his expression through his shoulder, the way it lays back over through his forerib. He, too's got plenty. When you get up on top of him in terms of spread, he is still plenty stout enough. Maybe not as stout when you step right in behind him. There's the other one. I changed the head shape of him there just a little bit. I think the maturity, when you get in there and study them ones like that, they read just a little more mature about just their skull comparatively to the one there that wins. And then, as I said, I didn't read him just quite as heavy duty when you study that one right down at the ground, particularly on his front leg there compared to the one there ahead of him. But, boys, I'm talking about two of them that are very, very good. Quality's not an issue. Certainly something to be proud of that end up being second in that class. Come out here with the one in third, and I'll be honest, when this one came through the gate back there, he's one of those that commands your attention. You think, boy, we got us a class winner right out of the way. And a lot of days he probably could. But at the same point, when we get him out here, you start to study in this one when he comes out of the gate. He rolls the most out in his shoulder and there in his elbow. And in this particular breed, that's one of the things we definitely fight and we've got to keep in mind. I do love the head shape, the skull, the design, the muscle, and the freshness. They did an outstanding job of presentation of getting the hog here. The more you study him, you step off to the side. He's the most unsecure in terms of his rear leg placement. He wants to carry up underneath of him up there. I didn't think he just got out and drove with that extra authority like those top two did in this particular drive. Coming out here next is one of those, I guess, more meat and potatoes kind of a pig, if you will, there. He's maybe not the shiniest one, but when you dig into him and study that one in terms of just skeletal build, in terms of chest, in terms of everything matching and proportioning from top to bottom, he falls into fourth in this class for me. He's got more width, he's got more power than the one that comes out here in fourth. One in fourth, design-wise, very good. Elevation at the point of the shoulder, the look, the build of that particular hog. Didn't read that one near as heavy duty. When you study him at the ground, he gets a little more hesitant in his rear leg movement there. When you step off to the side of him and simply just doesn't have as much when you dig into the center portion of that particular hog and study width and dimension comparatively to those 3 right there above him. Another hog that comes out here, a little bit of the same scenario. I like the build of this hog here. His neck wants to maybe come out just a notch lower there, the way he comes out of his shoulder there. Throws him off balance just a little bit, and he's probably the least of script of that top 5 when you get right in there in terms of just overall product when you study that one, both coming and going versus those ones. Here's a wide stout one that comes out right here. If you can relax this one in his spine, change his hind leg there just ever so slightly. From his hip forward, he hits you as hard as any of them in terms of chest, in terms of boldness of center body. Just got to reconstruct that rear third of his skeleton to move him up in this class. Coming out next year, another one that just kind of kept working his way up the line there. Got a good build, good design to him. Again, we kind of run into the same scenario as we get down through here. Maybe get a little more rigid in the way we use our hind leg, a little frailer about the way we read that one in his skull and just overall shape, and from an overall shape and power standpoint. Coming out next, you end up with another one, again, in terms of just overall build. He follows into the spot because of from just a sheer quality standpoint. He twos one on the bottom side of his jaw, a notch frailer there, doesn't read quite as heavy duty, and we round out the class with one over there that certainly from an overall standpoint, he's burly, he's stout, he doesn't want to cooperate, he gets a little tangled up off of both ends of his skeleton. Good class to start off our spot division. Give him a nice round of applause if you would.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the champion's formula at winning-enterprises.com.
4-H. 6th place, Markley Matthews, Midland FFA. 5th place, Hayden Scott Pompa, Samuel Clemens FFA. 4th place, Kai Jake Criswell, Happy FFA. 3rd place, Hayes Clark McMillan, Howard County 4-H. 2nd place, Hayden Shieldknight, Groover FFA. And exhibiting 1st place, Renly Rakowitz, Bell County 4-H. Renly is also our certified Texas Bred Registry class champion from Class 8, Spot Barrows. Breeder of that barrow is Spin of Holland, and they can pick up their certified Texas bred caps at our association table near the show ring.
Well, welcome back. For those of you just now tuning in to the Taylor Fort Podcasting, thanks for bringing us all a front row seat. And want to also thank these sponsors you see going across your screen as well. Without them, this could not be made possible. And want to give a shout out to everybody at San Antonio who's made this show possible for these kids. We're moving on to class number 9, our second class of Spot Barrows. Keep wanting to say gilts. We did gilts a few weeks ago, but this is the Barrows show here at San Antonio, Wave 1. 25 total head in this class, and weight ranges on these market barrows goes from 251 to 263. I got Mr. Braxton from Tahoka, Texas, still here with me. Braxton, kind of talk about what they're doing right now.
Right now, they're going through the sift pin. So Mr. Day, the one with the tie, is evaluating if he likes them or not. He's going from the ground up, basically, if they're wide, stout, sound, good looking, have muscle. If he likes them, he's going to send them forward. And then if he thinks they need a little bit more, he's going to send him to Mr. Hofschulte in the second ring. And if Mr. Hofschulte likes him, he's going to send him to the Dead Sea. If not, then
they go on to greener pastures, as I like to say.
Yeah.
Because this is a terminal show, so there's a lot of life lessons here. You know, a lot of these kids, you know, especially if you're a third grader and coming out here for the very first time and you don't really understand the concept of, like, you have to say goodbye to your animal here, and it's just the natural part of life. And, you know, it's tough sometimes. I remember my first year showing here, and I ended up taking my animal to the truck, or as we call it, and I had to say goodbye to my animal for the first time. Usually when you have a pet and you've been spending the last 8 to 10 months with this animal, you develop a really big bond with these animals, and it's tough, but it's just like part of life, and it's a life lesson I learned. I dang sure cried for sure. I'm not too prideful to say I didn't cry the first time I'd said goodbye to my animal, but I learned a lot of life lessons through that. And we talked about the volunteers earlier, Braxton. There's a guy in the purple right here. His name is Guy, and he literally high fives and gives everybody a congratulations, good job to everybody who goes to the truck. And every single one of these kids does not leave here without a high five or a fist bump from that guy. He doesn't miss a single kid, and he's been doing this a long time. So
That's to say, he's been here since I started showing, I think.
yeah, and I don't know if you've ever gotten any high fives from Guy over there.
I did. Got a couple.
He 3 to 4,000 Barrows come here minimum each year. Think about how many high fives and handshakes and fist bumps that is.
It makes a tough day a little
That's
better.
a lot. I'm afraid. I wonder if he has any arthritis in his hand or not. But you know what? He makes sure that those kids feel just as important as everybody else, and that's making the kid bigger than the animal. And that's what we want here. That's the integrity that these people at San Antonio put into these kids.
That's what yesterday it was said multiple times by Mr. Warren Beeler was, don't let the animal get bigger than the kid.
I'm going to go ahead and say his name, Big Butt Beeler.
Yeah.
He lives by that name. That's his trademark. But no. So Mr. Beeler was a judge when I was a kid, and we all look up to them. And, as a kid judging for the, showing for the first time, those guys are your idols. I look at like Mr. Beeler, Dan Hogue, Mark Hogue did the last part of my showing career, Al Schminke, John Hinker, Wayne Hinker. There's a lot of really good judges. I'll even show Randy Shipley. I don't know if you've ever heard of him I think he's from Ohio, Schaefer. There's so many big names in our industry. Steve Nichols. I'm just naming a few. I don't know, I keep rambling on that deal, but those people, I idolize those guys because they gave me the time of day, and they were so important out there in the ring, and they made us all feel special. Whether you got first place or last place, they made you feel important.
Yeah, that was kind of a surreal. When we started the Top Judge thing a couple days ago, is a ton of people who you've looked up to and who've evaluated your stock while you were growing up, while you were showing, that you get to talk to, you get to talk about livestock with them, talk about how to handle a ring. It's a pretty cool program that I'm extremely blessed to be a part of.
Yeah, and Nick and Chad are going to be the next people that people look up to as well. And did you ever show to these guys growing up?
There's a good chance, but I don't really know if I'm being completely honest.
So what? I know we're in a pig barn, but let's talk about some steers real quick. You showed steers too. What was your breed of choice when you showed steers?
I like to show Americans.
Americans, okay.
Yeah.
Keep it American.
Mm-hmm.
I love
Those
it.
are my favorite. Sometimes they had a little bit of attitude, but I always thought I was skilled enough to put up with it.
Yeah, I hear you, my friend. Looks like they've kept 4 back so far. What they've been doing consistently is keeping at least 10. I've seen them keep up to 16 in some classes. That just shows you the depth of quality in that particular class that they've had.
They've been kind of short on how many they're going to put in the Dead Sea so far, but they know what they're looking for, and they're confident in their ability, and they're being consistent.
And there was one class they didn't heap any in the big arena.
Mm-mm. But usually, if you're in the Dead Sea, you still have an awesome shot of getting pulled, because right now I've seen at least almost one come out of every class out of the Dead Sea.
Absolutely. And you talk about, first impressions are so big, in that first initial sort that they do, your animal may not cooperate coming right out of the gate, but if you're in the big arena, you still, like you said, you have a second chance. We talked about it earlier. There was a young lady who was in the big arena for a secondary evaluation. She got pulled and ended up making the sale here at San Antonio. So big thing is don't give up. Never give up. No matter when you're showing, you work too hard not to just throw in the towel, and that's something some of these kids take for granted. And looks like we're fixing to come evaluate these 2 that are still out here. I think they're counting to see how many they kept back.
It's hard. You work all year long, spend so much money, and then 3 little steps in a couple seconds determines that. But the Dead Sea gives you another chance in a bigger arena.
They're going to go and tell these 2 individuals to come weigh their animals here. They're going to get a chance at a top 10 placing here. I see 8 they've pinned back so far, but that doesn't mean there's not some below us, because what you at home don't see below us here, they're classifying. And if you make it through classification, meaning you make breed characteristics, each breed has its own characteristics you have to have here. Obviously, they're all pigs that are showing in the pig show. So there's certain breed characteristics that make up these spot market Barrows here. If you make it through that, you have to weigh across the scale, and you have to be within 10 pounds on the upper or lower end of your weight card. Say you turned in your weight card at 260, you can weigh up to 270, but no less than 250, I believe.
That is the most stressful thing about this whole thing is when your animal steps on the scale.
Especially if you're I call it playing with fire. If you're already on the borderline, if say you're weighing a little heavy, you want to make sure it goes to the bathroom before it goes across the scale. Fingers crossed, hold your breath, whatever it may be, and they say good, and you're like, oh, all that weight's off your shoulders at that point. You can move on to the next thing. And I always got butterflies right before I went in the ring. I was so comfortable out there, but you always had that feeling, okay, here we go. It's almost like an excited adrenaline rush that you get. But that's one of the best feelings. Like, you talk about sports. I'm sure you felt the same way when you played sports, too.
Yeah. And it doesn't stop when you're done. My little brother graduated last year, and every time he went in the ring or, like, there was a big game going, every single member of our family is sitting there, legs are shaking, arms are shaking.
It's stressful, man.
Yeah.
And I've got a 2-year-old at home, and she's obviously going to show at some point, I'm sure. I'm probably going to be that dad that's behind the bleachers with my hands, over my eyes, just, because you can't control anything. Yeah. You rely on them to say, hey, you put in all the hard work, you got this, but it's still stressful.
I know many dads and parents who it's like last second free throw or there's 2 left in the class, they'll walk off, they can't watch.
Or you have that parent on the fence that's coaching every step of the way. We've seen those too.
Yeah. Whatever floats your boat, whatever works for you.
Yep, whatever you're comfortable with. We've got a diverse range of parents out there, but all here to support these kids, and that is the most important thing. Heck, I even saw some people with pom-poms here one year. They had pom-poms. Like, you talk about a cheering section, that's taking it to another level.
Yeah, I think it was the 2nd or 3rd class of Berks. Young lady won the class, and you would have thought this place erupted. I mean,
yeah, you would have thought it was the Grand Drive kind of deal. And that's something these northern judges always talk about that is different than back home, is like, we are so supportive and we cheer on everybody here. And that's something that you and I both grew up, we're used to this, but you go up north, they're not used to that camaraderie kind of thing. And not that they don't support the kids, I don't mean it that in any kind of negative fashion there, but we have so many people that cheer on these kids, whether it's their kid or somebody else's kid, they're happy for them. And that is so unique to Texas, is what everybody keeps saying. And we're just used to it down here, aren't we?
Yeah, we talked yesterday. We got to meet with some ag teachers and county agents, and most of the people in the swine part of the top judge program are from up north. It's me and another person only from Texas, and so they don't really know all the type of hands-on work that ag teachers and county agents do in Texas, and you don't realize how lucky the kids are. And you go up north, and it's not always like that, and so we kind of take it for granted how much work the ag teachers and county agents put in and love on these kids, and how much they care for them and just want to see them successful.
I feel like those people who are an extension and ag teacher, it is a calling. It just like being a teacher in general, it's a calling. All the work that they put into it, not just in their day job of 8 to 5. There's a lot of stuff that happens after hours that these ag teachers and extension agents do for these kids, coming to these shows, staying up late, hauling these trailers down for these kids to show anywhere. They don't get enough love and support that I think they deserve sometimes. And people take it for granted because they're just so used to having them around. Some of my biggest mentors and life lessons didn't come just from my parents. It came from my mentors in the extension and ag teachers.
I had some great ag teachers and county agents growing up.
In your county, yes, you did. You had some really, really good ones. And they were just as hard on you, I'm sure, as some of the coaches were.
Oh, yeah. I'll shout out Miss Shelby Hannum. She might have been harder on me than anybody, but, man, she was tough, but she wanted me to succeed.
Oh, yeah. And you look back and you think about every say, butt chewing you ever got in life, you look back and be like, man, that was the best thing that ever happened to me, is, kept me on point, kept me in check kind of thing. And
I'm glad I grew up with parents and ag teachers who wanted to see you succeed, because that are a little hard on you when you fail and you mess up and you make mistakes. People need to be, because when I was a freshman and throughout my judging career at A&M and Blinn, you mess up, you're going to know. You're going to get told.
You're going to hear about it, yeah. They're going to hold you accountable.
Yeah, and so glad I got to experience that young.
Looks like we have 4 of them pinned back. They're placing 5th through 10th now at this point. And they're placing 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th in that order.
I think this is the first class where they placed one of the sailmakers just out
right
of the
off the
first
back.
time.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's going to vary, depending on class size and quality and everything else. Not to say the depth of quality is not great in this class. It just depends where their flow is. They feel like these top 4 separate themselves out.
We get into those big crossbred classes or hemp classes this afternoon where still 5 or 6 or 7 make the sale, and there's so many in there. We're going to see so many pinned back that they're in the alleyway and there's not enough.
Yes, they might have 20-something pinned back in that class or whatever. Looks like they have the top 10 placed out here. Now down to our top 4 in this class. So every one of these individuals here makes the sale here at San Antonio that are coming out now.
They'll all get to walk on Friday.
Yes, they will. That's a good feeling to know, like when you make the sale here, it's like, it's such a good feeling and get excited.
Especially when you're one of the first breeds.
Yes, of course.
The best is when you're in the first wave, we always showed the second wave. So when my friends who made the sale in the first wave, if their parents let them stay all week long instead of going home and coming back for the sale, it was always so much fun.
Oh, of course. And living where you lived at in Tahoka, it almost didn't pay for you to drive all the way home, then drive all the way back again. Unless you played sports and had a game, basketball game, or I guess basketball, baseball, tennis is going on still right now. Softball is going on right now. Golf, if you were a golfer.
Our gas bill during the show season and stock show season is, I'd imagine, pretty high in high school.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you probably had to rotate the tires on your vehicles a time or two. Or
when it gets to baseball season and it's an 8-hour drive and we're not really wanting to drive all the way down here, me and my brothers, once we got old enough, obviously, would fly down to layover.
Well, that must make it nice.
Yeah.
That was kind of cool.
Allowed us to not drive through the middle of the night. It got to points when we were driving in the middle of the night, we were playing blaring songs, the windows down, just for everybody to stay awake.
Did you ever show at Houston at all?
That was my favorite.
I'm sure that was quite the drive from Tahoka, Texas.
Yeah. That one, for some reason, I always had the most luck at Houston. San Antonio always taught me some lessons. Houston taught me a little bit more success, it felt like.
Well, San Antonio is just such a tough show. Like I was mentioning earlier, you're 8th, 9th, 10th place. Sometimes we're the breed champion or grand champion of your show. And it's a very humbling experience as a kid out there. And sometimes as a parent, too, you think you have a good animal, and you do. Just the depth of quality at San Antonio. There's a reason they call this the Super Bowl of pig shows here at San Antonio. Down to our top 3 in our second class of spot Barrows here. Started with 25, and now we're down to 3. Total of 5 classes of spot Barrows here at San Antonio this year.
My favorite thing about this week is, in high school, I always pride myself. I'm from Texas. I feel like we have the best animals. But we're here for the San Antonio Barrow Show, and all week long, from the mentors, from the legends of the swine industry, you hear this is the King of Kings. This is the big one that people come to win, and people come from all around just to watch. And it's a pleasure to judge. It's a pleasure to be involved in it.
2 young ladies in the green sweater were first and second. Let's hear what Mr. Day has to say about this class. Thanks again, Braxton, for joining us, buddy. Good luck to you at A&M.
Another very nice class here in our spotted division, and I think we get up here on the top end, and 3 of them, when they came through the sort, got right back in there, and they do so just in terms of just freshness, build, and design out here. And then once you start breaking them down and you start studying just muscle shape and squareness, comfortability when you get them out here on the profile. I come back to this young lady to my left here with the mostly black bear, and I think when you get into digging in that one, as Nick and I was talking there, that one's shape is what keeps him up there in the top end of this particular class. He's bolder out of the black side of his blade. You can step off to the side and see the back shape in that one versus the contemporaries on down the line. I think he's more genuine when you study him there at the base of his tail and read him down through his stifle to the ground over the bear that's there in second. And he combines that with a very eye-appealing look from the side and just sheer balance when you get him out here on the profile. The bear bear that comes out here in a second. Definitely kind of like that last class. Certainly not getting critical of that hog in any big holes for sure, because when you dig in on that one as well, his chest, his width, his spread, very good. I didn't read him quite as genuine as I said there. The longer the drive goes on, I felt like that one maybe just got a little more upright off of both ends of his skeleton there. Wasn't quite as comfortable. And then when you step right in beside him, he probably plays out just a little bit more down at the base of his stifle there as you read him down into his hock versus the bear that starts the class. But boy, two very nice bears up there on the top end, certainly be proud of. One that comes out here in third, a lot of things about this one. And of the top three, I told Nick, I said, man, I think that one reads the freshest, in my opinion, when you get off to the side of him. He's clean. His transitions in terms of his top line are good. He's got a fresh back in him. When you get to studying this one and you step off of him, he's one that's maybe a little more tangled up in the way he sets that hind leg down. He gets to be a little longer there and maybe doesn't just tie and balance everything together quite as good as those ones right there ahead of him. But boy, there's a lot of good things in that hog in terms of just overall build and presence when you step off to the side of him in terms of freshness. Got him spot on from that standpoint of getting that thing ready for the show. The next one that comes out here, he definitely reads to be a power hog when he first comes right at you in terms of his skull. I wish everything matched down low in terms of just the feature that one reads in terms of the broadness through his head when he drives out that gate. Gets a little easier there in his top line. Didn't read him just quite as bold in terms of just the roundness, the upper portion of his skeleton versus those three there that are on right up there above him. Come out next here, another one. Hits you, gives you a good first impression. He starts to get a little more refined in terms of just his bone and his feature, particularly in that front leg. When you study him in his forearm, all the way down there to the ground. And then he's just not quite as comfortable in terms of squareness when he takes off there from behind you and you ask him to put in motion there comparatively. Coming on out here, we end up with another one right here. This one here has got elevation. He's got look. He's got build. Again, we're running into the same scenario there where we start to sound a little bit like a broken record in terms of feature and just sheer comfort, and that's what we run into in this particular bear right here. He gets a little more upright. He gets a little straighter there in terms of the way he uses his hawk there and doesn't just plant and drive quite as aggressively as the ones on up the line. Another one runs into the same scenario. This one here definitely catches your eye from a build standpoint. He's just got to be more comfortable. He just gets a nice choppier out here the longer the drive goes on, and we just got to make him plant and drive with a little more authority out here. Big rib stout one right here. This one here maybe doesn't gravitate towards the top. He doesn't catch your eye right away. He's not as flashy, but when you get in on this one here and you study that one in terms of just forearm, in terms of spread up high, the roundness to his body, certainly got to be appreciated. He maybe gets to be a little shorter coupled, reads a little more moderate out here in terms of his build, not quite as slick in terms of his look, but that comes with the power, and I certainly do appreciate the power that he brings to this class. I just need to put it all in a better design, better built package there to get up any higher. Round out the class here. Got a good built one. Needs to have more dimension all the way through. The one that comes out here in 10th, same type of scenario. He's bold, he's stout, gets a little rounder, just needs to be smoothed up in all his transitions and more comfortable on the drive. Another good class. Congratulations.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Leighton Elizabeth Haley, Fredericksburg, FFA. Fifth place, Fisher Lee Gilliam, Medina County, 4-H. Fourth place, Blaze Brown, Dumas, FFA. Third place, Kylie Marie Sparks, East Central, FFA. Second place, Landry Tate Gresham, Cochran County, 4-H. And first place, Blakely May Clayman, Nazareth, FFA. Blakely is also our certified Texas Bred Registry class champion from Class 9, Spot Barrows. Breeder of that barrow is Wiesen Brothers of Wall, and they can pick up their certified Texas bred caps at our association table near the show ring.
Well, if you just now joined us, we are in the third class of our Spotted Poland Chinas. We have a total of 5 classes here at San Antonio this year. They'll be placing all the way through 10th place, which all of them will receive a rosette, but only 5 of them making the actual sale. They're starting class 10. They've just now started class 10, and we've got 2 already pinned at this time, and it looks like we've got 1 out in the arena, or maybe 2 fixing, a second one fixing to go in. In this class, we have 25 head in this class. Weight ranges from 264 to 271. As you've maybe joined us throughout the morning, we've focused on our Top Judge program. I have the privilege and honor to have Kelsey Gardner here from Texas Tech University, who had just graduated from Texas Tech in December, and she's going to go on with her MBA here and continue that at Texas Tech University. Kenzie, welcome to San Antonio and to the Top Judge program. Tell me a little bit about you and about what Top Judge means to you.
Well, thank you, Wayne. It's a privilege sitting up here with you as I grew up in the state of Texas showing pigs in this very ring. To come back and to be part of this program means a whole lot, because we're getting to meet with mentors that have stepped into the ring and sorted the big ones, and they're kind of showing us what it takes to make yourself the kind of judge that judges show after show, and the kind of integrity and character it takes to be in this spotlight. I guess at the end of the day, it's been awesome to just come here and enjoy the show and to enjoy the people that volunteer, because as we know in Texas, that's kind of what makes these things go, and that's what makes the wheels turn. So it's been an honor to be a part of that program and to be sitting up here with you today.
Well, you talk about volunteers here at San Antonio. There's so very few paid employees or paid people here at the show. It is our volunteer program that allows this show to be the success it is. It's over 7,000 volunteers that make up this show here at San Antonio. And from visiting with you, you're no stranger to this program. You kind of didn't have a choice in it, if I understand that correctly. You grew up in this program with your mother being a part of the 4-H program.
Yes, sir, I did. I was pretty much born into the 4-H program, and that's not to take anything away from FFA, because I had great ag advisors, and I know there are many in the state, but I pretty much bleed that Kelly green and white and have for a very long time. My mom was an extension agent for about 25 years, and now she's a Texas 4-H specialist, and so I've grown up kind of knowing the ins and outs of how this works, and it wasn't anything new to me. The volunteers that put on San Antonio, I remember showing Barrows, and you get done, and whether you go straight to the left or you place high and make the sell, there's a I guess he's not a young gentleman anymore, but there's a gentleman that makes sure you get a high five when you walk out the gate and eventually put that pig on the truck, and that's always been something special to me. And to sit up here and watch him still interact with those kids, it really makes me smile, and it brings joy to my heart.
Absolutely, and all of these volunteers, they donate their time. Either they give up their paid vacation time to come here and help out, or just time without pay, because they believe in all these young people's hard work and know that if they can do anything to help make a difference in each and every one of these kids' lives, they're here to do that, because they want them to be successful and go on into life and be successful in whatever route that they choose in their career path.
Yes, I think that's what they believe, and when you walk in this ring, I think that's what it teaches you. I can't tell you how many times I look back now, and I'm still going to school and still enrolled in college to get my MBA, and I think back of the times that maybe I was in 3rd, 4th, 5th grade and forced to get up to go feed the pigs, and then at the end of it, I enjoyed it because of all the hard work and integrity it taught me, and it made me be a better person in the end, and I think that's kind of what pushed my drives to be successful in the workforce and along the way, especially at my age.
Well said here. For getting back to the top judge program here, what do you feel like that you what do you think you're going to be gaining, or what do you think you're going to take away from here when you leave this afternoon?
I think the biggest thing I'll take away, there are about 5 or 6 swine mentors that are some of the best that they've kind of put and placed us in groups with these mentors, and they've judged them all, I'll be real honest, and I thought highly of them growing up. Never did I think I'd be able to sit in the bleachers and talk Barrows with them, but I'm getting to do that today. So I'm gaining friendships and mentors that will lead me along the way, whether it be my judging career after I graduate college, or in my just pursuit of life, and just kind of telling me more of the, hey, if you do this, you might get this result, but if that's what your heart desires, then go ahead and do it, and it might turn out different in the end than it did for me per se. But they're kind of just showing us what kind of integrity and character it takes to build a good judge that'll judge the shows in the big lights.
Well said, and this being the second year that they've done it, they've really they really jumped off the ground running. Last year they had 20 that made that they picked out of a large amount, and it was such a successful program. They ended up having another created a large interest again in the application process, and they ended up selecting 31 this year. So that is just shows you how this program has taken off and how important this program is to the success of the future of this program.
Yes, sir, it is. There's 31 of us, and I think there are 10 or 11 swine participants, I guess, and it's been interesting to kind of see all over the world, or I guess the country, how things are done in different states. I think there's only 3 of us from the state of Texas, and yesterday we met with county extension agents and ag teachers, and they just pretty much told us how important it was in the state of Texas to put emphasis on this project, not just the pig, but what it teaches the kids and how it can change a kid's life, and to see that, you know, in some states it's just like that, and others it's not. And so to gain those friendships, to kind of bounce ideas off as we go along in life will be awesome. I know one day we'll be in the spots of maybe making decisions for shows, or trying to be the volunteer that's there, and so to have a different perspective from individuals from across the country has been pretty awesome this week.
Yeah, it's, you know, I always look at you know, our little I call it a fraternity, an ag fraternity, and how small but yet how large this fraternity is. And as you mentioned, this networking of relationships, as you mentioned, with all the different students that you got acquainted with. It wasn't, like you said, just 3 from Texas and the rest from other states. How you've gained new relationships and have networked, but yet when you really dissect this whole fraternity, it's so small, and any one of these people would go out and help you at any moment if you were struggling or needed advice. And you know, we're just one big, small family that interact and do so much together, and it's great that you're able to get involved with some others from other states, because you know, we're never too old to learn anything. I'm still learning at my age as well.
Yes, sir. I take that perspective on with me. I try to learn something new every every day. And like you said, this is a tight-knit community, and sometimes, like at these shows, it gets pretty tense. Everybody in this industry is competitive, but at the end of the day, we're all working towards the same goal, and the goal is the kid on the end of the stick, or whatever it may be, bracing the sheep. But that's the real goal, and it's fun to hang a banner. And the scholarship program that San Antonio has just put together is awesome. And I don't know if I don't think there's anyone like it in the country. And I'll be real honest, I was very grateful to receive those scholarships, and that's kind of what paved my way through college. It made it easy for me to be able to focus on judging and building my network, and just building relationships within the industry, and not have to work too much while I was in school. And that's all because of this program right here, and just the values it taught me, but also the people that poured into it allowed me to go to school pretty much with no cost.
Well, and I'm proud to hear that, because you're definitely a testimony of a result of these scholarships. And when we look at San Antonio, I really have been amazed. I mean, they had such a great vision, because the first scholarships ever given at San Antonio was back in 1984, and it was just $90,000. There were 15 scholarships totaling $90,000, and today the scholarships have gotten up to, they have given over the years over $279 million of scholarships since 1984. So what a great foresight, and it really got super strong with all these different species and different events back in about 1996, 1997 area. All the gilt programs and stuff, they gave out like $95,000 in scholarships just in the breeding gilt program. And here in the Barrows show, each of the breed champions are eligible for a $10,000 scholarship, having the breed champion here. And if you're not familiar with the scholarship program, not only do they have advantages there, but they can actually compete in other events besides the Barrows. They can compete in any competitive event and max out not until they hit 20,000. So, what a great, and it doesn't, and you mentioned like in your 4-H program, you can, it doesn't take away from you applying for the San Antonio scholarship through the 4-H program, because whatever you do in the competitive has nothing to do with that 20,000. You can also win that. So, they have really focused well on these scholarships, and I'm glad that you've been able to share with our listeners what it has done for you, not only on the Top Judge program, but the scholarship program here at San Antonio.
Yes, sir. I'll be real honest. I never got to receive one on the Barrows side. I was a part of one last year that my sister showed. That was pretty special for us. But I did go across the way, and I got one in the judging ring, and so that was awesome. But I always told my parents, maybe my brains were a little better than my skill was picking out Barrows to show when I was younger. But it's awesome, because some of these kids, they may never get the opportunity to go to school, but if they get a $10,000 scholarship from San Antonio, that sure makes it a whole lot easier.
Absolutely. It just all helps
very,
out.
Competitive class, and I think so far as you got through these spots, particularly the top end of these particular classes, have been very competitive, and you get down to certain minor differences, as it should be at a show of this caliber. But when we start this particular class, the young man coming across the center was non-discussable, I guess, in our opinion, and in terms of just freshness, look, shape, comfort, he puts it together of these, being the combination bearer in this particular drive for me and Nick there to get up here towards the top end of this particular class and lead off with him. The one that comes out here in second, and I told Nick when he came out there about the second time, I said, man, I like that pig. There's a lot of good things about that hog. I think he most closely follows in terms of shape and power
when you get up on top of him. He's stouter. He's more descript in terms of just his back when you read him compared to the one that comes out in third. To me, he's a shot away from a forearm of rival in the class winner. He reads a nickel flatter about his shoulder there. He doesn't set quite as far out there on the front side of his forerib when you dig right down in there on him. But again, as we talk him, we're just describing him, because after that, I'd certainly like to feed that Barrow with no question. That's a very high-quality hog there. They've done an outstanding job getting him presented freshness. Those are just two awfully good ones right there on the top end that have to be negotiated through. The one that comes out here in third, and this one comes at you like a Mack truck when you open that gate as he comes out. He's got a big old top laid in him when you start to study him. As you get to digging in on him just a little longer and the drive goes on, he reads just a little softer, if you will. He doesn't have quite that just hard shape like those two do there ahead of him, but he's got a good look about him. He's still heavy bone. He's got some durability. He's got some comfort to him out here. He just doesn't read just quite as expressive and quite as genuine when you dig in on that one comparatively to the two that end up being first and second in this class. One that comes out next, again, you run into in different scenarios, different classes. If you can study this one from his blade back, this hog's got the type and kind of what we talked about in first and second in terms of shape. He just doesn't put it together from a comfortability standpoint as good as those ones that are on up there ahead of him. He gets more upright in his shoulder there and just doesn't want to get out here and just grab the ring with quite the drive, those ones that are in first and second. But I will say he is the one that maybe falls a little closer in type and kind in terms of shape. We just need to change him from a structure standpoint in this particular situation. Flighty-eared one that comes out next. You want to talk about raw power and dimension. This one certainly has it. Expressive, stout. Again, we run into those scenarios where he gets a little more jammed up there at the top of his neck. He's a little coarser. You study him into his shoulder. He's a little more upright. He doesn't handle his power near like we need him to, but boy, you can't discard him in terms of just the dimension and the stoutness that he brings to this particular class, and that's what keeps him up here in the top 5. Sheer power, raw power keeps him up there on the top end this particular drive. The one that comes out next here, good built, good design. He's more like the probably the white one there in terms of just not having as much descript muscle shape when you get in there to study him. He reads more mature about his head. He's a little plainer there. Just reads a little flatter in all dimensions there as you step off to the side of him. One that comes out next, a shapely hog. Again, we get back into the same thing that we talked about on a few of them. Shorter hip there structurally and bone and feature. We just run out of gas in those areas in this class. Rounding out the class here, again, as we've talked all the way through these classes, you've got quality that runs all the way down here. It's minor differences. You run into one here that simply gets a notch frailer when you study him in terms of front leg placement and jaw line and the way that all ties in and correlates in the front third of him. He's got some dimension and got some stoutness to him. Read him just a notch rounder in terms of his hip and hind leg. Round out the class here with a pair of them. Good built hogs here that's got some design to them. Just lack the freshness and the eye appeal comparatively to the ones on up the line here. Another good class. Give him a big round of applause. A very deep class here in our third class of spot.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
7th place, Theodore Kuhlman, Brazos County, 4-H. 6th place, Katie Braden, Glasscock County, 4-H. 5th place, Luke Kenneth Snyder, Sutton County, 4-H. 4th place, Addison Eckley, Medina Valley, FFA. 3rd place, Whit Edwards Lowry, Comal County, 4-H. 2nd place, Bradley Titus Cavazos, Lubbock County, 4-H. And 1st place goes to Grant Edward Meyer, Falls County, 4-H. Grant is also our certified Texas bred registry class champion from Class 10, Spot Barrows. Breeder of that barrow is Meyer Swine Farm of Lot. And they can pick up their certified Texas bred caps at our association table near the show ring.
If you just now joined us, the judges have just completed class number 10, which is the third class of our Spotted Pole in China show. We are beginning class number 11. They've started, and it is weight ranges from 276 to 288, and there's 21 head in this class. And as you've joined us throughout the show, we've been focusing on our top judge program, and I have with me our top judge here again, Jocelyn Lehman from Michigan State University. Welcome back here again to our show. And you know, we talked about the program with you and kind of what it's meant to you and that. And so I'm going to visit with you a little bit about, you know, I'm sure you've had an opportunity to evaluate what these judges are doing and what they're doing. So tell me some of the things that you've noticed that they're doing that have impressed you, and things that you can take back that you can learn from.
Yeah, so like looking at Nick and Chad today, I think they've done an amazing job interacting with the kids and making sure they get seen and get that time in the ring. We said earlier, these projects, they're a lot of work, and to see these kids like put in the effort, and it all comes down to a few seconds in that sift pin. So seeing them, maybe talk to them a little bit in there, and then when you get back out to the ring, I think they work really well together. They've stayed consistent in what they've picked, making sure they're able to move still shapely and fresh. Big backed ones that are stout and powerful. So I think watching that and watching how consistent they are and what they pick while still giving kids the time and recognition they deserve for their hard work has been awesome, and is something I'll definitely take back when I, hopefully judge future shows, and we'll incorporate that for sure.
Absolutely, and you can see that even with doing the first sort there, what Chad's doing there. I mean, he'll even give, if he sends them over to the next ring, he'll at times will mention what he sees, why he didn't, go ahead and send it straight ahead to the pen. You notice he just did that with that young lady just now.
Yep.
And then our secondary judge, Nick, does the same thing. If he decides to take it to the big arena, then he won't say anything at that point. But if it sends it on to what we call the greener pastures and ends up excusing the Barrow, then he gives them a nice explanation and at least gives these kids a understanding, what the judges would change about their Barrow. And, they deserve that.
Yeah, and a lot of people I feel like don't realize how important that feedback is, even if they don't make it into the big ring. Them learning from that and knowing what to change for next year, knowing what these judges are looking for, it means a lot. And also being in the ring before, not necessarily this ring, but being an exhibitor, it means a lot to know the judge is going to take his time and tell me what I need to fix. So yeah, I think it's awesome that they're doing that, both of them especially.
So interesting for me to know, not having ever been to Michigan personally, but like your state, you have a state show there, I take it, or?
We have the Michigan Livestock Expo, which is a market-only show. And then we have a state fair, but it's breeding stock only, really. So I don't exhibit at that, but I do exhibit at the Michigan Livestock Expo, which is in July.
So do they do a state validation like they do here in Texas, where they, what they do here in Texas is they actually validate with a validation tag that ties back to DNA hair samples that have been given to prove that they have owned that animal from the get-go.
Yeah, we kind of do a thing like that, not quite exactly, but they're called Michigan-bred pigs, and we have to have so many come out of a class or a division, and then there's always Great Lake champions, which would be Michigan-bred animals I believe there's at least 2 of them in each final drive for cattle, sheep and goats, and swine.
So it's kind of like our Texas bred program here then.
Yeah, it's a neat way to incorporate the genetics that are from your home state and show how competitive they can be. We love the breeders up there in Michigan. They do a great job.
But as far as, when you get your project to know that you didn't get that project a week before the show or 2 weeks before the show? Do they don't have a validation program of that, or do
Oh
they?
yeah, we do. We have to send in hair samples for DNA, tag
Perfect.
numbers, all of that good stuff. And then our breeders have to fill out the paperwork saying that if it is a Michigan bred, that we bought it from them.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's always interesting to me to kind of see how different states do it and everything, and so that's neat. Looks like they've probably got 12 total, but they've got 10 in the pen. They've released the first one out of the gate now for the second evaluation. Yeah, you look at these Barrows here, the first two that he's gotten out there. They're really mobile and really take a good step through their front and rear leg, huh?
Yeah, they do. We got to talk to the judges last night, which was a really cool opportunity just to kind of see their mindset. And they said that they were looking for good moving ones that were still plenty powerful. So I feel like they've done a pretty good job at sticking to their word of what they've picked so far. That's for sure.
Well, that you mentioned that that your mentors are trying to instill into you that consistency, no matter what your like of type is, but instill that consistency of what that pattern's going to be. And so it's nice for you to point that out, that they are sticking by what they're, and you can see that. I know throughout this morning, finishing the Berks out now, we're close to finishing the spots. We've got one more class after this one. So it's they've got that pattern. You know, the term that's used a lot by judges is check all the boxes.
Yep, sure do. And I think they've done a good job at picking ones that do. And the quality out here is just absolutely phenomenal. So I'm sure their job isn't easy because a lot of them do check a lot of boxes. So I'm sure it gets tough for them, but they've done a great job so far.
So we talk about that, and you mentioned to me that this was the first time to San Antonio and to the stock show. From your experience of witnessing in like your state or other states, how does this Barrows show so far compare to what you've seen in previous shows?
Yeah, so for Michigan, at our Michigan Livestock Expo, we only have a couple hundred head there. And I mean, there's quality through it, that's for sure. But we also have a lot of kids that don't necessarily have the opportunity to bring the top dogs, and that's okay because they still get a great opportunity out of showing livestock. But I think just how many animals are here just opens up for so much more depth throughout each class. And I mean, it shows because every one of these out here, every pig out here is a dang good one.
Well, you touch on a really good point there. I mean, it's not about how tough a show is, but just taking the initiative. There's so much more that goes into it than just the showing part, as has been mentioned throughout our show. I mean, it starts when you purchase it and teach a responsibility and training and just learning sportsmanship, and just all aspects of this program is life lessons that you can take on. It doesn't matter how tough or how weak the show is. You're going to gain all these same aspects.
Absolutely. I mean, I always say winning banners is fun and all, but I wouldn't be where I am today or had the opportunity to do the livestock judging in college if it wasn't for me just going out there and doing the work every day and taking the initiative to learn. The responsibility it takes is just crazy. So the fact that these kids are even out here and showing up and doing their work at home is a huge step.
Well, it looks like we've got 5 pen back at this time. I think traditionally, so far, their pattern has been keeping anywhere from 5, I guess, to 6 head to do the final evaluation. They've pretty much consistently, once they kind of got to that point, what they wanted, were satisfied with what they have put back, then they'll place from the bottom up.
Yeah, I see they're handing out some chips now.
Absolutely. One thing they do here in Texas, of course, is go through a classification process if the judge sends them straight forward to be weighed. It's a selection or classifier of 3 people with chips, and if you all receive 2 out of 3 blue chips, then you get to go on. However, if you get 2 red chips, then you're reclassified into another breed, which would be like the crossbred breed, unless it doesn't follow the quality or the requirements of a dark cross, of course.
Yeah, which is kind of a cool thing to me because in Michigan we have all papered animals if they're purebreds, so we don't have to go necessarily through all that classification stuff. So we were back with Dr. Schwab, and he was telling us how it worked, and some of us that don't have to deal with that were pretty amazed by it, thought it was a cool thing they did.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that. You know, my first encounter with that type of show, Landon and I do the commentating for the Exarban up in Nebraska, and that was really the first what I call market and market bear and gilt show that I had encountered. That's how it works. Everything is papered in DNA, and that's how they're able to show their projects. And so this year at San Antonio was a new thing that they brought into our gilt show, whereas like the champion, reserve champion, all the way through the 5th overall, where hair was pulled again for the purity, not the purity maybe, but that the papers that the sire and the dam of that particular gilt, that was the right DNA. And so that was something new here that San Antonio has implemented, and so that was kind of neat to make sure that, you know, that kids are receiving papers and that they've got the right, you know, dam and sire to that particular breeding gilt. So they haven't got to that point here in Barrows. I don't know if we'll ever get to that point yet, but right now it is, as we visited, it is the 3 classifiers.
Yeah, I think it's cool just to see how different each state and each show is. Obviously, it's been a whirlwind down here because nothing's the same as up north, but it's been awesome to learn about it, and I hope to come back soon and keep seeing it because it's really cool.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like another, Jocelyn, another deep set here in Class 11, huh?
Yeah, for sure. These kids are doing a great job driving their hogs, too. I think that's something to mention, is just how high quality the showmen are down here. It just shows how much they care and work for those projects.
Absolutely. We're down to our top 5. A young lady in the purple stripe just was placed 5th. So we're in our final 4 of this Class 11. All 5 of these will make the sale here at San Antonio. The top 3 will be walking across the stage. The other 2 non-walking lots are guaranteed $1,500, and then someone can get an add-ons to it through the website or at the sale itself. So a great way of kids being able to be rewarded even if they don't walk across the stage. The reason San Antonio did that was the sale went till like all early hours of the morning, and it just was so hard on the buyers. So they came up with a plan to just do the top 3 across the sale, and it eliminated a lot of hours. Oh, looks like we got our champion there. Young man in the blue shirt will be our class champion. Congratulations to all these top 5 winners here.
he blends together in terms of just his overall muscle shape. I do like his freshness when you get up on top of him. You read that turn to his loin, back there through his hip, but you step off to the side of him, he just doesn't balance quite as good. He reads a nickel frailer about his jaw, and I hate when people talk that, but at the same point in time, in this particular breed, you'll see that more often than others, and they get just a little more cheek there, and that's what I see in that particular hog there comparatively to the one that starts the class, but certainly a very good one that ends up being in second. His extra width of chest and just boldness through his forearm kept him over the one in third. And the one in third, from a balance standpoint, he is better in his top line when you step off to the side of him. At the same point in time, when you study him where he comes out of the top of his shoulder into his neck, shoulder junction there, he's a little bit lower set. He ties a little bit deeper there into his chest. And I didn't read him just quite as expressive in the way his forearm lays back over that center body there, and the roundness to his rib is good as what the one right there ahead of him was. But, boy, you talk about one that's got a good top line in him from the side. He's still comfortable. He uses his hip and hind leg, just not quite as much punch in that one there compared to the two. The one that comes out next, he probably does have an advantage in terms of shape versus the one right there ahead of him. But at the same point in time, I sat there and told Nick, I said, man, I just can't tell myself that he's stout enough in terms of his feature, particularly in that hind leg bone versus those ones right on up the line there. I like his shape. I like his expression. I like his body. He just maybe doesn't put it all together for me just from a sheer overall total standpoint versus a bear that was right there ahead of him. You stouten that thing up, make him a notch more secure in that rear hind leg set. That pig there can move right on up the line in this class. Just simply doesn't have it right here today. The one that comes out next, again, balance and build. He's a little bit more like the one there that comes out in third in this class, but at the same point in time, when you get to digging in on this one, he's shorter in terms of his hip. He doesn't have that extra flex and that extra step in the rear third of his skeleton. He gets to having a little more issue from a spot standpoint in terms of pasture and set there up front where he wants to toe in and roll his elbow out there just a shot more than I deem ideal. Interesting one to come out next here, and he might be the most expressive one of any of them in the class in terms of shape. Excuse me. But at the same point in time, he's one that maybe just gets to be a little more jammed up for me. He's a little more upright in his shoulder. He wants to maybe be just a notch straighter there when you study that one up there to the base of his tail, down there to his hawk, and the way he uses that hind leg. But, boy, that one does have a big back in him when you get right up on top of him. One that comes out next here, again, as we get down through here, as we run into every class here, burly, heavy bone one right here doesn't have enough in terms of just shape when you get up on top of him. Not youthful enough in terms of just the way he reads from his blade forward. We come out next with a big burly one as well. Notch rounder in his shoulder and in his hip and hind leg there. And again, we just maybe don't have quite the ring presence out here from a youthfulness standpoint comparatively to those fresher ones on the top end. Get down here between 9th, 10th, and 11th. We kind of run into the same scenario that we do in a lot of classes. We get a flatter body one here that needs more dimension, like his build, like his flexibility. Run into the same scenario here. Need to be better in terms of our hip and hind leg placement. Just need a notch more feature to match the muscle. And then angles on the one that come out here at 11th, just simply too straight off of both ends of his skeleton to move up. Good class. Give him a big round of applause, if you would, as they head back to the barn.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
6th place, Braden Cody Smith, Wiley Abilene, FFA. 5th place, Lindley West, Lavernia, FFA. 4th place, Garrison Person, Holland, FFA. 3rd place, Camden Hawkinson, Moore County, 4-H. 2nd place, Colton Johnson, Brazos County, 4-H. And with 1st place, Grady Lowry, Troop, FFA. Those are our placings for Class 11 Spot Barrows. Our Certified Texas Bred Registry Class Champion from Class 11, exhibited by Garrison Prain of Holland FFA, breeder of that Barrows Spin Farms of Holland. They can pick up their Certified Texas Bred caps at the association table near the show ring.
Well, if you just now joined us, we're on our final class of our spotted Poland Chinas. We're on class number 12. The weight ranges is from 289 through 300 pounds. There's 25 in this class. And, you know, they've got to turn their weights in like they turned their weights in yesterday. And it's a 10-pound weigh back. So if he sends you forward and you go cross classification and cross the scale, you have to weigh within 10 pounds of what you turned that weight in, either upper or lower, which that means if you're a pound over or on the top end, you're disqualified. And if you're below it, 11 pounds, you're disqualified. So that's how that works here. We've been working with the Texas Judge Program all morning. I have the honor and privilege to have Nathaniel Gall from Iowa State University here, and we're happy that San Antonio has introduced the Top Judge program here. Last year was the first year that they've done it, and now we're into our second year. And being from Iowa, of course, I have a good friend, John Hinker, that I've known for over 40 years, and you mentioned to me you know that man, huh?
Yeah, John's came up and he's judged a couple shows for us, and just kind of growing up in the area, we always kind of knew John and his program, and it's crazy to think about how big of an impact that someone like John in my little neck of the woods up there in Northeast Iowa can have across the country. And to be honest, I probably wasn't enough appreciative of it enough like growing up, but now looking at it, it's crazy to think about.
Well, he's definitely a landmark and has had a successful Duroc program. He's got one out at Premier right now all the way that has done a good job really throughout the United States. I know here at the Breeding Guild show last week there were several all the way that was successful, and so yeah, that's great to acquaint myself with people from other states and how they've got to be involved with some good people like the Hinker family. So tell me a little bit. Have you already been on our show already with Landon, or is this your first go-round?
Yep, this is my first time.
Okay.
Yep.
So tell me a little bit about your experience so far. I've told our listeners about the Top Judge program and how you have to make application and get selected for this honor to come down here and experience this. As I mentioned also, there's 31 where last year there was only 20 selected. And how they're divided is they're divided into 3 categories. They had 10 in each one, 10 in the steer area, 10 to 11 in the sheep and goats, and swine. We also had that 10. So that's how we came up with the 31. So tell me kind of what you've gained so far in this program.
Yeah, from the last year being the first year to this year, to be honest, I wasn't quite sure what I was going to get out of this experience, but after being down here, just being able to talk to some of the mentors and the leaders that are in the livestock industry and get to, talk with them about certain situations that they might go through when they're, necessarily judging a show, but also how, some things can impact their careers as well. And also how to, be a successful livestock judge later down the road, the biggest thing they talked about was, the integrity which you judge a show with, and doing it all for the kids, being honest, and making sure that kid doesn't feel neglected, or because at the end of the day, the livestock show is what truly helps the kids out and gives them a project to do during the summer up in the Midwest, or even down in the winter down here. But just not forgetting who truly the livestock show is about, and making sure that those kids are, getting what they need and not feeling like they were missed or anything like that. So that's kind of the biggest thing. And it's crazy to think about for me too. We don't take for granted what the mentors that we have up, across the country, and being able to sit with some of those leaders and just have a casual conversation is something that I'm truly appreciative of.
Well said. And, this program is such that, their goal in this Top Judge program is to mentor people like yourself that have proven their ability and integrity and dedication to furthering the livestock community. And go along with that, they also have a mission statement in this Top Judge program. The Top Judge will raise the bar of the industry leadership by developing a group of professionals with an elite skill set in areas of professionalism, integrity, humility, and communication. And so it's great to see this program and what we're seeing not only with you, Nathaniel, but with the other Top Judge students that we have here today. You've got to see now, this is the 10th class that the judges have evaluated, not counting, of course, the division drive. But what have you seen have you seen a pattern, and what have you seen that they're focused on here?
Yeah, obviously going down south, basically from the Midwest, everything's a lot stouter, a lot denser, a lot, just a burlier kind. The judges have really been focusing on making sure that they have those in mass and power and substance, but also making sure they're built right from the ground up. The longer, especially down here and having a sift, you got to have mass and power to get through that. But the longer they're out in the big ring is the ability to just stay comfortable, and that's what gets them along in the ring. And that's what the judges are kind of looking for. It's been a crazy experience for me because in the Midwest, we focus so much on, just the build and design part of it. They're maybe a bit longer than some of the hogs here. But honestly, these pigs and these hogs that are been showing, their build's just as comfortable as those up north, but still they have way more mass and way more power than anything up north.
Well, and it's so, it's changed so much for me to see these changes Looks like they've excused the ones out here in the big arena here. They've done a really hard. They've done a good job and have worked really hard as well. Yeah, it's changed so much because of the fact that, I can remember back we were 230 pounds and went to 270. Now we're building these Barrows and market hogs at 250 going to 300, which takes a lot more time to get them, especially in those higher weights, and so that's been interesting to me too, as far as how genetically how we've been able to engineer these with the width that they have and flexibility and still carry a carcass, a weight of 310 pounds with the weighback. And that's actually what we're looking at in this class.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, these heavier spots, I'm impressed with, how well they've held together this long. You think about the littler ones. They were good looking and they were built right and they still had, enough power. But these ones up top, they're still, they're fresh, and they still move good enough and they still have plenty of substance to go along with it. So yeah, I guess for me it's just, these bigger pigs, I guess their ability to stay together this long, especially them being on feed, maybe just a little bit longer than some of the other ones. But man, they're still good.
Absolutely. And so in visiting with you, you're going to be graduating in May, that is, and tell me about what your future holds for you going forward.
Yep. So I actually accepted a position with Consolidated Grain and Barge up there in north central Illinois. And I'll be working, the position is called the Grain Leadership Trainee position. And there I'll be doing everything from grain merchandising and trading to the daily operations of the company. So, it'll be interesting because I always grew up on a row crop operation back home. And, quite frankly, that was a little bit more importance than, the show side of me growing up. But I always loved showing. And I do think there's a hand-in-hand correlation between the grain industry as well as the livestock industry, especially when it comes to, your feed costs in livestock, which will give me a different perspective, basically, on, different things that we can do. We'll see. I also eventually want to get into, raising some show cattle and show pigs back home and, selling to youth exhibitors, in my local area, but also in the state and countryside.
Well, that's awesome. And so how do you envision as far as, kind of getting your feet wet? Are you looking at possibly going on with your judging career as well? And how do you kind of envision yourself getting your feet wet in this program?
Yeah, I think having a daily job, it's one of those things where you start out at the county level, helping those exhibitors and judging at the county level, weekends or whatever that you can do. But yeah, and, I do have, 3 siblings back home that are also showing yet and parents and stuff, and we raised some show cattle back home. We've always showed pigs, but we never raised them. So, trying to convince them maybe that maybe I do want to, start raising some show pigs and stuff like that too, and, trying to get them on board with it. It's going to take a lot of convincing, with my siblings getting older and busier and, parents are, getting older and maybe wiser, I would say, and them kind of wanting to relax a little bit. But, I think, getting some convincing back home and, just trying to get my feet wet and that kind of thing.
Well, it's a very rewarding business. My family did it for 65 years. I've just recently got out of it as far as raising them, but this is my way to hopefully continue to be involved in the program because I really enjoy what this program means to to the community and to agriculture, and just, you know, it's the foundation you need for success of our young people.
Yep. And you know, we were talking yesterday, and you know, one of the kids that was on the podcast earlier, they talked about Warren Beeler came up with the quote that we've let the show pig or the livestock get too big and the kid get too small, and that, I think that fits perfectly. We've made it so much about like making these, you know, hogs so good. And
as we get down into our final class here on our spotted drive, and there's certainly some give and take. Probably the closest class in terms of just talking differences out here that Nick and I spent, but the one difference we'd never talked was whether we were going to start with this pig or not. This one come in, he went through the sift pen back there. He's got a good build, he's got a good look, he's square, he's fresh in his back, he's comfortable in terms of his structure. He's an easy class winner in this particular drive for us. It got a little closer as we worked down the line, and I'll be honest, this young lady's Barrett, the longer the drive went on, the more I kept working him up in my lineup. And you got to appreciate the back shape and the freshness of this particular hog. He's got a good build. He's got good comfort in terms of his range of step out of his hip and hind leg. I'd maybe get a little nitpicky on his chest and just the way he comes at you, just a touch wide maybe at the surface there. But at the same point in time, when we get comparing him to the one that stands right below him, his added freshness, his added shape on the top side of his skeleton is what sorts him up and keeps him in the top pair for me today. The one that comes out in third, like a lot of things about this hog, he does have a good build and a good outline. I thought this hog probably of the top three read the most mature when you just got to studying about his head. He reads a little sharper there at the top of his blade, but more importantly, I think when you get right up on top of him, he's a little flatter, he's a little less descript in terms of just his sheer shape when you read him out of the backside of his blade versus those two that start this class. We come down here, as we get down here in the third, you know, this one here is interesting, and he's a wild individual in terms of look. You get to study in this hog here, and you let him drive, and you step off to the side of the ring. He's probably the most upright off of both ends of his skeleton. And for me, I just got to have more body and flesh. And I know he's up there. It's probably the upper echelons, and I'm guessing whoever's feeding that pig probably knows that, and that's what you got room for, and I get it. We just ran into a class that had some that had just more dimension and more body shape to them, particularly in the lower third of their skeleton. And we just, like I said, I just got to get him out there and get him just to move and use that hind leg just a tick better versus those ones that are that way that are right there ahead of him. But a darn good pig there, probably just ran out of room, I'm guessing, in that particular scenario. Balance and build right here, if we can change this one in the way he hinges out of his front shoulder. He reaches out and he wants to set and kind of paddle a little bit when he goes there. He doesn't read quite as his script at the top side of his blade when you study his squareness down into his forearm versus the ones right there ahead of him. He just gets a little plainer in just his overall general makeup versus those ones above him. But boy, one that's got a good hip and hind leg that gets out here and balances, and that comfort kept him up there in the top five. Coming out next here, again, a little bit of the same scenario on the opposite end. This one's front two-thirds, very good. His roundness, his boldness, he gets thicker in terms of his neck there, reads more mature. He's rounder in terms of his hip and hind leg set. We correct him in a couple areas there. He's got good shape out of the backside of his blade. The roundness to his center body is extremely good. We just got to give him a better hip and hind leg. We've got to clean him up there at the top side of his neck there and freshen him up when we step off to the side of him. Running the same scenario here. Maturity works in this one's a disadvantage from the standpoint of just his front third. He gets to be a notch plainer in terms of his shape. You read him down there through his lower stifle, just doesn't hit you with as much expression. Round out here as we get down here between 10th, 11th, we run into good hogs here that got some build to them. Maybe just don't quite tie everything together, but they got dimension. They've got some stoutness to them. You got shape in the young man's hog here. Just gets more upright and doesn't go good enough in terms of just overall structure. Like the build of that one right there that comes out with the two whips there. He just runs out of sheer muscle and feature versus the ones on up the line. Good class, though, from top to bottom. Congratulations again to that group of kids.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the Champions formula at winning-enterprises.com.
Potter County 4-H. 7th place, Cutter Neil Bradshaw, Palmer County 4-H. 6th place, Audie Usner, Fredericksburg FFA. 5th place, Levi Jace Works, Zephyr FFA. 4th place, Alexandria Huseman, Lubbock County 4-H. 3rd place, Lila Elise Bonert, Kendall County 4-H. 2nd place, Lily Brett Behrens, Lee County 4-H. And exhibiting 1st place, Avery May Mabry, Brock FFA. Our certified Texas bred registry class champion from class 12, exhibited by Lily Behrens, Lee County 4-H. Breeder that barrow is Burger Farms of Giddings. They can pick up their certified Texas bred caps at the association table near the show ring. All righty, folks, what do you think? Are y'all ready to select a champion spot barrow and a reserve champion spot barrow? All right, yeah, put your hands together. Here we go. Your Class 8 champion, Renly Rakowitz, Bell County 4-H. Class 9 champion, Blakely May Clayman, Nazareth FFA. Your Class 10 winner, Grant Edward Meyer, Falls County 4-H. And Class 11 winner, Grady Lowry, Troop FFA. And your Class 12 champion, Avery May Mabry, Brock FFA.
If you would, let's start off. Give him a big round of applause here in our champion spot drive. Outstanding spot show here, and I hope for everybody standing around ringside can set in here, and hopefully, Nick and I was talking, we got them back out here. If you don't think there's some consistency in here, I think these things are about as cookie cutter as you can get, and from a show judge's standpoint, that definitely is what we're trying to work towards, of keeping a type and kind, and Nick and I feel very, very comfortable with this set of hogs out here. To me, we go back and, you get the questions all the time of what's that guy going to do or this and that. And I think these hogs exemplify the direction in terms of no matter what breed you're in, you can make them good built, you can make them sound, and you can still put power with extras on them. And this breed right here puts it together right now, in my opinion, from top to bottom, from our first class winner to our heavyweight, and minor differences along the way. But build and comfort along with power is the best combination, and that's simply put, in my opinion. There's one out here that does it, and I'd be remiss if I didn't think that he did kind of run away with it in terms of power, in terms of comfort, feet and legs, squareness. Let's congratulate that young lady out of that last class. She'll have your champion.
Congratulations to Avery May Mabry, Brock FFA, winner of our champion spot Barrow. Now coming for contention, Lily Brett Behrens. First call, class 15, Poland, China Barrows. First call, class 15, Poland, China Barrows.
We get down here for reserve, and we probably had a little more discussion, honestly, before we even picked our champion, and just debating back and forth of where we were going to set our opinion on the next round. And we thought there was a pair of them, a pair of the gentlemen out here that brought a very good set of them. And I think it's very close here, and we only get to pick one. We went back, and that's what we were talking about, is which one we felt maybe most complimented our champion in terms of build and design. I thought there was one that blended better at his neck. He's notch better in terms of his hip, and I think he more exemplifies a resemblance of our champion in terms of just keeping that consistency of shape and body and freshness. Congratulating this young man right here. He'll be your reserve.
Yeah, man. Thank you. First man.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
And congratulations to Grady Lowry, Troop FFA, exhibitor of our reserve champion spot Barrow.
Well, good morning. If you just now joined us, we finished up the spot show and we are into the Poland Chinas. We have 2 classes of Poland China, and we are actually up in this show as well. We had 67 last year. This year we have 69. So overall, the show is up totally through the whole deal. But so far, every breed so far we've had this morning has been up in the amount here at San Antonio. Just as they're judging this first class of Poland Chinas, it's class 15. Just wanted to give a recap real quick of our spot show on our Texas bred program. Our first place class champion in class 8 was also our Texas bred. Renly Requisites out of Bell County 4-H. Spin Farms out of Holland, Texas was the breeder of that. Congratulations to Renly for showing that class champion, and Spin Farms for providing that genetics there. And then in our second class, class 9, it was Blakely Kilman out of Nazareth FFA. Wysoon Brothers out of Wall, Texas. Had that, and it was also the class champion and also Texas bred champion. So congratulations to both the Wazoon family. They're a hard-working family there in Wall, Texas. Those kids have really done a great job there, the boys. And anyway, in class 10, it was also the class champion. That was the Texas bred. It was Grant Meyer, and they raised it themselves, the Meyer Swine Farm there out of Lott, Texas. And he was with Falls County 4-H. And then in class 11, it was our fourth place that was our Texas bred, Garrison Prain out of Holland FFA. And Spin Farms also raised this one. So they've had 2 Texas breds out of the 5 classes here in Holland, Texas. Congratulations to them. And in class 12, our final class, our second place in that class was our Texas bred winner, Lily Barons out of Lee County 4-H, and Berger Farms out of Giddings, Texas, was the Texas bred breeder of that. Berger also had a really good day in the gilt show, breeding the champion Duroc gilt there here at San Antonio. So congratulations to that hardworking family as well. As we're judging the spots here, it looks like we've got 6 in here, and we've got on the 7th one that we're working on, and we're still working with our Texas judge program. We're going to get to work with these young people all throughout the day, and then they're going to go on. They're not going to be with us for the rest of the show, but we're sure honored to have them here. And I have in our booth right now, we've got Mr. Tucker Woods out of Mississippi State University. And welcome to Texas, Tucker. And tell us a little bit about you and your background and about what the Top Judge program has meant to you so far.
Absolutely. Sorry about that. Absolutely, it's been super fun to be here in San Antonio, witnessing what you guys call the Super Bowl of Barrows shows this morning. Whenever they sang the national anthem and got geared up to get pigs rolling through the ring, I got chills down my spine, and boy, it's about as cool of an experience as I've ever had the privilege of being around. So a little bit about me. I'm from South Mississippi, a little town called Seminary. If you've ever been to New Orleans or the beach and you've driven on Highway 49, you've probably passed right by my house. I grew up showing cattle and pigs. I exhibited on a livestock show team there in junior college, and then made my way to Mississippi State and was on the livestock judging team there. Was fortunate enough to get the opportunity to come to San Antonio today to be part of, or this week to be a part of the Top Judge program, and man, that's been just the most incredible experience I've probably ever had. To be around industry leaders and industry professionals, and just to gather what those guys have to offer in terms of knowledge and experience has been surreal for me. I've tried to be like a sponge and soak it all up, and it's been real fun up to this point, and being on the Taylor Fort live stream, man, I think this is another very highlighted part of my week. So yeah, I'm fortunate to be here.
Well, I tell you, Taylor Fort does an outstanding job, and I want to tell them thank you for providing this play-by-play, so you that can't come to San Antonio can watch it from your office or from your house or wherever you're at. They're able to give you play-by-play view, ringside view of each and every one of these barrows that are being shown today, and we thank them and the sponsors that they have that go across the screen there that help make all of this happen, and we couldn't be here announcing this as well without them, and we thank them for what all they do. You know, question I might have for you, Tucker, is how did it come about that you decided to apply for this, to make application for this program? How did that come about?
Well, I think so. I heard of the Top Judge program, obviously, and during my judging career, it maybe didn't cross my mind as much with us being so busy, and our coaches actually sign us up and apply us. So whenever we got done with North American there, my coach shot me a text message and said, "Hey, send me your resume. Make a real good cover letter. We're gonna try to send you in for this Top Judge program," and we sent it in, and I didn't think much about it after that. I knew it was an incredible program. I didn't know just a whole bunch about it, just because it's kind of just starting. But as soon as I got reply back from Dr. Greiner, I was ecstatic, and I texted my coach right away. I was like, "Hey, I got the Top Judge application, and I was accepted." And from then on out, I'd been looking forward to it, and this week has truly been beyond what I ever thought it would be. So.
Well, and just tell you a little history behind it. You know, last year was the first year, and you know, San Antonio was picked to have this introduced, and when it was proposed to them, they took it with open arms from the get-go, and I was proud that they took this on, and you are amongst the elite, because even last year when it started, there was only 20 applicants that were selected, and this year it was so many more applicants that they decided to increase it, and you're one of the top 31 selected. So it is a great program, and we're glad that you decided to apply for it. And did you ever think that, you know, did you have any idea what you were fixing to encounter when you got here after you being selected? The people that you were going to be mentoring you, did you have any idea of any of this?
I had kind of an inclination that it would be really good, and after I got accepted, I did some digging and tried to find out what exactly it all entailed, I guess. And as soon as I got the application back and did some digging, I realized how monumental of an opportunity it was for me, and to be mentored by the Shane Brennings and the Dr. Clint Schwabs of the world has meant a ton to me. Just seeing what those guys have to offer and the stories they tell. Mr. Warden Beeler's got about 1 billion stories, and I love to hear every single one of them. So it's been just an absolutely an amazing experience up to this point.
Well, it looks like Tucker, we got 3 back here so far, and they're letting them all out here for the second sort. What they've done, and I'm sure you've kind of noticed that they'll keep up to 6 on the top end usually. You know, I suspect when they get into these bigger classes, these bigger breeds and stuff, you know, Hampshire is going to be our biggest class of the day today, and or one of the biggest classes. It's not the biggest class. The biggest class will be our dark crosses, of course. That'll be tomorrow, though. But I am right that the Hampshire is going to be the biggest show of today. And then tomorrow we'll have 2 really big shows. We're going to have the Durocs having 364 head, and then our dark crosses, that'll increase some more on those that get classed out. But they'll be going through in the dark crosses at least 515. So that'll be the biggest show of this first wave and stuff. So anyway, so what have you gotten so far as what have you seen? Have our judges established a pattern, and what are you seeing that you see keep coming to the surface in their selection process?
I think they've established a pretty recognizable pattern. Fortunately, we got to talk to these two guys last night as a part of the Top Judge program. They came and told us just kind of where they were at mentally going into a show of this magnitude, and we asked them, we were like, do you have a type and kind? Like, what are you going searching for? And obviously, they do have a type and kind, just like the rest of us. And Chad's type and kind is a little bit different than Nick's, and that's okay because it's come to the forefront of their selections in both of their respected breeds. I think they've definitely established a pattern. Chris has wanted them stout. He's wanted them burly. Chad's wanted them very neat looking and very sound. And I thought both of those guys have done an extremely, extremely good job of staying consistent and staying true to type.
Well, and one thing that I know you're gaining from this too is so you see a little difference between the two, but yet in a two judge system is what you're seeing here. You know, what you're bringing to the table there is you're also probably seeing that there's gives and takes, that they compromise and they can work together, and it's not one trying to outpower the other, and that's a true attribute to having a two-judge system, having two that work well together, regardless of their little fine-tuned differences, but they're able to talk through it and come up with a decision that they're both very comfortable with.
Right. Yeah, they've definitely established that they may not like them just cookie cutter the same, but I thought both of those guys have worked extremely well as a team, and as far as establishing their type and their kind, and being able to work together to get the right ones to the top.
Oh, absolutely, and they're giving each young person a fair opportunity, no matter if they've made it to the pen or they were excused and didn't even get another chance to show. They have definitely taken the time to give an explanation to each and every one of these kids of some type.
Yeah, and that's another thing I think we talked about as far as top judge. I think Caden said it earlier. Mr. Beeler said we've tried to make the hog a little bit bigger than the kid. And I thought both of these guys have done an incredible job of just talking to the kids and letting them know where they stand, and a pat on the back, a handshake. I've seen it all today, and these two are certainly a class act as far as just interacting with the kids and making sure they feel seen, and everybody's going to get a fair shake and a fair look.
And when you talk that, it appears to me that this first class here, there's 35 head in it, and you speak of the fairness. They've really shown that to the top in this class. They have actually put back 10 of them, and they have not placed them. They are going to take them all back out for another evaluation. And they've just now pinned the young boy back in the blue long sleeve shirt. So he's the first one pinned back for the third evaluation. Looks like the young man in the black shirt, long sleeve shirt, has been pulled back. But just the recognizable fairness that these judges are showing here. You got a little bit bigger class here, and they think the depth is pretty deep in here. They want to make sure they check all the boxes, and so they've taken 10 back, which is the most I've seen for that type of sort.
Yeah, I think just as many as they're pulling back, it just speaks to the depth of quality here at San Antonio. Whenever you come to this type of show, it's going to be deep. Quality's going to run 12 to 15 deep in each class, and I think every single class today has exemplified quality to the highest degree.
Absolutely. So, Tucker, is this your first time to be in San Antonio?
It is my first time to be in San Antonio.
First time in Texas?
Not my first time in Texas,
Okay.
but my first time in San Antonio.
Well, how's the weather back home versus here? Is it as warm here?
Man, it stays hot. Our weather's somebody quoted weather earlier this week as being bipolar. I would probably say the weather in Mississippi is pretty bipolar. I wouldn't know if we're as dry as you guys here in Texas are.
We have been very dry,
but us in Mississippi, it probably rains once a week. It's hot one day, it's humid, and then it's cold the next. So you never know what you're going to get as far as weather goes. But I wish the weather was as nice at home as it is here.
Well, it sounds like you share the same type of forecasting that my father, when he was still living, about Texas. He told me, he said, anybody that says they can predict weather in Texas is either somebody that's a fool or a newcomer to the state, because it changes hourly, and it sounds like Mississippi's the same way.
Yeah, I don't know how the weathermen do it. They tend to
still get paid for it.
Yeah, they tend to get it accurate most of the time, but man, it's never 100% chance, and it seems like every time they predict rain, it only rains a little bit, and every time they predict to be cold, it gets hot about midday. So.
Well, I have to share with you and the listeners, I have a real good friend that's a meteorologist in Tucson, and if you guys remember a few years ago, they got some snow one time, and so I asked my friend about that. I said, what did y'all predict that snow? And they said no. I mean, we knew it was going to snow. All the dots lined up, but he said we weren't about to tell the people it was going to snow in Arizona.
Yeah, I would assume being a meteorologist in Arizona probably gets pretty boring. I would say it's probably hot most of the time.
George talked about the oceanfront property there in Arizona.
Yes, sir, he did. Yes, sir, he did.
Well, it looks like we're down on the bottom end of getting them all we've got them all placed, but our top two, to be honest, and here
All
he
right,
is.
first call, Class 16, Poland China Barrows. First call, Class 16, Poland China Barrows. Beginners, bring your barrows to the holding pen at this time. Be sure to have your pink show card with you as you do the show.
Well, what's interesting here, we got our top three back. He's placed them all the way through fourth place, so that's a little bit different than what they've done before. He kind of caught me off guard on that one.
Yeah, they've shaken it up from the last couple classes.
But as you mentioned, the pattern and stuff, you can see the prettiness there. That boy, the smaller boy in the light blue long sleeve shirt, got a really pretty extended one out there, and the other's got some really good power to him, and so it's kind of a combination. We'll see if he kind of keeps with his prettiness, if he goes that, or if he's going to kind of take a different approach there a little bit.
I think it speaks to staying true to type and true to consistency, and like we mentioned earlier, these guys are about as consistent as it gets, and that's all you can ask for someone sorting a show.
Well, it sounds like what you've taken away so far is just fairness with the exhibitors, with integrity and consistency.
Absolutely, That's been things that have been reiterated day in and day out. We've talked to guys that hire judges, guys that run shows, ag teachers, A&M AgriLife Extension, and the number one things that have been reiterated through the whole week is absolutely having some integrity about what you do and the way you do it, and being fair with the kids, just making sure everybody gets a good look, making sure everybody gets a fair shake, and obviously having a type, having a kind, and staying true to type and being consistent.
Looks, and see, he's going with the young man in the light blue. I thought probably that's what he was going to do, and he kind of kept those two pretty ones together, to be honest. You know, they both really extended through their front end.
This first class of Poland's here, and we sorted them a little bit different. We ended up pinning them back and redriving, as you've seen there, and reason being is because there's certainly some close decisions all the way through this class, and give and take and differences, and we get up here on the top end, and I don't think this is a light or easy decision by any stretch of imagination. I think we've got two very good Poland's up here, and as Nick and I went back and forth and discussed and weighed our checks and balances, we end up landing on the one here closest to me. And when you just get into that particular hog in terms of just natural skeleton, natural build, in terms of just squareness, we felt that one was a notch more genuine, particularly when you step in right behind him and read his hawk when he goes away from you. He's good in terms of his shape up high, his burliness, his density out here, and still his comfort level is very, very good. I thought, again, like I said, I think the genuineness of the skeleton and just natural build when you get right into that one in the lower portion of his skeleton is what allows him to win this particular class. The one in second, and certainly no slouch at all, and certainly one to be proud of, he is the wilder looking one of the two, and long necked. He's got shape up high. He is fresh in his appearance. I didn't see that one blending quite as good when you study him in terms of his top line back there through his ham-loin junction, and more importantly, when I step right in there behind him, he pushes the most in terms of just his hawk set and his placement. When you get him out here, I just didn't call him as comfortable as the one there ahead of him. He is the fresher of the two, in my opinion. I will say that. I think the combination of just totals, though, still by no means is the one to start this class far from fresh. I'm not saying that. Those are just the minor differences that I read in those two to cuss and discuss, I guess, for a lack of a better term, when you get in there and study that particular pair there. Good job, man. You get on down here into third, and on down the line here, the one that comes out here in third, again, in terms of balance, in terms of build, very good hog in that aspect, and he's one of them. When I went back to Nick there one time, I said, he's one, the longer he stays out here, the more he grows on you, because he's hard to poke a hole in. His balance, his build, his comfort is very good. When you get the nitpicking him versus those first two, he maybe doesn't read a stout in terms of his rear leg, hind leg feature, and then he just wants to be a notch rounder there in his hip and stifle as you study him to the ground there, particularly from the side. But a good built, good design one from there forward that certainly has to be appreciated. The one that comes out next here, hey, this one's got some burliness to him, got some stoutness to him. We need to clean him back up there through his rear flank ever so slightly. Give him just a notch more secure hind leg. He wants to set up underneath of him just ever so slightly, but at the same point in time, basically reconstruct back there through that flank on the bottom side, and then reconstruct just a little bit there in terms of rear leg security when you watch that thing drive, particularly on the side. One that comes out next, front 2/3 and build of this one is as eye appealing as any of them you'll find out here in the class. The angles of this particular hog just got to be better. He's the most upright of that top five in terms of the angulation to his shoulder. He wants to be the steepest out of his hip there and the most uncomfortable when you watch him from the side versus those ones right on up the line there. One that comes out a little flightier eared one right here, and he's one you go back to. Again, he's got a good look. The young man does an outstanding job of getting him presented out here. He runs into the same scenario out here as the one right there ahead of him in terms of just angles, in terms of just overall comfort out here. I like his stoutness, like his body shape that he does have. I just didn't think that one may be balanced, though, all in all, in terms of head and neck, and eye appeal is the one right there above him. Coming out next here, another big, stout, wide-bodied one right here. Gets a little coarser, a little thicker about his pole up there in terms of his crest. Doesn't quite have as fresh a look as the ones on up the line there. Gets a little easy there in his ham loin, a little tighter there. Shortens him up there from his ham loin back to the base of his tail. Doesn't quite have the extra length of hip. We come out here, we run into, as we get down through here, we kind of ran into the same things. I opted to go with the stouter ones in the next two holes here. Structure deviates these down here into, 8th, 9th, and 10th. More importantly, we backed up in here, and this one here has got more dimension up high, more body shape, and that's where we felt those two right there excel the ones that are going to round out here in 9th and 10th, just simply from an overall power standpoint. We just got to make these ones in 9th and 10th just a notch better in terms of just overall soundness.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
FFA. 5th place, Jesslyn Gonzalez, Olton, FFA. 4th place, Hunter Butler, Bell County, 4-H. 3rd place, John Miles Rodriguez, Garza County, 4-H. 2nd place, Reggie Cruz Spencer, Albany, FFA. And 1st place goes to Zane Michael Byers, Hale County, 4-H. Zane is also our certified Texas Bred Registry class champion from Class 15 Poland China Barrows. Breeder of that barrow is Wintex Farms of Lubbock, and they can pick up their certified Texas bred caps at our association table near the show ring.
Well, now we're moving on to our last and final class of Poland Chinas, and then I think we're going to take about a 30-minute lunch break. 34 total head in this class. Weight ranges on these barrows. It goes from 277 to 300. So I let Dad do a lot of the talking. Hey, that's my pen, sir.
Oh, sorry. There you go.
Stealing my pens over here. Now, all jokes aside, I let him do some talking. I know a lot of you know Wayne out there, and obviously he's my dad, so I respect anything he has to say. I try to live up to his standards, and I'll tell you, I took a little bit of break. For those of you who don't know, and some of those of you do know, I've got almost a 2-year-old daughter, and her and my wife came and surprised me, so I went and spent a few minutes out there with them and took Lauren to the arena so she could get firsthand, and that's where it all starts when they're little, and she's got a passion for it. She loves the pigs, so I'm sure she'll be showing pigs just like her daddy did. So and sent them on their way, and now we're back to business again. I hope you guys have had fun and enjoyed your time here and listening to Dad and I and a lot of these top judge people. Top judge program, I can't say enough great things. I know y'all have constantly heard us say it, but it really is so important in these judges nowadays that they continue this tradition that so many before them have done. And we're starting them after college, so they know the importance of it and know it's the kids are way bigger than the animals, and integrity and responsibility and making sure we take the time with these kids, because this is what it's about. It's about the kids. They're just showcasing a project, and this is a forum and an avenue for them to be successful in life. So I'm fortunate for them. I'm fortunate for Dr. Ferris and all them for acknowledging the importance of this top judge program that these guys have come up with, and bringing them in here to be a part of this and watching the show.
Exhibitors, we have one exhibitor.
So I'll get off my rant here on that deal. So I can't say enough things about this top judge program. All right, so we're going to bring up another Okie over here, and nothing against them Okies. You know, you're not from Muskogee, though, correct?
No, sir.
Yeah, go ahead and say your name, where you go to school, what your major is, and how you got involved in this top judge program.
Yes, my name's Jackson Torrance. I grew up in northeast Oklahoma, a little small town called Welling, about 15 minutes east of Tahlequah. Grew up raising and showing pigs. Got Parker kind of talked to me there at the end of Louisville and was like, we'd like to nominate you for the top judge deal, and I thought it just sounded like too good to be true, honestly. So decided to send in my resume and everything and got selected, and got down here to San Antonio on Wednesday afternoon.
And then you'll fly back out, tomorrow, I'm assuming?
Actually, I think us 4 or 5 of us here from OSU are going to drive back this afternoon.
So what is that, about a 12-hour drive, 8 to 10-hour drive?
About 8 hours.
It's crazy to me because, Texas is such a big state. 8 hours for us that's like from Lubbock to College Station kind of deal. It's funny, you take 2 hours west of there and it's 8 hours to Oklahoma, so it just blows my mind how big our state is, but also how close y'all are to us as well. So what year in school are you?
I'm a senior there, and I graduated in May with an animal science major.
Good for you.
And a minor in ag business and a minor in ag econ.
So we talk about the future of the kids and future of that. What does your future look like? What do you want to do once you graduate?
Want to go into the banking side of things, the loan officer / ag lender type deal.
That's kind of where I started before I started working in our family business, and I really enjoyed it. It's fun because you get to deal with the same amount of people and the same kind of people in that field as well. And it's funny because some of the people that I dealt with up in Lubbock when I was there were some of the same people that I showed with. So it's kind of cool it always comes back full circle, right? So anybody in this industry is so important when you get to know them and meet them and spend the time, because you never know when it can come back and help you out in life, kind of deal. So I'm excited for you doing that stuff. I'm excited what you want to do. I've asked a few other people, and they're like, oh, no. And I'm like, well, you got about 6 months to figure it out, or go home and start there, and we can go from there kind of thing. So I'm glad you kind of know the path you want to go on. So what is one of your biggest takeaways so far that you've done in this top judge program since you've been a part of it?
Man, I'd say just the ability to be consistent when you're sorting shows.
Absolutely.
They've kind of preached that home. If you do something one time, do it again the next time. It's really about the kids. It's kind of what they've been pounding into our heads, I guess you could say. Not really pounding, but just reiterating multiple times. It's about the kids. So if you treat something one way, make sure you do it again. Give all the kids a fair and honest job there.
Oh, yeah. And we've talked about it throughout the podcast. And buddy of mine, Blake Kennedy, had commented on earlier, make the kids bigger than the animal. And that is so true. And that's something I think Top Judge program is really instilling in y'all and what y'all are doing. And I think it's great. I can't say enough good things about it. Looks like we have about 10 or 12 pinned back. I'm not a mathematician like my friend from, where's he at? I forget his name, Schwab. He said he's real good with numbers. He wants to be a CPA, and he was my numbers guy when it came out here. So I think we got about 12 pinned back so far. What have you seen so far in these two guys today? What's some takeaways you've gotten from Nick and Chad as they've judged throughout the day so far?
Man, I thought they've been very, very consistent in the type and kind, what they're looking for, what they're after, and sticking to it. They're really working really well with the kids, working really well with the show staff, and I think they're both doing just an unbelievable job, honestly. They're getting through them at a good rate.
Yes, they are.
But they're being efficient, and every kid's getting the same fair, honest look. I think just really doing a nice job in terms of working with the kids and working with the show staff and sticking to their guns of what they want.
Well, and you think about all these show staff that are here, 99% of these people are volunteers that are out here in the ring, and it's amazing how quickly after that first class those people picked up on what the two guys wanted, and just everything just kind of, it's like a well-oiled machine now. It's amazing how quickly these staff members picked up on what, both Chad and Nick both liked, and both of those two guys, one of them likes a lot of power, the other one likes them to be smooth walking and just walk like a cat out there, and they've taken those two traits and what they appreciate in an animal, put it together and came up with one care package, and they like you said, they've stayed consistent, and they look like they're having fun too.
They look like they're really enjoying it out there. Big ring, bright lights, and man, I think they're eating it up and having a great time.
Well, this is a big deal to be judging the show. Number one, I know a lot of people aspire to judge a show like San Antonio, being the Super Bowl of Barrow shows, but it's funny watching them talk with each other. You don't know, and I'm bad at lip reading, but I don't know if they're talking about hogs or if they're talking about fly fishing out here or going to the coast or something, because they're just having a good time together. And it's good when you have two judges like that. Their personalities mesh really well, whether they like the same things or not. They've come up with a care package that really, really holds true throughout each one of these classes here. So what type of hog do you think they're picking out here for those people listening at home that may be in Wave 2?
Man, I'd say if you bring a good-footed, good-built one that's nice balanced with enough in terms of width and dimension that you're going to get along very, very well. Good feet, good structure, correct angles, loose and comfortable in the way they use their hind leg, I think kind of fits these guys to a T.
So pretty much just a good hog.
Yeah, just good pigs.
You know what's crazy? So we did the gilt show, and it's a purebred, so we did the purebreds. I know AJ Genter judged the crossbreds, but during the purebred show, it's ironically enough, Nick's brother was a member of that squad on judging. He was the secondary judge for the purebred gilt show. But Dad and I were talking out throughout the podcast, man, of how good that Poland breed looked in the purebred show. And I was like, man, I can't wait to see what these Poland Barrows look like. And I mean, there's some that you'd almost think if their ears weren't down and straight up, you'd be like, man, it's a pretty good little Berk over there. And to see the Poland breed doing that well, that's that's attributes to these good breeders out here who want to make this breed so much better.
Yeah, yesterday we had a light day in terms of like meetings and stuff. And so me and my mentor Galen, we kind of hung out here around the barn and looked at some things and watched them get them up and walk them outside there on the turf, and looked at some crossbreds and looked at some Polands and looked at some red hogs. And I told Galen on the way back to the hotel last night to eat dinner, I said, man, I think that Poland show is going to be very, very good. And I'd say after watching the first class and seeing these first few pinned back, and what is it, the 7 or 6 of them that are out there, I'd say I hit the nail on the head. The Poland show guys, very, very good in terms of quality in my mind.
So those of you who bred animals for this show, just so you know, whatever y'all are doing and whoever you're watching on the stick right now, they've done a phenomenal job with, skin and hair and feeding these animals and getting them to 12 o'clock. I mean, a lot of these animals out here, you can tell, like, this is about as good as they're going to get when they get to this point, and that's held true. So as a breeder, it's always good to know who's ever takes your animal home, that they feed it well, bring it out here, and they show it off well. So that, I think that's peace of mind as a breeder. And I mean, you understand that, having hogs and stuff. And my question to you, if you had to pick a breed to show, what would it be and why?
Good crossbreds, honestly.
Good crossbreds.
Yeah.
Okay, the big game. I call it the big money game because that's so competitive, man. That's good. Go big or go home, right?
Go big or go home. Let's swing for the fences and try to win them all.
So what's your breed? Are we talking dark cross? Are we talking light cross, skunky?
I think a good light cross.
Good light cross
goes a long way.
Hey, and that's interesting to see because I remember as a kid, I graduated high school in 2009. And blue butts were the thing to do, and then all of a sudden we transitioned to, I call it hamp appearing crosses, and then some of them become the dark crossbred. It's good to hear somebody say light crosses is their favorite, have a little bit of a smoky look to it, or you have these, I call them jack-o'-lantern looking pigs, and you know exactly what I'm talking about there. And
Halloween hogs.
Halloween hogs, yes. My dad has another term for them, but we're going to leave that one off for now. I'll tell you about it later. But it's good to see somebody who likes a good blue butt hog. And their quality's done very well. I think we focused on the dark so much, and people are starting to say, hey, you know what? We can make a good blue butt look just as good, and it's got a little bit more coloration to it. My big deal with like a light hog is just keeping them clean and keeping them fresh, keeping that white looking good, and trying not to leave too many marks on them per se.
Keep the white and the blue, like a dark blue.
The blue. The white and the blue. I love it. Looks like they have about 6 pinned back now for their top placing ones. Top 5 in this class will make the sale here at San Antonio, and I think they're going to start placing from here. And
looks like we just grabbed another one.
Oh wow! So they're going to do double sort here, it looks like, I assume. That's 8 they pulled back now.
Kind of a double sift type deal.
Exactly. Or I guess a triple. Well, quadruple now because we had there, and then one more. So golly, that tells me they're doing something right.
Yes.
You know, they're not. If they got to deviate from the routine to make sure they get them right, they're doing just that right now, and it shows in what they're doing.
Did a very good job of getting the pigs that needed to be out here, and getting them the look they deserve, and getting the ones pinned back that need it, and then getting those come back out and sort through.
And even these kids that aren't going to make a placing here at San Antonio, you got to give them kudos for just doing such a phenomenal job presenting that animal out here in the ring.
Absolutely. Skin and hair is dialed in down here in South Texas, San Antonio, if you will.
So how's the weather in Oklahoma right now?
I talked to my girlfriend this morning, and I think she said it's a little chilly there in Stillwater. So I'd say we got the better end of the deal down here in San Antonio. A little warmer. Short sleeve shirts.
Yeah, I wore a long sleeve today, and I'm kind of regretting it. I should know better. I'm from this area, so it's like, man. But you know Texas, what they say, if you don't like the weather, just wait an hour, it'll change. That's pretty much what it is here. But I would have never thought, like, next week we're going to be almost 90 degrees here in San Antonio.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's going to get a little warm. I think I might be in shorts probably when it's all said and done by the Grand Drive next week.
Dust off the summer clothes there.
There you go. Yeah, then I'll probably put them away the next week and have to get my winter back out again. Here we go. We got our top 10 individuals here. Like I said, top 5 will make the sale here in this class.
Very good set of Polands out here.
Mm-hmm. So fluid in their motion, too. I mean, all of them have got to walk really, really good. There's been a couple that, have been borderline outside their skeleton, but they check all the boxes and what they had left to work with. And that's where they kind of drew the line. They're like, okay, this is a good hog, but this one's a little bit more outside himself, still maintaining inside his skeleton, but we're going to put him a little bit farther down. And they've held true to that, I feel like. You don't have to be the absolute most powerful thing out there, just consistent on both, square on both ends, but definitely have a little bit of width to you.
Yeah, I heard one of them make the comment there during, I think it was the Berkshire show.
Mm-hmm.
The pig that won was just the totals pig, and I think they've done a very good job of finding that. Pigs that put together a lot of good qualities that everybody in my mind should be after.
Absolutely. What's always fun to watch as a judge, we can all, a lot of us are, I'm going to say, just like TV experts kind of deal. Like in football, we sit there and be like, oh, yeah, they should do this. It's like, well, we're not in the driver's seat, so we really know? But a lot of us can pick out the top, 4 or 5 that have been around this long enough, right? What's fun as a judge and to watch a judge do is like 5th through 10th to see how they line those guys up and say, okay, it merely makes you dig deep as a judge. What really is the most important thing to you as a judge? When you don't have a total, complete package, what is the most important thing? And you see a lot of that come out in those deeper placing classes.
Yeah, at a show like this, there's going to be plenty of pigs that come with enough like just natural width and dimension, and then from there you can really dig in and evaluate and find the things you like a little extra in terms of like good feet, good structure, a nice little skull and ear set to you.
So my question to you, we talked about what you like in a hog. So if you have 2 almost identical hogs, where is your go-to, draw straws kind of line? Like, okay, we've got 2 almost identical hogs. Where do you go to first to split the hairs kind of thing?
Man, I'd probably say just ones that don't, I guess for a good word, ones that are weird. Okay. I like weird-looking animals.
Just very unique and out there. Just like, wow, that was just a salty-looking one out there or whatever.
Good heads. I talk a lot of ears there when I judge shows. Good feet, things like that. Things that don't look like they fit together.
And that's something to look at, too, that it also stands out with an animal, too. It's like, well, that one is just freaky-headed or, like it's just weird-legged or whatever. You just don't see it. And those things are great. And that's why I always liked, I showed Durocs. That was what I primarily showed. But I would always like to get a cross that had either a unique spot on it or, something that kind of just stood out. Where as a judge, you're like, whoa, I've never seen that before. It's eye-appealing almost, and you hope he's a good hog, too, at the same time. But like I think they're going to pin 5 back here. That'll be your potentially top 5. I'm going to assume top 5 because Chad went and got the buttons, so they're going to start placing 6th through 10th here.
So does that mean these 5 kids are guaranteed a spot there in the cell?
That is correct.
Okay.
And sometimes they'll leave, like say you pin 5 back and there might be just one out there. They've been placing from 6th to 10th instead of the other way around. That way you don't overdrive these animals kind of thing. But at the same token, there's been a couple of times where they've judged it and said, hey, we've got these 5, but we want to see what this other one looks like with them. And that's really good, for the judge to consider all that when it comes to a deep class.
So now if one of these 5 kids, say, have a dark cross there in wave 2 that happens to get in the cell, does your 6th place animal move up and fill that cell spot?
No, so you're only allowed to show one animal. It doesn't matter
animal.
what. Yeah, no,
Just
period.
one
Yeah,
pig.
so if you show an animal at this wave, you cannot take, that is your animal that you show.
Okay.
So we have like 3,000 to 4,000 hogs that show up at the show. That means 3,000 to 4,000 exhibitors that show at this show. You can only show one animal. So if you decide Poland's the one you want to take, that's the one you take, and you leave the dark cross or whatever it may be for either Houston or Austin are the 2 big ones coming up. But we also have a lot of big county and district shows that still haven't happened yet. So, I always like having a backup for every pig because I don't know if it was in your case too. Sometimes they go lame on you or something happens, they get sick, go off feed, whatever it may be. It's always good to have a backup. And then if you were my dad, you had a backup kind of thing. and so there's other options for these kids to go to as well.
That's something I find very unique about the state of Texas is the variety in terms of county fairs. I judged one just not too long ago, actually, there late January, and then they'll go all the way, it seems like, through May, if I'm not mistaken, in terms of some counties. So
yeah, you have like Parker counties that's in May and be almost beginning of June sometimes, and then we gear up for jackpot shows again. We have our state fair in like August, September kind of thing, and so I mean it's year round. I mean this is time of year for us from like January through April is like our big show season or whatever, and then then it kind of gears up for summer jackpots and stuff like that. It's just so hot down here in Texas. I mean those people who show summer hogs, more power to you to try to keep them cool the whole time.
Oh yeah. I know it was judging that deal was a little, I guess, odd, and for being the first one, you had pigs come in all different shapes and sizes. In January, your San Antonio and Houston Barrows probably aren't just the biggest critters in the world, and then you got pigs there for Fort Worth or people just feeding the county fair pig, honestly.
A lot of our counties, too, what's funny is I'd say probably close to 2/3 of the county shows in the state of Texas are the first 3 weeks of January because they want to get all their county stuff out of the way before all the majors hit because those majors are really good. And I got to give kudos to all of our big major shows here in Texas. They talk to each other and say, hey, when do you want to do your Barrow show so we don't have them on top so everybody gets a chance to show everywhere. And they're not too big of a show to be too prideful to say it's us or bust kind of deal. So like San Antonio, Angelo, Rodeo Austin, Houston, they all communicate with each other, and they're part of a really big bond outside of this thing in the sense of, hey, we're here to make good kids better, and they want to communicate with each other. So I got to give them props for doing that. So our county show was like the first week of January usually, so we had New Year's, went back to school for like 2 days and had our county show. It was kind of nice. We had a little bit longer of a Christmas break. So I was going to ask you, and Dad might have asked you this, like, did you ever know Brandon and Mackenzie Colopy? So they judged at OSU.
We, in junior college, my livestock judging coach, actually, she would have judged with Brandon there.
Okay.
At
that
OSU.
was a really good team, yeah.
The 2017 team, I believe, if I'm not
that is
mistaken.
Correct.
Another one of OSU's national champion teams there. And, so I got to meet him a couple times, give sets of reasons to him. I know freshman year there at NOC, he took sets at Dallas. I actually talked his high set there on the Hereford Heifers, so it was a very neat experience there.
Well, then you probably know Cade Laney then, too.
Absolutely. Me and Cade are very good buddies.
So I don't know if I'm sure Dad told you the connection there with them.
Yeah.
I mean, they're family to us. His oldest brother Dusty's a really, really good friend of mine. His sister Lauren's a really good friend of mine. And I'll tell you, Cade had a really good contest not too long ago. Wasn't he high individual contest?
Cade actually, shout out Cade Laney. He actually just won the Dixie National by I want to say 15 points. Won it by a very large margin.
I was going to say 15. People are like, 15 points. Like, no, 15 points is a big margin.
Yeah. He was top 5 in reasons, and then also was the low drop in the entire contest. So for those of you who don't understand livestock judging, if you do those two things, it's pretty hard to get beat.
Let's hear from Mr. Day.
We get back out here in our last class, Poland's, and got a very good pair. And I think a top 4, 5 start to stack up out here. And there's some differences, and then there's a lot of similarities. And we worked these two up here towards the top end of this class, and they are the similar of the top 5 in terms of pair. And every time they came out is just a matter of where you want to set your saddle at, I guess, on these. And we come back, and then that's what I told Nick there. I said the moral of the story is, I said I like length of hip and hind leg and squareness, and that's where the young man's pig definitely has a decided advantage here in the turquoise from that aspect. Not only is he better in that area, he's better in terms of the bottom side of his neck and the way he ties down into his sternum. He's probably a notch crisper up on the top side of his skeleton when you get up on him and read him down that loin edge. Just got just a little bit of a crisper look to him, if you will. Certainly the one in second, he follows right in there. That is one big-chested, wide one. When he comes out of the gate, he daggone sure demands your attention. When you get him out here and you get to studying that hog, he reads a little smaller in terms of his stature for me, but more importantly, as we study him, as I said there, he maybe ties a little deeper into his neck. And one of the things that I had a concern with him when he went through the sift back there was where we were going to end up in terms of just hawk placement when you step right in there behind him, and that's what separated him out of the top end. He angles just a little more in terms of where he comes out of the base of his stifle to the ground, just not quite as genuine when you read that one going away from you as the one that starts the class, but two very good Poland Barrows. Get in here between third and fourth, and we get into the same type of a conversation. This is a good pair of them right here, and very similar. You can go ahead and drop that one out in fourth too if you want. Very similar in terms of type and kind and build, and these are the ones that when they come out that you keep going back to and you put them back because their balance and their design are always going to keep them up there towards the top end of the class. I didn't read them maybe as extreme in terms of just shape and power relative to their overall scale as we compared to those ones there that were in first and second. But of the pair, I felt the young lady in the reds had a little more natural shape. I like the freshness of that hog when you get up on top of him there comparatively to the one right there below him. Comfort level very good in that hog. A very nice one that ends up being in third. 1 and 4, same type of scenario. Build and design. Didn't read that one maybe just quite as stout when you study him in that front leg feature or hind leg for that matter, but more particularly when you get right up on top of him, he didn't have near the mass and the shape as the one there that ends up in third. But still, that one's build and design and just comfort out here keeps him over the one here in fifth. 1 and 5th might have an advantage in terms of shape and power. For me, got just a notch rounder when you studied him there in his hip and hind leg, little rounder there in his shoulder and the way his crest and everything ties in that front third of his skeleton. But he is a big centered, he's a big bodied, he's a big back one that has to be appreciated for the positive attributes that he brings to this particular class. One that comes out next was one that Nick sent back out here, and for the reasons where he is good and why he gets up here in sixth in this class. His design from the side is good. He's got some shape. He's got just presence out here when you get off to the side of him. If we could change him there when you step right in behind him in terms of just the way he handles his hog, that's probably what scared me off the most back there in the back. But at the same point in time, simply quality from there forward pushes him up here into sixth in this particular drive. Coming out here next, seventh and eighth here, we get into a hog here again, like one there ahead. He gets to be a notch frailer in terms of his build. He's got good shape when you get on top of him. He's just a little rounder, a little frailer, doesn't have quite that secure hind leg to get out there and go. We run into one right here. If we can give that one just a little more look from his blade forward, he wants to be just a notch shorter about his face, makes him look just a little more off balance when you get to studying from the side. Just simply doesn't have that fresh show ring look versus the ones on up the line. The one that comes out next, this one here, he's packed full of power. He's got width. He's got shape. I didn't feel that one just from a comfort standpoint off of either ends, really just pulled himself together. He reads just a little flatter there at the base of his forearm when you study that one down into his knee, down to his foot there. More importantly, just need to get him comfortable and get him out here and get him to go. We round out the class with a good built one, simply not enough muscle, not enough power versus those ones above him here today, but a nice bear in terms of build and structural soundness. That ends up being 10th. Good class, congratulations.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
4-H. 6th place, Hartley Kucharowski, West FFA. 5th place, Kaysen Robert Breckenridge, FFA. 4th place, Carson Johnson, Denton County, 4-H. 3rd place, Devony Anderson, Perryton, FFA. 2nd place, Sloan Stedgy, Groover, FFA. And 1st place, Tate Anderson of New Home, FFA. Our Certified Texas Bred Registry Class Champion from Class 16, Poland China Barrows, exhibited by Tate Anderson, New Home, FFA. Breeder of that barrow is Lindner Show Pigs of Comfort, and they can pick up their Certified Texas Bred caps at the association table near the show ring.
Testing 1, 2. Oh, there we go. We're back. Thank you. Well, we got a special guest back here with us, Miss Savannah Page from Georgia. What's happening, girl?
Not much. Getting ready to see this Poland drive. It seems like they have their work cut out for
Zane
them
Michael
because,
Byers, Hale County,
that
4-H.
last class was pretty deep.
It was very deep, and this class winner right here is very, very good too. I'm going to say it's 50-50 here. What do you think?
I think
and
so
your
too.
Class 16 champion, Tate
They
Anderson of New
are
Home,
very
FFA.
similar. I would say they definitely have stuck with a kind throughout the day, and I think it'll be tough.
Be interesting to see what they do here. What I like about these two, even though they're different sizes, man, you could take the clone of a silhouette on this one and increase it by about 20 or 30%, and it's the same hog from a side profile here. That one is just so wide based over here.
I would agree. It's tough to beat a heavy one nowadays, though. When they're good and heavy.
What was the guy before me? His name's Jackson, right? Is it Jackson?
Yep,
yeah.
yep.
Jackson told me something off mic, and I had to agree with him on it. Just pretty much what he said was that is a wide-footed animal right there in so many words, but a very good way, very articulate in the way he said it in a good way. And I totally agree with him on it. It's just it's a freak of nature as a Poland, but both of them high quality animals, and regardless of which one they use, I could almost see them keeping both of them for champion and reserve, and I could be dead wrong on this deal, but a lot of good qualities in both of them. They made up their decision here.
Again, a nice round of applause, if you would, here for our Poland exhibitors as we select your champion Poland bear. And we get through here, and it's always interesting when you sort them back there in the back, you get them up here to the front, and even at a breed with two of them, I'm very comfortable with the pair we have out here and the four to represent the Polands, I guess, that are up here in the holding pens. From the standpoint of breed for breed, and I'm not a guy that thinks every breed needs to look the same by any stretch of imagination, but I do think quality needs to run the same through what we try to pick out here. And I think these follow right and type and kind with the third breed here that we've been into today, and two of them that are very good. I think they both represent the Poland breed extremely well. We get out here and Nick and I talk back and forth, and there's a pair of them that are a little different in type and kind, but not necessarily in a bad way. One, as we talk about from an industry standpoint of trying to make some of the extras and still having the extremities with keeping things in the right direction. I think this one represents that in terms of just being one that's got look, he's got balance, he's got width, he's got bone, he's got muscle. He gets out here and goes, and is still the most comfortable, in my opinion, of the two. Let's congratulate that young man out of the last class. He'll have your champion.
Congratulations to Tate Anderson, New Home FFA, exhibitor of our champion Poland China Barrow. Now coming into contention, Sloan Stedgy, Groover FFA.
Again, you drop that second place out here in this division, and as Nick and I go back and forth and talk the pair, what we see the differences in them, and where you give the nod in an area or two. You come out of our lightweight class, and a good built one right there, good designed, still gets out here and goes, and I ask myself where that one fits in from a maturity standpoint, just in terms of just head and skull shape out here versus the one that comes out of the second class, which is a heavier class. That one to me reads maybe just a notch better in terms of his freshness up at his blade there. I don't know what the age is on these things, and I don't even want to get into that. I'm just telling you what I see out here in terms of the way they read from a youthfulness standpoint. And I think when you get right into him, he's got a notch more in terms of spread up high and stoutness, and still gets out here and handles it acceptably well from the standpoint of just overall range of motion. We like that second place out of our last class to be your reserve.
Congratulations to Sloan Stedgy, Groover FFA, exhibitor of our reserve champion, Poland China Barrow. All righty, folks. That concludes our morning slate of judging. We are going to take right now around a 45-minute lunch break or so, and then we will resume judging after lunch with our Hampshire Barrows. Once again, we'll take around a 45-minute lunch break and resume judging after lunch with our Hampshire breed.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the Champions formula at winning-enterprises.com.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
At this time, if I could have all our swine committee members, interns, and volunteers, please return to your workstations. All swine committee members, interns, and volunteers, please return to your workstations. All righty, folks. First call, Class 19, Hampshire Barrows. First call, Class 19, Hampshire Barrows. Visitors, if you're walking through the swine barn right now, we do have our exhibitors making their way to the show ring with their projects. So if you're on these main alleys, you might want to just stop and step aside for a few moments, let those animals get to the ring, and then continue to enjoy your day here at the showgrounds. Exhibitors, be sure to have your pink show card with you when you come into the holding pen. Be sure to have your pink show card with you when you come into the holding pens. Folks, once again, as a reminder, if you complete showing on any wave here of the Junior Market Barrows Show and you're ready to get your tack and head home, no trailers will be allowed on the ground. So be sure to pick up your tack in your truck before you go to get your trailer. Once again, no trailers will be allowed back on the ground. So when you're loading out your tack, be sure to get that before you pick up your trailer.
Mr. Woods is back for more, man. I guess you just missed being up here on the mic, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, let's get you turned on first.
Yeah,
there we go. Hey,
start.
we got power. Yeah, man. So, did you go eat lunch back there and everything with the guys?
I
yeah,
did.
Cool. I saw y'all's little clan back there. Mr. Beeler was just over here. I got to catch up with him, and man, you know, we were talking over there and just catching up on life, and it's just fun. And that's kind of the deal that they're trying to instill on everybody. Just say, hey, it's way bigger than just being out there in the ring kind of deal, and he's a perfect example of that stuff, man. It's pretty cool getting to keep up with him. He's got plenty of stories, that's for sure.
I quoted him earlier on the last one that I did. I think I said Mr. Beeler's got stories for days, and that's no exaggeration. Like, he gets to sit here on the podium here with us and tell stories all 5 days of the Barrows
You
show.
might get one or two words in every now and then too,
maybe,
right?
Maybe.
No, he's I think the world of him, and he was actually, you know, when I was judging or when I was showing, he was one of the big judges back then. You had him, you know, Dan Hogue, Steve Nichols, John and Wayne Hinker, Al Schminke. Those guys were it. They were what these guys right here that are judging are aspiring to be one day.
Right.
And there will be kids talking about them like I'm talking about these guys.
Yeah.
But, you know, do y'all know what his name is, his nickname is?
Big Butt Beeler, right?
You got it right, and he owns it too, man. And
yeah.
If you didn't have one that had a butt on it, he's probably going to be like, yeah, it's a good hog, but it doesn't have a butt, so we got to bury it.
I think
but he was consistently that way his entire life, and so
yeah.
you had to love it, you know, kind of thing.
I think his saying was ground up, butt forward. Is
Yeah.
what he kept telling us. and that just speaks to his consistency. His typing count, he stayed true to that all his life, and he was still sitting there in the stands with us a minute ago. He's like, "That hog doesn't have enough butt for me," and we were like, "Respect it."
Yeah, respect. Yeah, you know it's coming. You know what he likes.
That's
and,
right.
And as judges, you know, it's good as a breeder too. It's like, okay, so-and-so is judging San Antonio. I know what kind of hog to take to this person because they're consistently there. Yes, do types change over time? Yes,
Absolutely.
but it's not drastic changes, I
No.
feel like.
That's what Dr. Schwab said. He was
Mhm.
like, "Man, I've been judging for so long now." He said, "I've been in and out of style." But we've all had the conversations. The good ones stay good.
Yeah.
Like the good ones in the 90s were still good, like good now. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
the good ones play year in and year out. Good ones are still good ones. Bad ones are still bad ones. We still keep the same basic fundamentals that you learn in 4-H as
Mhm.
judging livestock then, and it's no different now. I know we want all the hair and the bone and all that stuff, but I mean, basic fundamentals never got out of style.
Exactly. They got to be able to walk. They got to be able to move. They got to have muscle. Now, the muscle is transition. Now, leanness is, you know, that's been one of those things that's kind of fluctuated. You know, back in the day, you know, back when I was showing, it was they started going to lightweights because they wanted everything fresh.
Right.
Well, there's no such thing as a fresh appearing cross anymore. Now, they've come a long way with that, but age really doesn't necessarily matter in the show pig world. I feel like there's a market and there's a stock show, like a Barrows show kind of deal.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as really what I call market hog. We're looking to make the best looking hog of what we think the ideal hog would look like. Doesn't matter age, really.
No.
Not anymore anyways, I don't think.
No, age doesn't play really much a role anymore. And I mean, we've talked about a little through the Top Judge program of like making sure like your maturity's right. Like what do you do on one is maturity's not right. But I think as show pig enthusiasts, we all know that if you're buying crossbreds, you buy them earlier
Folks,
and earlier
if your
each
club,
year.
chapter, or show
And,
pig
I
operates.
mean, nowadays you can keep them fresh for a while.
Oh my gosh, yeah, and just the amount of bone we're able to put in these hogs now.
Absolutely, it's insane.
And to be able to walk that good, I mean, I can't even walk as good as some of these, and they're like 150 pounds bigger than I am.
yeah.
I'm like, oh my gosh, like it just it blows my mind.
It's
And-
insane what some of these breeders are able to assemble in a market hog with that kind of muscle, that kind of shape, that kind of feature, and still making them look like rock stars from the side, making them built like track stars. Like it is absolutely insane to me how they do it.
And for those of you who don't show pigs, but you're here listening in, watching either your grandkid or your kid or, you know, brother twice removed, whatever it may be, we appreciate you tuning in to the Taylor Fort podcasting and getting a front row seat to the San Antonio Market Barrows Show Wave 1. But for those of you who don't know about pigs, these things are athletes.
Oh, absolutely.
They're athletic. I mean, they know how to move. They know how to keep their head up. I mean, there's a lot of different factors, and I tell people this all the time. I'm like, if I show a chicken or a goat, that's easy work. You know, you don't have to. These things, you're literally driving them like a car.
Oh yeah, like we were watching the sift a minute ago, and like if you're not built right, you're 9 times out of 10 you're not making it out of sift, and that's just like all these things nowadays are built for speed, and they can go for days and days and days, and that just is a testament to the breeders over time and what we've tried to piece together in the show pig world.
Mhm.
We're keeping build to the forefront, and I think that's how it should be. I mean, those things have got to be able to go, and they've got to be able to move.
Absolutely. You know, one of the big things that I've seen in these kids, and I've been watching them pretty consistently, even the kids that are getting sifted, I'm a big advocate of showmanship.
Absolutely.
You know, feeding, I tell people, and this is a joke, but it holds somewhat true. Feeding is about 20% of it, and 80% of it's showing, because if you can't show that animal, it doesn't matter how good that animal is. If it stays in the corner the whole time, the grand champion market hog might not get picked if you can't show it.
If you have I've seen plenty of times where there's the best one in the class, and he doesn't get out of the corner, and he winds up going fourth. And then that's just kind of what you get to say on the mic is you just never got a good look. I mean, like we talked a little bit about like what these breeders are able to do, making these unique animals. I think it's even more impressive of how the kids have continued to improve over the years. Like The 8-year-old showman could have smoked me whenever
Oh, I know.
was a
It's
senior.
crazy. And then it's just gotten so competitive, and the playing field is so much more level. Like when I was showing, you had really good feeders and you had really bad feeders. There wasn't much in between that were super competitive. Now I feel like that playing field has got to where there's a lot of really good feeders, and there's only a few like that are elite every single year. And it's just whatever they do, it's working for them. They just, sometimes you don't, show all your aces right away. But as a whole in the industry and the pig shows, there's a lot of people that have all these tools at their disposal now where it used to not be that way.
Yeah, year in and year out, things change. The feed game improves, the feeding game improves, the showmen improve, the pigs improve. And that, obviously, if you're watching the Barrows show right now at San Antonio, these things are good, and they're going to continue to get better and better. And that's why it's such a fun game to play, because every year it gets harder. Every year you push yourself, and that just, in my mind, that's what makes it fun.
When you talk about the feed games change so much, look how many additives and stuff that they come out with for pigs that they're starting to give humans now.
Oh, yeah.
It's like we gave it to pigs first, and it was perfect. Let's try it on us, and it worked. Yeah. Ivermectin being one of those things. Yep. You talk about all these different things, and I joke about it, but at the same time, it's like whatever we're doing for them is working for us.
Oh, yeah.
So
I joke at home. My friends give me a little bit of a hard time. I have a receding hairline, and we
brother. I don't want to hear it. I'm right there with you.
We give the pigs hair supplements because, like we talked earlier, hair is such a big deal. And I'm like, I'm fixing to get on some hair supplements.
If that thing works, I'll let you be the guinea pig on it. But if it works, you can send me some of it.
I'll let you know.
Well, I'm pretty sure the cure of cancer will go to hog first, and then we're going to find that and then be like, hey, whatever this worked, it does this. And it just shows you just the amount of technology that goes in these animals. It's not just you feed them slop. Some people are like, oh, yeah, we feed them scraps, and that's what they eat. No. These things are on. I wish I dieted or ate as good as these animals do nowadays. Yeah. You know what I mean?
It's a strict diet. And I tell my families back home that I help. It's like a chemistry lab.
It is. It really is. You're a mad scientist sometimes.
Whenever you get to the end point and you're trying to mix all these supplements and these feed and trying to get them right, you literally feel like a mad scientist in the feed room, and I think it's awesome.
Back in the 90s, my dad used to give pigs Tums, and that was unheard of back then. Yeah. And I said, what the heck? They don't have heartburn, I don't think, Dad. He's like, no, there's a reason for this. It's calcium and all the other things.
Yep.
Keeps their stomach loose and all that stuff. And I'm like, wow. And then nowadays, everybody's doing it.
Yeah, somebody, I don't remember.
No different than eggs, too, the same way, but yeah.
Somebody told me one time, you give a show pig 10 Tums a day, it's going to grow their bones. Now, I don't know if that exactly works, but
they won't have indigestion, I can tell you that. That's for sure.
I think, most of the stuff that works for humans, though, it works on pigs, like skin and hair, the Suave conditioner, like Pinkle, like things like that were designed for humans, and they work just as well on pigs.
Well, you look at what the doctors are doing with pig hearts, because our hearts are so similar, and the valves are looking at using pig valves and stuff and arteries to replace in humans too, which is crazy to me.
I've heard all the research as far as pig hearts and stuff go. That's way above my pay grade.
Oh yeah, me too.
Way above my knowledge.
I'll read about it on Facebook or something later, or somebody tells me about it.
It's so interesting what we can do with these things and what these things can do for us as far as the heart transplants and I don't know. It's like I said, way above my knowledge, but it's so cool to see.
I know we eat these things, but truly, pigs save lives is pretty much what we're getting at here.
Yeah, absolutely. Get yourself a show pig.
There you go. Yeah, you could save your life. There you go. I like it. So what they're doing right now, for those of you just now tuning in, they're going to pull the top end Barrows out here now, I believe. I don't think they'll do a double sort. They did that with the Polands earlier, which that Poland breed was pretty hellacious for what it was. I thought the quality was real good, but I think they're going to pull, between 5 and 6 potentially back, and they're going to start placing them. It looks like they already have 5 pinned back. If he has the buttons, which I believe Nick has the button, Mr. Hofschulte has the buttons, they'll play 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. Excuse the rest of them is what that's what I was seeing. Was that the same kind of thing you were seeing earlier today?
The Polands got switched up a little bit.
They did a little bit on that one, yeah.
I think they re-racked a few, and they're starting to do that now. They re-racked a couple back here to bring out for the final sort, and then they'll hand the buttons to, I guess it'll be 10th and up, or 10th through about 5th, and then excuse the rest of them. But I think that's the trend they've kind of been going on all day.
Yeah, and they've consistently, so that way you know, as a showman when to show. Like, okay, he's placing 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th in that order. If I want to get a high placing, I need to be real aggressive in what I'm doing. But if he's placing 10th down, you want to hide a little bit.
Yeah, that's right. We talked a little bit about consistency earlier, about true to type and true to kind. I think it matters just as much as far as consistency, the way you operate the ring. And for kids that are looking on the outside in right now, say I have to show a crossbred tomorrow, I'm going to know what to do if I'm watching today's thing. So these guys have stayed consistent to their types. They've stayed consistent in the way they've manufactured how they work the ring and how they operate with the young people. So that's just another part that speaks to these two's consistency and the job they've done so far.
You know what's something, and I don't know if you people at home could hear what we just heard. A bunch of people cheering for a kid that got 8th place or 9th place right there. Yeah. You know, everybody up north, when they come down to Texas, they make sure they make a point about y'all cheer for each other here in Texas. Well, I'm a Texas boy. I'm used to this kind of stuff. Yeah. It's like if you're not cheering, like, do y'all not like that? Like, but so we're used to that. Apparently, like in the northern states, that's not the case. How is it in Mississippi?
In Mississippi, I think we like to root for each other. Maybe not as much as here. And like we were sitting in the stands earlier, and like it almost startled me. People started jumping up behind me and screaming. And I think that is this place in Louisiana, I will say, as far as crowd engagement and encouraging their young people, are the absolute best in the nation.
Well, the State Fair, Louisiana, I know Muhammad and them, they're good people, and they put on a really good show there, and the LSU show is pretty good too.
Oh, yeah.
And I was talking to, what's his name? Oh, my goodness, you make a liar out of me, but he's a big guy there. He's judged several shows.
No telling. There's a bunch of
big
guys
I wish
in
I could. I was going to use his Louisiana accent, but I can't do that.
Is that Cody Hayes, maybe?
Cody Hayes. That's exactly who it is. Oh, Cody Hayes. Oh, I got to spend a little time with him at the grandstands, and Cody's a good guy. Oh, he's so fun. I forget. He fell out of bed, I think is his term that he always uses. And he says, it makes my wife mad. And I said, Cody, here's the deal. She's not here, so you say fell out of bed as much as you want. And I said, what does that mean? He's like, it's just not ready or something like that. And it's like, it just fell out of bed kind of deal. And
I love the phrase. And there's a couple Louisiana guys that sort shows. I've always seen Cody sort shows. And just the phrases that they come up with, man, are insane. I'm all for it too. I like to hear the fun stuff.
Well, and then you have Will, Kirkpatrick. You
Willie
know Will
Kirkpatrick,
Willie, yeah. Willie has some terminology that just
so
like
fun.
he likes the word vanilla and some of the things he says, and it's great. It doesn't really matter. Everybody tries to get so articulate on the mic sometimes, and I get it. It sounds like you're smart and all that stuff, and I think it's important to know what you're talking about. But as long as you can get that across to the crowd that they have a big back in them. It doesn't matter how you said. You could say big back or, hey, they're real pulled apart in their blades. Whatever you say, as long as you're consistent with it, it does not mean you're smarter than anybody else. It's just some people like to articulate it differently. And I love those guys who come up with some phrases you're like, where did that come from? Like, that's pretty cool. I just want to see what comes out of their mouth. It's pretty much, it just makes it fun. I guess it makes it fun, Mr. Woods.
We were talking about that earlier, and just the differences and how people go to the microphone and how people articulate their thoughts behind the microphone. And Dr. Schwab told us, he was like, some of these guys can articulate with the best of them with shorter amount of words, and that's what most people want to hear, is keeping it short, keeping it sweet, nailing the points that you need to nail, and still calling them accurate and interacting with the kids. I think that's the best way to do it. A lot of times I'll get long-winded, and obviously I'm getting long-winded right now. So
you and me both. Trust me.
But we like to ramble on and on, but sometimes short's better, and just getting to the point and getting pigs in and out is about the most efficient way to operate.
There we go. Now that young man was the class winner. The young lady in the multicolored shirt was second. The young lady in pink was third. Let's hear from Nick.
Well, we're glad to get into these belts and kind of get in here and get after it. And the first class, we find one that we both land on and that we're really comfortable with. I mean, that's a just so proportionate type of bear there that's got a big arm laid into him. Really good as he comes and goes in terms of his square build from the ground up. Love his back shape out the backside of his blade. One there that reaches and goes. He sets back on his heel, plants and pushes forward like he's supposed to. Really just a comfortable bear to use to start off our lightweight class of Hamps. Young lady here that ends in second, one that wants to swivel a little more when you watch him go from the rear. A bear that doesn't just push and pull forward like he's quite as supposed to off his rear two. He's not authoritative as that bear that wins off those rear two. But you love him for his freshness. You love him for his added density and bone. You get on top of him, he's quite a bit more rolled up and edged up than the bear that comes in three. We just didn't find him quite as athletic out of those rear two as our class winner. Really nice fresh bear that comes out next. A bear that's got a big, bold center laid into him. He's really strong out of the backside of his blade. Elevated hog. It's just naturally tall fronted. He's not as manly as he comes at us as those top two. He's not as coordinated out of his rear two as the top two as well, but I love his proportions. I love his ability to balance up and pattern up from the side. Just got to man him up in his arm and his chest to go ahead and move him up any higher. Another really fresh, really fit pig that comes next. The young lady's done an excellent job getting him to this point, and she needs commended for that. Love his balance and his lines from the profile. It's as he drives at us, he's got to have more chest. He's got to have more heart girth there in his forerib. But that's a really high-quality bear that gives you a great look from the profile. Excellent hip and hind leg. Hog coming next is one that just kind of gets outpowered, in terms of his bone and at the surface. He's probably the smallest footed, most collected in his toe. We didn't find him quite as deep tying in his hand when you get back behind him. Didn't find him quite as smooth in his transitions. But love his shape, love his added height, the proportionality he brings to the table. Just gets out horsed when you study him at the ground. Another good pig coming next here that gets in the sixth spot, makes the sale. We thought he was just a little more sturdy in his build. Thought he was a little more husky in his type. Liked his forerib, his midrib a notch better. One there, too, that's just a little more coordinated off his rear leg. He doesn't as attractive out of his front end as that bear that's ahead of him. He's not as high quality in his look from his shoulder forward. That's why he gets in that sixth spot today. Bear coming next there. We just thought he needed to be square as he went away from us. We like a lot of things about this bear. That's how he ends up in 7 for us. He wants to push out off both ends of his skeleton as you watch him come at his elbow. Then you watch him go in his hock placement. He just a little too wide and outside his body there. But that's a really nice fundamental type of bear that's got muscle and width. Congratulations to Herb for getting him to this point. Another good pig here that's really fresh in his appearance. He wants to twist up front. You study him coming at you. He's got to be stouter and bolder to move up ahead of him. We just thought there wasn't enough hog there to get up any higher, but love his pattern from the side. Another good pig here just gets a little straight in that rear hock. You study him, especially that right one. He wants to kind of peg off that thing, but he is so fresh in his body, really fresh up in his back there. Just got to make him sounder off his rear, too. Hog coming next just gets a little plainer, gets a little more ordinary in his look, but a bear that's very good pattern, very fresh, very well presented. Young man's done a great job. Let's give him all a big round of hand. Excellent way to start out these Hamps.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Exhibiting 10th place, Kason Lee Evans, Bandera County, 4-H. 9th place, Thomas Cade Ward, Iowa Park, FFA. 8th place, Abigail Marlene Fitzsimmons, Fredericksburg, FFA. 7th place, Carly Claire Hale, Coleman, FFA. 6th place, JC Abigail Christian, Jacksboro, FFA. 5th place, Alessandra Flores, Medina County, 4-H. 4th place, Jaden Loran Ohl, Pleasanton, FFA. 3rd place, Tatum Ray Moyers, Lavernia, FFA. 2nd place, Brinley Jade Russell, Abbott, FFA. And exhibiting 1st place, Leighton Galvan, Abbott, FFA. Leighton is also our certified Texas Bred Registry class champion from Class 19, Hampshire Barrows. Breed of that barrow is Coot Farms of Brownfields, and they can pick up their certified Texas bred caps at the association table near the show ring.
Well, if you just now joined us, I hope you guys had a good lunch, and we're back as well. They've just completed the Class 19, which is the first class of 3 for our Division I drive here. We're on Class 20 now. They've started it. It's weight ranges from 250 to 253, and we have 39 head in this class. In our Hampshire show this year, we're going to have the 343 head these judges will go through in a total of 9 classes. Last year in 2025, we had 330 total head in those 9 classes. So again, another breed that's up. Like I was mentioning in the beginning this morning, we're up right at almost 100 head from a year ago. Last year we had 15-19 for the first wave. This year we've got 16-18, and again we've got 42 classes this time, just like we did last year. The other thing to share with you, in the first day here, our judges on the completion of the 9th class of Hampshires, they have evaluated 739 total barrows today in a 21 total classes that went along with it. So they've done a really outstanding job of just going through these, but still allowing enough time to work with these young people, tell them what they would change about them, and they've worked really outstanding together. We've really worked with our top judge program, and I have here in our booth Dylan Prokop, and we're happy to have him here, which is one of the recipients that was made the top judge program. He's one of the 31 judges that were asked to be a part of this program. So Dylan, welcome here to San Antonio. Tell us a little bit about you and your background, where you're going to school. Just tell us a little bit about what this top judge program has done for you.
Yeah, good afternoon. Well, first and foremost, thank you all for having me, and thank you all to the Taylor Fort live stream for having us as well. Like Wayne said, my name is Dylan Prokop. I'm from Llano, Texas, so not too far down the road from San Antonio, and not too far down the road from you, Mr.
Absolutely.
Wayne. But
yes.
I grew up in Llano pretty much as long as I could remember. We weren't originally from there. We're kind of transplants, but we made ourselves at home, and that's where I claim as my hometown. And I moved on from there to attend Texas A&M University to pursue originally a degree in engineering, but I found out pretty quickly that's not what I wanted to do. I grew up showing and judging a lot competitively, both showed cattle and some hogs here and there. But judging was really my thing from the get-go. That's something that my dad coached us, our team, to do from a very young age. I remember coming through a lot of judging contests here in San Antonio and loved every single one of them. But anyways, all that took me to Texas A&M. Figured out I didn't want to do engineering. decided to change my major, and that's one of the best choices I've made thus far in my life, was to change back to the College of Ag and pursue a degree in animal science and ag economics. And along with that, I participated as a team member of the 2024 Texas A&M meats judging team. We were fortunate enough to have a lot of success that year, ran off the year as reserve national champion, something I'm very, very proud of. And then turned right back around and participated on the livestock judging team, because I guess for me that was something I was always passionate about and something I always wanted to get back to, especially because my dad was on the team and I was kind of a legacy. So that's something that I always took a lot of pride in throughout the last year, being on the Texas A&M team, and that's ultimately what led me here to be a part of the Top Judge program. So I was super thankful to have the opportunity to apply and then be accepted to the Top Judge program, and so far it's just been an incredible experience. I know they've kind of probably hit on it all day, but the Top Judge program is something that's going to take course throughout the next year. This is just the beginning of it here, the session we've spent in San Antonio, but it really has been an awesome experience just getting to meet all of the mentors and the people that are coordinating this for us. They don't do it for themselves. They're doing it for us because they believe in our future as judges in the show ring, and that's something that I really look forward to in my own life, and I'm really grateful that they're providing that experience to us.
Absolutely, and it's interesting to hear you that you had been on the meats judging team and then followed up with livestock. My background was on the collegiate level was judging livestock and then meats, but the order's not what I'm asking you about.
Yes,
just
sir.
What do you think that you've gotten out of going through both programs, and do you think one over the other has helped you maybe in how you look at judging and evaluating, say, live animals? Tell me about that. What's your thoughts on that?
So Wayne, I'll tell you that probably the coolest experience that I ever had on the meats team, just as far as practices go and seeing some really neat things on the carcass side of the industry. So Texas A&M gets all of the carcass contest hogs from San Antonio, and the Texas A&M livestock judging team takes those Barrows and does an all-night judging workout the night they get back on campus, because they'll go the next day to Rosenthal to be harvested for that carcass contest. And the coolest thing that I got to do as a member of the meats team, and then also staying in touch with the livestock judging team, was going to the all-night practice and then going and seeing those animals hanging up in the cooler. That was something really cool to see. It's interesting that some of the trends that we see in the show ring don't always translate to real-world profits. I remember one year the Grand Barra from San Antonio hanging up in the cooler was not all that impressive. I'll just be honest with you. And then the reserve Grand Barra was incredibly impressive. I mean, it had a huge loin eye, barely half an inch of back fat, which for a hog is pretty lean. And then the Grand was just about the complete opposite. But it's pretty cool to be able to see those things and see how different things from the show ring maybe translate in the cooler. But I think being a part of the meats judging team, to get back to your question, Wayne, it really taught me more about practicality than anything else. There's a lot of things we do in the show ring that, I mean, don't get me wrong. I think it's awesome to be able to look at these animals that we've created and that God has put before us. But truly, the real world of the industry still revolves around meat production. And it was cool to see that side of the industry, because it was something that I had never experienced before, and it exposed me to something that I'm really grateful to have been able to learn about.
Do you think that it has helped you as far as when you're looking and evaluating animals live, that because you've gone through the meat side, that it's helped you to see what's underneath that hide?
In a way, yeah, I do believe so. It makes it a little easier to envision what true muscle shape maybe looks like, because I've seen every single muscle in the body almost on a cut surface, which is kind of weird to think about. But then you do think of, you have an experience like being on the meats judging team, and then you look at these animals live, and that's the way that you start viewing them. You start seeing those muscles in those animals, and you can kind of view shapes and sizes and things like that and try to project out maybe what they'll look like on the rail.
Well, that's interesting what you commented, and I appreciate that, because having gone through a similar program years ago, I felt the same way, and I was you being the only one that I've interviewed in the last 2 years
Yes,
that
sir.
had gone through both programs, was interested to see what your take was on it. So I appreciate those comments. Looks like here in our Hampshire drive, Dylan, we've got looks like we got seven here at this
far,
point
at
as they're sorting them. If you've just now joined us, we're in our second class of Hampshires. That's class 20. Weight range is the same as class 19. It ranges from 250 to 253 with 39 head. So tell me a little bit of what have you seen, and I know because now we've had quite a few classes that our judges have gone through. What has stood out to you that you feel like you can take away from not only this program but from these judges so far that you've seen?
You know, just the consistency has been incredible, and that's something that's been preached to us the entire time we've been here in San Antonio, no matter what judges we're talking to. I had the awesome privilege to not only talk to these guys that are sorting the Barrows show, but also the ladies that sorted the heifer show that was in here the other day, and everybody talked about consistency. Judging, I'm going to quote Mr. Warren Beeler here, and he was one of my mentors for the program, and I'm sure he's been quoted up here already today, but judging is not about what you see, it's how you value what you see. And all these judges have a type and a kind, and each of these judges explained a little bit about their types and kinds to us, and I feel like what I've seen in the show ring, both on the Barrow side of things and then on the heifer side of things as well, has almost exactly matched that type that they described. And so that's been cool to see. I think the consistency and predictability are essentially what people are looking for, because they want to be able to follow what you're doing in the show ring. You don't want to just lead them kind of blindly in the dark, and it seemed like you're throwing darts in each class, because maybe you'll use a big pretty one in one class, and then maybe you'll use a real stout chubbier one in the next class. And so I think that consistency is something that I've seen in the Barrows show here specifically, and it's something that it really just makes sense in my mind as something that we need to take forward as judges into the show ring.
Well, I'm really proud of this program evolving starting last year, because I'm sure what we've heard from you and others is that you're getting a real education on this to be able to take on and mold yourself if you want to continue to do this in the future.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I would kind of describe it as a launching pad.
Absolutely. Kind of the foundation to growing that area in the judging program.
You know, and some of the things that we've talked about, I mean, you talk about them, you know, in an open space, and you think to yourself, well, this is just common sense. But I mean, there are things that need to be talked about because they're just common sense, if that makes any sense at all. Not to sound repetitive, but you know, if we don't talk about some of those things like consistency and things like that, and trying to get the right looks and giving each kid a fair shot, maybe we might, you know, overlook those aspects and not do those things. And I think, in all fairness and in making it a fair contest, you know, those are things that are important to talk about.
Well, you know, if you think about it in sports, and I've used this comment in our show, you know, I compare what y'all are trying to do to what I always like to see when my kids were playing baseball. I wanted to see an umpire that if he called the corners, do it consistently. And that, you talk consistently, that's exactly what you look at. And the same, like you mentioned, into the judging program. Doesn't matter if you agree with the type he likes, just as long as it's consistent in the type he judges.
Right. That's
the same way.
That's a funny analogy. Yeah, if you're going to make a bad call as an umpire one way, you got to make it both ways.
That's exactly right.
It's okay if you do it every now and then. We all make mistakes, but just make sure to do it both ways.
Well, it looks like we've got 3 back again.
So far, yeah. That makes 4.
They've definitely got to have the power and the muscle here to
sure.
check all the boxes, don't they?
Especially here in the
Hampshires, you can
these
really
guys,
see it.
I mean, the hogs and the breeds earlier were stout. I mean, we used to call them off breeds, but to me, they're as good as anything else nowadays, which is a true testament to the breeders out there and just the livestock industry as a whole. But I mean, these Hamps, they've got to be stout, even in these first couple classes of the lightweight division. If you're not stout, it's going to be tough to make it into that top 4.
Absolutely.
Wayne, how many are they selling in this class?
Okay, so in this class here with the Hampshires, it's going to be more. This is the first class. The other breeds this morning were only 5 per class. In the Hampshire, because it's such a large breed, they're going to be selling 6 in this breed. So basically 9 times 6, we'll be selling 54 lots total in our Hampshire drive here. And just kind of giving you some insight on it, possibly, along with our viewers that might not know. But what San Antonio has done is you've got 6 placings, but they call the first 3 as walking lots and the 4th through the 6th as non-walking lots. And the reason they developed this was for many, many years, that sale would go to the early morning hours, and those poor buyers were just exhausted, and so were the kids and the parents. And due to help the buyers out, help parents out, and create even more safety for everyone involved, they have called the non-walking lots don't have to be run through the sale. They are actually guaranteed $1,500. And then anyone can do add-ons to their lot. So what a great foresight. They weren't closed-minded to any new change, and they realized that they could improve and make changes. So congratulations to San Antonio seeing that. This is probably the 3rd year that they've done this, to my recollection. So it's worked really well, and they're continuing to do it today.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I think from an efficiency standpoint, it just makes sense because as the show continues to grow, you're naturally going to need to sell more lots to keep people involved. So I think that's something that they've done that's been super efficient and certainly a positive change. Now, I mean, everyone wants to compete out there, but I know one reason I wanted to end up at the top of the class, and this is going to sound kind of silly, but my parents will back me on this, is because I wanted to be able to hold on to that animal for a couple more days through the sale.
Well,
I didn't want to let him go just yet.
That's human nature. I tell you, there's nothing wrong with getting attached to your project. I mean, that's just part of life as well. But but through your experiences, I know you got to learn that as well as knowing what the purpose of livestock is for. So it's that's why we always share with our viewers the why this program is so important, not, from an educational standpoint to just the experiences that you have from the start of the project to the end of the project, and how that can be carried on in life lessons that can help further your advancement and be successful down the road when you get out into the real world. Looks like we're going ahead and let the first one out here. A lot of power, a lot of muscle coming out in this first one.
Yeah, like we mentioned
big old
earlier,
top too.
Gotta be stout on the top.
Oh, absolutely.
When we were talking about types and kinds yesterday, each of these different judges has a different type and kind based on our conversations that we had with them yesterday through the Top Judge program. Mr. Chad, he prefers a little bit more on the structure side and the look side from the profile especially versus Mr. Nick. He's more of the power guy. So I think they really balance each other out from that regard, and that's why we've come to so much consistency at the top end of this deal. We're finding hogs that both have that power and then have that look and build from the side.
Absolutely, and you can see, and even them working together, their views might just be a little bit different, but they work it out, and they're doing it with ease, and they're making it happen, and they're having fun, and that's what it's all about.
Mr. Wayne, I don't know what you think, but I feel like they've been incredibly efficient today, which
Oh,
is not something you always see here at San Antonio.
Well, you know, it's they have rolled through them with ease, and they made the evaluation look easy, because it's flowed so well for them. Talk about the young lady's pig there in the flowery shirt coming at you, boy. That hog's really pulled up, stout and powerful. Isn't she? Be interesting to see where he ends up.
Yeah,
but
that one's got some extremities.
There is very extreme. Got a lot to it, but can handle it at this time.
Now, did they come in at lunch and pack the ring a little bit better?
Yes.
It looks a lot better than it did this morning.
Well, they sure did, and in fact, San Antonio, the committee there realized what was going on, and they had already had a plan of action. They just couldn't do it till noon to try to help and continue to improve it. But a fine job for them recognizing it and saying, "Oh, we're not going to do anything." No, that wasn't the case. They said, "Well, as soon as we're able to, we're gonna try to see if we can help that some more." So, yeah, it looks good.
And that's just one of those factors, but I am glad they took care of it. That's just a shout-out to San Antonio doing a great job.
Absolutely.
Managing the show.
You know, this show couldn't run, Dylan, without the volunteers, you know. There's very few paid employees here.
I was real disappointed because I was signed up to intern for the Barrows show with some of the other A&M kids that are here. And when I figured out that Top Judge fell directly on top of those dates, I had to tell them that I couldn't intern anymore. But I was heartbroken because I wanted to work this show. I wanted to be down there on the dirt, you know.
Now, are you a senior this year?
Yes, sir. I will graduate in May and then go pursue a master's in animal science at West Texas A&M and help coach their livestock judging team with Mr. Michael Simler.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Yes, sir.
I wish you the best of luck and success there.
Yeah, I'm extremely excited about it. And, you know, we've got 4 incredible animals out here, and it's kind of like a judging class now. You know, mark your card and turn it in and wait for your coach to come chew your butt.
Yeah, they've left the flowery one out there and all 4 of these have some power. There's some differences between them, but it'll be interesting to see what he's going to start at the top and where he puts this extremely powerful one at as well.
Like they wanted a chest view of the young lady in the red sweater.
Well, she gave him a good one.
You know, that hog doesn't match up quite the same in terms of maybe hair and skin, maybe just a little bit lighter skin, but I think that one represents a load of quality. I mean, all 4 of them do at this point.
Little shorter cannon, just made with a lot of product there. And looks like that she's definitely going to be in the top 3 with these other 2.
Yeah, young lady in the black was put into 4th year. Congratulations to her.
Yeah, congratulations.
I don't know what to call her hairstyle. Do you see that down there? The bubbles in her hair, bubble braids maybe.
Oh, that's cool.
Someone told me before I come up here not to say anything silly. That probably fell into the category of silly.
Oh, that's okay.
It was actually Ricky that's down there working the camera for Taylor Fort.
Oh.
She said don't say anything silly.
They put him 3rd.
She's doing a great job with the camera, though.
So it's probably I can see them putting that one maybe in 3rd, just because you either with that much power, you're either going to go all the way, or you're gonna put her 3rd.
Well,
in this case.
And it seems from a judge's standpoint, maybe they left him out here a little bit longer to see who could handle the longer drive as far as the comfort at the surface and the skeleton goes, and I think maybe. That's where they could sort her off just a little bit.
And these 2 here too just fit. You got to keep them together.
There we go.
Here we go.
Yeah,
Congratulations to both of these exhibitors.
A little more challenging.
Maybe not just one that comes out and grabs you, and not saying we don't have quality in this particular class. We have really high quality, just maybe not one that says he needs to win as much conviction as our last class. But I think the one that we just land on in terms of being fresh, good and square coming and going. As a young lady over there on the far side, you know, he needs to be a little differently constructed in his hip. I understand that when you look at him from the profile, you know, but just in terms of a fresh, youthful type of a look, he comes and goes good and square. I just find him a notch more pleasing right there in his heart and his full rib, and just a little more comfortable out here than the Barrow that ends up in 2. The Barrow that ends up 2, I do like him a notch better from the profile. He's better in his lines, especially from his flank back. One that just wants to get a little shorter in his step. He wants to get a little tighter out of his shoulder out here as the drive goes on. If we can make him darker, we like him a lot better. He's a little bit close clipped on his head. It kind of takes away from his look. But that's a really good fundamental hog that's good and square as he comes and goes. He's got a good look from the side. We just kind of concerned us in terms of his longevity. The longer he went out here, getting a little squealy on us, getting a little tight on us. We just thought the other one was a notch more comfortable, a notch more sound. The hog coming next, definitely the heaviest boned, widest, and the heaviest muscled. You say, well, golly, why doesn't he win? You know, it's his balance for us just doesn't do it for our liking today. We thought he was the quickest in his step out of his shoulder when you study him out here, and his proportionality just isn't good enough. He's too short-statured for how long-bodied he is. He's a little deeper in his throat, but man, she's got him looking super good in terms of skin and hair. She's done everything that she can. We just like to make that one a notch more proportional, a notch more athletic out of his shoulder. The hog coming next is really, really good in terms of his balance from the profile. He's tall-shouldered. It kind of works to his disadvantage. He gets pretty apex up in his body wall, and then his shoulder, he's just a little flatter in the way that he's built, but watch him move from the side. He's just a little shorter in his step off both ends of his skeleton. We didn't find him with just as much punch there through his center and his heart, but a really nice pig there. The young lady's done a great job with. Got him looking right. Got his black and his white. Young lady coming next here is another one that's just kind of runs out of power. You know, we got to have more width and muscle in this pig for us, especially as he comes directly at us. He's a little overfilled, which takes away from his look, but love his ability to get out here and cover the surface. Like I said, just got to man him up as he comes right at us to move him up any higher. Young lady next that comes is one that's a little more challenged in his movement. I just thought that he kind of beat the ones below him in terms of just muscle, being a muscle hog. He's got more shape out of the backside of his blade, a little more proportional from the side than the Barrow that comes next. Barrow that comes next is one that is really good in terms of his freshness and roll to his cage. He gets pretty flat up front. He gets pretty in at his knee. We got to fix him there and just freshen him up in terms of his look and skin and hair to move him up a little higher today. Young lady that comes next, one that's got very fresh skin and hair to him, very well presented. We thought he got just a little flatter and more challenged in the way that he moves out of his front end as well. Thought he gave up a lot in just terms of muscle today, and we compare to them ones that are ahead of him. We end with a pair here that just need to be a little more opened up, a little more sound in terms of the way they go off the rear too. Let's give them a hand. Really nice class of Hampshires. Really nice set of Hampshires thus far. Congratulations to all you kids.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
Place, Allison Marie Elliott, McClellan County, 4-H. Sixth place, Josie Marie Blevins, Valley View, FFA. Fifth place, Blaine Taylor Wynn, Lake Creek, FFA. Fourth place, Haven Rye Creel, Young County, 4-H. Third place, Wyatt Rollin Ellerman Rue, Bernie, FFA. Second place, Collie Faye Cox, Childress County, 4-H. And exhibiting first place, Oakley Shane Cudd, Terry County, 4-H. Oakley is also our certified Texas bred registry class champion from Class 20, Hampshire Barrows. Breeder of that barrow is Brockman Farms of Montgomery. They can pick up their certified Texas bred caps at the association table near the show ring.
All right, we got Mr. Nathaniel back up here from Iowa. And what did you say that, I know we were talking about, the weather up there right now. What's the weather in Iowa looking like, just for our viewers here?
Well, let's just say it was 60 degrees for like 7 days,
Nice
a
weather.
week ago.
Uh-huh.
And then we got half a foot of snow and it got cold again. And to my friends up at the Iowa Beef Expo right now, I feel sorry for you because I'm sitting
It's
in
80
about,
degrees and sunny here,
yeah,
I think, right now.
It feels incredible.
They always talk about snow's a good thing because it's moisture, it goes straight in the ground. I know y'all been a little bit drier lately and haven't had probably quite as much snow, but it is nice coming down a little bit warmer weather. Y'all can keep the cold weather up there if you want to.
Yeah. I mean, I was hoping I'd bring it back down here with me when I came, and I'm hoping I take it back up north when I go back tonight. It probably won't happen. I haven't really checked the radar or the weather forecast, but I'll have to, get my coat back out when I get up there.
Hey, we'll take your moisture, though. That's for sure. We're dry down here just like everywhere, I feel like, nowadays. Nobody's had a good rain lately, but we're moving on to class number 20 here. A total of 39 head of Hampshires, in quotations, in this class. And weight ranges on these barrows goes from 250 to 253. We have one more class, and then we do our lightweight division, and then 6 more total classes after that to round out our Hamp division. And so, I know you were on with Dad earlier, or Wayne, whatever you want to call him. You can call him Wayne. If you called him Dad, I'd be like, we're on class 21? Did I say 20? Oh, my goodness. I guess I did the first class of Hamps. Oh, my goodness. I apologize. We are in class 21. I should have looked at the screen here. There's 36 total head, and weight ranges go from 254 to 261. So, sorry, redo. Hey, can y'all rewind that on Taylor Ford and edit that? Y'all are good at doing a lot of things. So, but, it's funny because we weren't even on the mic earlier, but yet you and I were standing up there watching the hog show and talking pigs. There's no such thing as not a good time to talk a good set of hogs, and I think these two guys, like we both talked about, are doing an exceptional job with these kiddos.
Yeah. I mean, when you get Chad from up north, he kind of wants them built right from the ground up, maybe taller and, better looking from the side. And then, I think Nick's a perfect complement to that because he wants them stouter and burlier and bigger featured at the ground. So we got to talking that back in the sift, like if one of them misses something that, the other's going to be able to catch it pretty well without having to miss one that goes, gets sifted out. But, no, and then for me, just sitting here watching them, in the big ring, I guess they're kind of picking a spot to stand at and just kind of letting the hogs pass by. They're not going after and chasing one or another, which actually allows them to get a better view, and it actually helps them sort the classes out easier too.
Absolutely. And, and I like that too because it's hard to wander because, you let the pigs come to you. I mean, that's what these kids do day in and day out behind the scenes. They work and condition their animal. They try to take it to a spot, and they're driving these animals just like you would a car. And I don't know of another species other than pigs where you drive them literally like a vehicle.
Yeah. And even just like comparing it to other livestock, like they set up in one spot and, the judges come to them. Mm-hmm. It's so much easier because when you're practicing at home, you usually have a parent, or even like a 5-gallon bucket or chair that you sit out in the yard and pretend it's a judge, and you just do pass to pass. You do all your different views, coming at them, going away, 3/4, whatever. And when the judges start moving around, it's kind of hard to find, where that judge is. And when you practice going pass to pass and they're constantly moving around, it's like it gets pretty, hard to keep up with it. And then you wonder why the judge never saw you. Well, it's because they were always moving around.
Absolutely. One thing we did at home, and we joke about it, as kids, we used to have a T-post, and we would knock that T-post in the ground somewhere in our big practice arena we had them, and we called him Stanley, and we would decorate Stanley, depending, like if it was Halloween, we'd decorate him with like, a Jason mask or, a Scream mask or whatever it may be. In fall, we do Scarecrow and all that stuff, but we would move him around every time we'd go out and walk the animal. So like one time we'd have him in the middle, one time we'd put him in the corner, and it would just give us a good way to practice. And those of you at home who are tuned in, practice going to a spot and say, hey, I'm gonna walk my animal to that corner or that tree. I'm gonna keep it on a line that way, or do a 3/4 angle. Practice that at home, because there's that old saying, practice makes perfect. That way you kind of gear your animal to change directions quickly and be able to do it in a very timely manner and under pressure. If you don't practice that at home, it's hard to get out here and try to train them to go to a certain spot if you don't practice it at home.
Yep. And then, for me, it was always, my dad used to sit out in the yard, and I have 3 siblings at home, so there's always 4 pigs at a time driving. And, he'd come up and, ask us showmanship questions and, do the whole thing. And, that kind of where my practice came from. But, if parents are gone or whatever during the day and you need to work with your pigs, a chair or anything is perfectly fine, and it works pretty good. And then that, and judges, when you get to the show, being able to recognize that you worked hard with your project to give them the views that they need to understand that the pigs are going to come to you and they'll get the views just fine.
Absolutely. And every one of these kids that I've seen, and I don't know how y'all do it in Iowa, but every one of these kids, you can tell that they've worked with their animals. And I'm sure it doesn't matter what part of the country you go in the pig show, those people have worked hard with their animals, especially once you get to the big breeds and some of these real difficult breeds. Nothing to take away from the Polands or the Berks or anything, but when you get in the crosses, that's a tough deal to be a part of.
Yeah.
There's so many people want to do it. It's gotten so competitive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's crazy to think about, these kids that are exhibiting can only show one project at the stock show, where up north, we can show as many as we wanted, in all honesty. So they're going to put their heart and soul into that one project, whether it's a steer, whether it's a pig, whether it's a gilt, whether it's a, anything, a sheep, goat, whatever. So they put a lot of time and effort, and you can see when some of the kids are unfortunate enough to get sifted out, they're crying on the way to go on the truck, because it means a lot to them, and they put a lot of time and effort into getting that pig to look just right this day, and sometimes it's just the judge's opinion.
I want you to watch this guy right here in the purple. He's a volunteer here. He's been here for a long time. You talk about the kids going to the trucks right here. Every one of these individuals here gets a high five from him, because he knows how important it is, and it's not where you want to go. And unfortunately, every one of these pigs will go the same route these other ones are. This is a terminal show here at San Antonio, so you don't get to take your 8-month project back home. Nope. So it's a tough lesson, but it's just like anything in life. Things come and they go in life, and you've got to be able to accept and know that you gave everything you possibly could up there, and know walking away from that project that you gave it your all, and that it was a fun memory made. And that's a tough lesson for a third grader to understand, and I feel like there's no better way to show that off than here in a pig barn or a steer barn. Granted, I'm pretty biased. I'm a pig guy, and I'm sure you are too.
Yeah, and not just that, but it's everywhere. The support for the kids in this program is second to none. Sometimes when we're in Iowa, we take it for granted, just how good we have it, or how hard we've worked, or whatever that could be. But in just truly learning about the support and the scholarships and the dollars and total money that's put towards the youth in this state is incredible. And those youth really appreciate it. Just talking with my fellow kids that are here with the program that are from Texas, they say that those scholarships are what makes or breaks kids going to college. And it's hard for me to being able to I never took that for granted, because there's not as much scholarship opportunities in Iowa as there is in here, but it's been truly special.
And I got to give credit to all those people that, who are sponsors or donors to this thing. Some of these people who donate to this never grew up in the ag world, which is so cool to me, because they acknowledge and appreciate what we have here in this industry. and they see what kind of kids we're grooming and growing here in any one of these barns here at San Antonio or any one of the shows you go to. And then it's no different than Iowa or Nebraska or Indiana, wherever you're at. This industry alone is making better adults that are going to be the future of this industry, especially in today's world, man. With the world being so unknown and all the crazy things that are going on in the world now, we need this more than ever. And I'm not trying to get on soapbox here, but I think you can agree with me. Like, we're making some really, really good kids here that are going to be the future of this world, and they're going to feed the world. I mean, that's what this whole agricultural industry is about.
And you think about, the leaders of, even the National Pork Producers Association or some of those breed associations that, might, identify with like a bigger customer base that are more production oriented, but they grew up in the show ring, and it's fascinating to me because you never know, because they might have started off with just one pig or something like that, and they grow into the president of the National Pork Board or whatever that could be.
Oh yeah.
So,
or the president of the United States one day. You just never know.
Yeah, just never know. I wonder if
that would be kind of cool if you had the president of the United States showed at one of these stock shows, whether it be Iowa or San Antonio or whatever. And oh man, you don't think that would be on a billboard somewhere? It started here, kind of deal.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of cool though.
I don't think President Trump ever did, but
I don't think so either. I don't think he showed pigs. I think he acknowledges that he's, with Brooke Rollins and all that stuff. Like, he knows the importance of agriculture. I hope that continues that way. And but like I said, we just try to grow really good kids and want to make good kids. And there's a lot of kids that have come back later in life said, I was successful because of my ag teacher or my extension agent or my parent or, my sponsor who helped me with my animal, or this industry taught me life lessons that I took on to be a better human, and they're thankful for it. And that makes you think like, okay, we're doing something right here.
Yep. And I'm thankful for, the mentors and people that brought me into this thing. And if you're a kid at home listening, make sure you thank your ag teachers or your parents or whoever has got you into the show industry, because you never know that if that opportunity might have, came or never came. But I'm super thankful for it. It's made me and turned me into the guy I am, whether that's good or not, I guess. But, I mean, just go home, thank them. I'm sure after this experience down here and being part of this show, I'm more, I'll probably go home and, probably give my mom a hug. Because and my dad a hug, just because.
We're gonna get you on record. So you love your mama?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Every time I talk about my mom or whatever, it's funny because she'll send me that water boy meme that says "I love mama," just like, and I do love my mama. I love my mama very much. But anywho, but you're thankful, and like you said, we take some things for granted in life, and we don't mean to. We're just in the moment living, and then it gives you something to look back on and say, man, that was pretty cool. That was a fun ride. And I look at that with Dad when him and I do this kind of stuff. It's just fun. You get to talk with your dad or, somebody else in the industry that's passionate about it like you are. And, what do you want to do after college is over with, Nathan?
Yeah, so I always grew up in the livestock industry, but more importantly at home, we had a row crop farm. And that's kind of what built me to this point. I'm an ag business major at Iowa State now, so that's kind of guided me to take the position that I have with Consolidated Grain and Barge in Illinois as a grain leadership trainee is what they call it. But from there on, I'll be in all aspects of grain merchandising, trading, but also doing the daily operations side of things. But, I wanted to do something a little bit differently in that sector because there's a lot of similarities between that and livestock, especially when it comes to feeding the livestock and these animals. But we'll see. I have full intentions on trying to make it and be promoted through their company and wherever they'll put me, I guess, in the future.
Like I mentioned, for those of you just tuning in, we're finishing up class number 21. I say finishing up. They pulled a lot of hogs here, so this will be the 6th one pulled back. What's different about this breed here versus the earlier breeds today, there's so many Hampshires. If you make the top 6 in your class in the Hamp breed, you do make the sale here. Most of them were top 5 in previous classes based on numbers, but since there's so many Hampshires here at San Antonio, they've acknowledged the fact that, hey, we're going to give them one more placing because of, and in all fairness, they need to kind of thing, and I appreciate San Antonio and acknowledging that kind of stuff. But at the show here, it looks like they pinned 6 for a chance at a top 6 placing, and looks like Mr. Hofschulte is going to grab the buttons and play 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Now, I do have a really big question for you, and I mean this in all honesty and seriousness. How golden looking is that ground feed up there in Iowa?
Oh,
and
man.
I'm sure you've heard that before. Like, I've heard nothing, but it is like the prettiest gold looking ground feed you'll ever see in your life.
Yeah, I mean, that's why.
Rumors are true?
Oh, yeah. Yep, that, high yielding corn up there does pretty good. Just feed in most aspects, but,
And I thought Nebraska was supposed to be corn country, which I'm sure it is, but I've heard Iowa gives Nebraska a run for its money.
Yeah, we do, and, the thing is Nebraska's got to irrigate their corn. We don't. I mean,
oh, is that right?
Yeah.
That looks like a jab to all them Nebraskans up there. You Nebraskan people listening, you got an Iowa guy saying his corn's better than y'all's.
Yeah, we have
all jokes aside.
We have Mother Nature and God take care of our corn for us. We don't have to get it from the ground.
Oh man, but like I said, I love this industry and love what it stands for, and we all poke fun at each other, but it's all in good fun. And looks like they've got 7th place found out here. The young lady in the purple, I think, was 7th. And this is where you have to get aggressive. Those of you may be showing later tomorrow or in the second wave. What they're doing, they're placing from 7th to 10th, not 10th to 7th here. So as a showman, if you find yourself in this situation, you need to get aggressive out there. You need to get in front of that judge. If they were placing from 10th to 7th, you want to hide back a little bit. You don't want to get placed right away, but I would definitely be aggressive here. And just so you can maybe get a placing spot that's a little bit higher. And that's a showmanship tactic. That's some free knowledge for you out there.
Yeah, I guess in the Midwest State Fairs, we always, pen up, 10 of them or whatever it is, and then we place them backwards from 10th to 1st. And the top 4 even just get weighed, 4 or 5 get weighed in each class. And, yeah, I don't know, is there, scholarships for down to 10th place, or how does that work?
No, so they actually go across the stage in an auction, and you get bid on. So, like, whatever your hog goes for at the auction is what the amount of money you get to take home. So you talk about scholarships. A lot of the scholarship opportunities are in the breeding show. Yeah. So, like, I believe our breed champion, all of our breed champions in the purebred show anyways, get like a $10,000 scholarship. And you're capped at, I think, $20,000 total. So if you win the grand of the show, I think you get $15,000 total dollars, and you still have an opportunity to get $5,000 more than you've capped out of your scholarship. So there's $20,000 floating around if you're successful enough to potentially get in the breeding show here at San Antonio. So, like, say the grand champion hog brings $180,000, that kid gets $180,000.
Gotcha.
So there's no like really scholarship deal. So that kid can put it toward whatever they want to. 99.9% of them put it toward college. Some of them put some of it toward their feed bill, and try to break even again if they bought a trailer. Just kind of, it's a clean wash. So it gives these kids an opportunity to be very successful, and it takes a little pressure off of them too. But we have, like I said, there's a lot of people in this community here that have nothing to do with livestock show, but they appreciate what it stands for, and they want to give their money back to those kids because they know how great of an industry this industry is. And so, like, you'll have dealerships come in there, you'll have enterprises come in there that literally they have nothing to do with livestock, but yet they want to support these kids. So we're very blessed here. We really are.
Yep. And in Iowa, we have a scholarship program kind of thing where if you're involved in 4-H or FFA and growing up in the ag community, you'll be rewarded for it. But the amount of money that is supported and given to the kids around here is exceptional.
Absolutely. Looks like we're down to our top goodness, I guess top 5 here. What do you think of these hogs that are out here right now?
I tell you, it's an exceptional, even for the third class of Hampshires, they're so stout and they're so burly, and yet they still handle it real good. And I even just comparing it to what's in the Midwest is they'd be able to play in some like a lot of divisions up there too.
Yeah, I just can't get over it. And we talked about one earlier in that last class, how elevated some of these hogs are. I'm just like, wow, to be that tall-shouldered and not be straight-shouldered or forward in their shoulder and be able to walk that good off that front end, man, it amazes me how good these hogs have gotten in truly a very short amount of time. Not just you'd have 1 or 2 here. Now you're looking at 5 or 6 of them that look like that.
Yeah, and even as I've worked my way south, going from Iowa to Kansas to Oklahoma to Texas, it seems as far south as I go, the stouter the pigs get, the denser, the burlier that they are. But yet they still move like a cat and like can float across the ring. And I think that's a testament to not only the feeders that are down here, but I think the breed, like a lot of these kids get their pigs from, breeders up north, or, get their semen, or the breeders down south get their semen from guys up north. And it's a testament to what we are and where we are genetically also. And, there's not ever.
Well, hey, we call it pig juice. This is a children's program, by the way. No, I'm kidding. But no, in all honesty, you're exactly right. Hey, it's part of the industry, y'all. There's a start and finish process, and that's part of it.
Yep.
And I like all 3 of these animals. There's one that's made a little bit different. I think there's 2 of them that really rise to me. Don't get me wrong. I have nothing to take away from that one over there. Just something about 2 of the 3 that I just really am like, I don't know. I don't know what your thought is. What do you know which one I'm talking about? So I'm going to get your take on it. We're not going to tell the viewers at home which one we're talking about, but I mean, what do you see? Do you see the same thing I do? There's 2 that look very similar and one that looks a little bit different in kind.
Yeah, I would say so. Judge Day and Judge Hofschulte are really taking their time to make sure that they, get these trio right, because they're I believe any of these 3 are certainly in contention for division.
Yeah.
And there's definitely 2 of them out here that fit the mold of kind of each other, I guess, and there's one that just is different. We'll see.
Sometimes different is good. I mean, that thing has a ditch for a back, I can tell you.
Yeah.
If I poured water on, actually probably all 3 of their backs, it would just sit there. You'd make what we call a stock pond out of it.
Yep.
So you're just pointing, and I'm going to put you on the spot here, and we're gonna do a top judge program with you right now and put you on the spot, not only on the mic. 1, 2, 3. Just point them out. Where's 1, 2, and 3? There's 3. There's 2. There's 1. Did you get it right?
I actually had the top 2 switched.
I did too, but I mean, it's yeah.
Yep.
But hey, that's what makes it fun, though. I mean, all 3 of them are very good. Let's hear what Mr. Hofschulte has to say about them.
Well, we got a really fresh belted Barrow here to start this class with, and I think that's how he goes ahead and wins. It's just his body and his width coming and going to just freshness, the way that his rib cage is laid into him. You want to talk about one that just looks like a baby in terms of his freshness and just, button fresh. One that goes good enough out here. We thought he was the soundest of these top 3, and that's really how he separates himself, the way that he hits the surface and grabs the ground and goes. He's not the most wild in terms of his bone, but we felt like he had plenty out here. He's just the best pig that you have to deal with in terms of the way he's built and the way that he can cover the ground and get out and go and still bring you plenty of muscle width and density. A young lady here that comes into second does have the bigger backed individual. You get off and behind him, he wants to kind of swing him a little bit, and you get off the side of him, he's not quite as long and authoritative out of his hip or his hind leg. He just doesn't balance and put it together as well as that class winner, but we love him in terms of his width width and his shape that he has in his back, and we thought he was just a sounder option up through his shoulder and his front foot than the bear that comes here in 3. Bear in 3 is a very, very wide individual, super opened up in terms of the base of his structure. It works against him in these top 3. When we sorted him, to us, he's too wide when you get in behind him. And then when you work your way forward and watch him come directly at you, he gets pretty flat there in the front part of his pastern and when it hits the ground. But mainly, we just got to square him up when we get in behind him. Love his body shape, love his back shape. Just simply got to square him up as he goes directly away from us. Same goes for the bear that comes here in 4. Really heavy-boned individual that you love when you get off the side of him. He proportions extremely well. As he comes at you, he wants to get a shot flatter in his foot, a little more in at his knee, but when you get in behind him is where I have my big problem, and that's what we talked about. You know, is he safe enough from behind? Is he correct enough from behind? For us, he just gets too east and west and just gets too outside himself when you get there behind him. It's not correct enough for us in the way that he plants and goes away. That's why he is where he is today. Young man coming next, got a really fresh-backed one that's really, really big in terms of the shape and roll to his cage. He gets a little beakier in his head for me. It's a little older in the way that he looks out here in terms of his freshness, but just in terms of a short-back, proportional individual that really comes and goes good and square. We like him quite a bit. Thought he got shorter in his rump, and like I said, just thought he got a little agier out of his head, but that's a really nice pig there that stays good and square in the way that he's built. Young lady's bear that comes next, just got to make him more athletic off both ends. He gets too short off the way that he moves off both ends of his skeleton. Love his freshness. She does a great job getting him presented. She's done everything she could to this point. Just got to make him more athletic off them rear two especially. Bear that comes next, same goes for him. He wants to get a little quicker in his step, a little more awkward in the movement out of his rear two out here. Love his stoutness of head, love his stoutness of arm. I just got to make him sounder out of his hip and hind leg to move him up for me. Another pig coming next. It just needs more look out of his front end. He gets a little deep in his throat, gets a little unproportional in terms of the way he balances. I'd like to see him just have a shot more feel in his flank to balance with all that weight he has up through his front end. That's a nice pig that's pretty fundamental. Just got to give him a notch more look. Another nice pig here that we like that just got a little staler on us in terms of his head and his look and his body shape when you study him through the base of his body there. 1-2 that wants to get a little tighter in his hock and the way that he moves, a little straighter in his blade angle out here when you study him in terms of structure. Another nice pig. Young lady's done an excellent job getting him presented to this point. Just got to make him sounder off of both ends of his skeleton. Congratulations. Nice class here of Hampshire's. Really nice top trio there.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the champion's formula at winning-enterprises.com.
Marion FFA. 7th place, Savannah Briggs, Midlothian FFA. 6th place, Jesselyn Lowry, Hill County 4-H. 5th place, Paxton John Southard, Navarro County 4-H. 4th place, Landry Anderson, Perryton FFA. 3rd place, William Albrecht, Potter County 4-H. 2nd place, Briley Catherine Blackshear, Cypress Ranch FFA. And exhibiting 1st place, Luke Gresham of Cochran County 4-H. Luke is also our certified Texas Bred Registry class champion from class 21. Breeder of that barrow is Night Show Pigs of Shallow Water, and they can pick up their certified Texas bred caps at the association table near the show ring. Okay, exhibitors, we have a couple that may have missed check-in here in class 22. Jayton Quinn Laisman, Roosevelt FFA. If you're in the holding pins or if you've gone through, could you wave a hand and let us know, please? Jayton Quinn Laisman, Roosevelt FFA. Otherwise, we need your barrow to the show ring. Next, Wyatt Stiffelmeyer, Williamson County 4-H. If you're in the show ring, holding pins, or if you've gone through, could you wave a hand and let us know? Wyatt Stiffelmeyer, Williamson County 4-H. Otherwise, we need your barrow to the show ring at this time.
Well, if you've just now joined us, we completed Class 21. We're on to Class 22. 21 was the last class of the lightweight division. And now we're starting the first class of the medium weight division, that being Class 22. Again, 19, 20, and 21 was our lightweight division, and we're starting 22 now for the start of our middleweight division. The weight ranges are from 262 to 269, and we have 39 head in this class. While our judges are sorting this class, I was going to give you the Texas bred results from our lightweight division. Our class champion belonging to Miss Gavin from Abbott FFA was Cud Farms out of Brownfield. Congratulations. It was also the class champion in that class. The next one in Class 20, I wonder if there's any relation here, Oakley Cud from Terry County 4-H, and the breeder of hers was Brockman Farms out of Montgomery, Texas. Congratulations to Josh and Carrie for a fine job there. In Class 21, our third class and the final class of our division, of our lightweight division, was Luke Grissom out of Cochran County 4-H, and the breeder of his hog was Night Show Pigs. That's Scotta and Cameron and Tad Knight there at Shallowwater, Texas. Congratulations to each of these breeders for a fine job to wind up our lightweight division. Looks like in Class 22, the start of our middleweight division, we have 8 so far penned by our judges, and we have 1 out in the big ring. We're continuing with our our top judge program, and we have Kinsley Gardner again with us. She was with us this morning, and we welcome you back to our show here, and kind of share with me, since we've talked last, what has hit you since we've talked as far as what's happening out here, and some additional things you might have taken in since our conversation last.
Yes, I've been just overwhelmed, and my heart's filled with joy, especially behind us here in the sift ring. And I'm not sure in the Berks if this went on, but I know for sure in the spots I was up here in the crow's nest the whole time. And Mr. Day, when he was the initial sift, he told every kid why he was sending them to Mr. Hofschulte, and I thought that was a neat experience. That doesn't always happen here at San Antonio, but I thought that was just a neat touch with these two guys. They've been incredible with all the kids, and they told us last night they kind of have a type in kind. One probably probably likes them a little stouter. The other one likes build, and you can kind of see them meshing here in the middle in the ring. So that's really been enjoyable to watch, and just kind of sit back and watch these two guys sort through the Barrows.
Well, and just the compromise that they work together. It's not one that's trying to outpower the other. They know they're a team here, and they work professionally as a team of judges, and that's all you can ask. And it allows all these kids to get a fair shake.
For sure, and that's the thing we've been preached to all week long, which is something I guess you kind of look past growing up, but when you're in our shoes getting ready to kind of go out and judge some shows starting at the county fair level, you need to make sure each individual gets a fair look and your integrity and character is right, because if you miss an individual, that could change their whole show career. They might go out the gate and never want to show again. And as a person who would love to be an industry leader one day, I think it's important to just make sure those kids get a fair shake and a fair look every time they come into the ring, so it's always enjoyable for them.
Most definitely. Now, of course the other breeds were strong within their breeds and stuff, but now we're getting into the what we call the heavyweights now, in a sense. Heavyweights meaning the breeds are getting really, really stout, and the Hampshire's breed has known for that. And what do you see happening here? Because now we're getting into some really extreme depth of quality here. What are you seeing that these judges are doing that's really stood out to you?
I think they're meshing what we call just quality in the show bear industry right now, and that's the addition of muscle, build, and balance. And I think these guys are doing an incredible job of just keeping the build and balance at the forefront of their mind, and then packing on the extras like they've said in the ring. They're doing an incredible job, discussing when these bears getting out in the ring of kind of what each one of them likes and coming to a consensus on their placing of the top 10.
Absolutely. No, it definitely has surfaced now that we've gotten into the Hampshire drive here.
Yes, sir, for sure. I remember growing up and coming to San Antonio, and most of the time you didn't want to have a hamp unless you had one that came to play, and that's the same case today. There are several individuals that have won their class or been second, have incredibly good pigs, and then as the weights go up, the quality usually goes up here at the San Antonio Barrow Show, and I would predict that's probably what's going to happen today. I'm not sure, but the ones underneath us look stout, powerful, and we'll see how their build and balance is when they get out into the big ring.
I tell you, we talked about consistency to our listeners, and this is the most that they've probably penned here, and we've got already 15, and I don't think they're finished, to be honest.
I don't think so either. I think they've got two young ladies out in what we call the Dead Sea. Maybe they sifted them to the left first, and then the second judge thought they deserved a better look in the big ring. Sometimes those bears just don't want to cooperate, kind of get jammed up in the smaller sift rings, and then they get out here and look really good. I think there was maybe one in the first class that ended up being second that came out of the sea, which that's not unlikely here in San Antonio to see that, because the pigs just don't want to drive back there, and then they get out kind of like in an area maybe they've been used to driving at home, a bigger space and a bigger area, and the kids can kind of control them just a little bit better, and so it's unique to see. And then we've got some stacked up, and I think that goes back to the fact, giving every kid a fair chance and a fair shake, and making sure you get the best view of all of them that you want to see.
Absolutely, and with this bigger ring that they introduced here at San Antonio has also allowed for that.
Yeah, that's been awesome. That's what when I came in the barn, I guess we came in on Wednesday, I noticed maybe since the last time I've been here, the stands are just a little bit different, and they've extended
When
the ring.
was it that you were here last?
It would have been for the Barrows Show 2 years ago, I guess.
Okay, so yes, last year they made this big change, and last year was the first year they've basically doubled the size of this arena and added the bleachers all the way around. So yes, you know, again, they're always looking at making things better here at San Antonio, and they came to terms with this and said, hey, I think we can make this work. We've got the room to make it work, and they sure did, and it has made a noticeable difference. And you not being here for 2 years, seeing that's they've done their job.
That's right. San Antonio's one of the best in the business at accommodating suggestions. I think they always do a tremendous job trying to do what's right for the kids and the exhibitors to ensure that they get the best look that they can and just get all they can out of their projects. Like what we've talked about this week, you know, this industry is just more than it's bigger than the pig. It's about the kid at the end of the whip, and to make sure that they can show off their hard work and just dedication to that project and get the most out of them, I think is really crucial, and San Antonio does a tremendous job in accommodating that.
You know, they've gotten up to 19 head. So that goes to show you. And you know, when you look at a class of this sort, there were 39 in this class. But that just goes to show you that they definitely want to check all the boxes, as we had discussed earlier in the show. And I mean, that tells you that they're willing to do what it takes to make it right. And to put 19 back in shows not only the depth of the class, but the character of our judges.
For sure. I think this is the most they've pinned back, and they've already got 3 more sifted back in here to the holding pins that'll probably come out for their top 10 drive. And so I think they've done a tremendous job not getting too many Barrows out into the ring at a time. If they come out and they really like them, they'll pull them back and sort them in the top 5 or 10 or whatever it may be. But they've definitely got, I guess it's now 4 pulled back out of the original 19 they've got pulled.
You know, you bring out a really good point. I think that's sometimes a struggle that a judge has when they don't do something like that. If you get too many out there, especially when you have the black appearing type Barrows out there, it's kind of, they're hard to read. But even any other breed, I think, I'm glad you've noticed that, because I think that's so important as a judge to do that, because you're right. You're gonna miss some Barrows if you have too many out there at once, and they're all gonna look the same.
That's right, and these guys have done it a long time, and I've watched them both growing up and thought a tremendous amount about each one of them, and that's the thing. If they see one that they like and just kind of gets them fired up and gets the butterflies rolling in their stomach, today I've seen them just kind of pull them back and pin them to ensure that those Barrows maybe don't lock up out there and they get a fair shake at where they're supposed to be in the class.
Yeah, we've already got 5 back. I wouldn't doubt it if they go back, you know, with, you know, 6 to 10 or 6 to 8 anyway. I wouldn't be surprised. And the young man in the light purple, and then the young lady in the green long sleeve shirt. So we're up to 7 now for our 3rd sort. And in all these kids that's made it in this top 19, they have nothing to be ashamed of whatsoever. To make it this far in such a deep class is an accomplishment. Unfortunately, there is only 6 sale slots here in each of these Hampshire classes, and only 10 rosettes. So it's stiff competition here.
Yeah, that's right. And being from the state of Texas and kind of traveling and just sitting and watching shows in other states, I think it's awesome that here in the state of Texas, you hear the biggest cheers, even 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. If those Barrows place, those families are incredibly proud, and they should be, because it takes a lot of hard work and just effort and dedication to even get pulled to be able to show in the big ring. And so for those families to be happy and to be excited for those kiddos, I think it's awesome.
Well, you'll see them. They'll take pictures all the way up through the 10th place, and let's face it, some of them might never have an opportunity to get a rosette here at San Antonio. As you've mentioned, just the quality depth of this show is such that you might only get that time once in your career, and then some are luckier than others, but it is still it's a lot of hard work, but that doesn't always mean it's going to work out. Kind of like interviewing for a job,
Yeah,
or making application in the top judge program. Some got it and some didn't.
That's right. I think we go through life, and showing's a lot like life. Sometimes you think you've done a really good job and put a lot of effort into something. I'm about at the age where I've started applying for jobs and putting together just my resume and application. And I've applied to some, and just the email back, maybe I didn't get the job or wasn't the best candidate. I just think back to my time in the show ring, and it's kind of the same way. That day I just didn't fit that judge, and I'll go on about my way, and one day I will fit the right employer or the right job. And so I think showing kind of opens up these kids' eyes to just that aspect of just life in general.
Kinsley, you have definitely taken on these experiences you gained through your high school career and even your college, and you keep that type of attitude up, you'll always go further and further, and I know that you're going to be successful. Like we've got 8 now, maybe 9, huh? 9, yeah. So we might hit that 10 that I was mentioning earlier, possibly.
Yeah, I think so. And I think these two guys have taken a lot of time to evaluate, who's going to be the last one that gets to be sorted into the top 10. And once they get those bears back out here, you may have one that, sits or was pulled 8th and then get back out here and kind of make its way up into the top. We all know in the stock show business, the longer they drive, these pigs change, and then that kind of affects the placings. But these guys have just taken extra time today to make sure they get that 10th spot right, because that's everything to that kid to walk out of the ring with a rosette and just get the privilege to go take a picture with their bear.
Absolutely. Looks like we are up to 10 so far. Looks like that's where they're going to stay, because they're already talking to the kids here. And again, we'll have to, I know you're at your house or office or wherever you might be, but give them a round of applause, because there's still a lot of really good quality out here, and they've worked just as hard, and they made an accomplishment to get this far. That bear is really wide on the corners there, really heavy structured from behind, isn't he?
Yeah, I think especially in this Hamp breed, I mean, these things, they're kind of taking them stout, but just making sure they're good at the ground up. And I think they expressed to us last night that's kind of what they were going to do. Well, work from the ground up and still make sure these bears are good looking and then fresh in terms of their just shape up high and from behind. And I think that's any pig show you go to nowadays, that's kind of the basic fundamentals that these guys are after.
Well, when you're judging a show of this magnitude, it's you can really set a consistent pattern. There's no reason that you can't, because the quality, as we've discussed, is that deep. There's not going to have to be any gives and takes here, because there's enough depth there when you're only getting to place 10 of them that you can put that all together in one package.
Yeah, that's right. When the Bears get this good and the numbers get this high and the quality's just there throughout, you kind of have to draw some lines. And I'm not qualified yet by any means to go out and judge one of these big majors, but to watch these guys kind of work up the ranks, and that's kind of where we'll start, I guess, in the next couple of years at the county fair there. You know, maybe sometimes you can't always use your type and kind, but when you get to this level, most of the time you can find a consistent pattern and just kind of get into a flow state pretty much, and that's what hits you hard every time they come out of the gate. So it's pretty impressive to just watch these guys kind of be in that state of mind right now, and the good ones they come out and they get, you can tell they're excited about them, and so that's pretty awesome. Just sit here and watch them kind of do their thing.
Absolutely. Looks like we've got 3 so far that they've gone back for the 3rd evaluation, and they'll go a 4th one, of course. But once they go through all of these 10, then they will, I know they'll make sure they've got probably the top 5 or 6, and then place them from the 10th back up before they do their 4th evaluation on the top end.
Yeah, I think the only other class maybe they've done a 4th evaluation was in the Poland, I guess the heavyweight Poland bear class, and they said at lunch, so we talked to them, man, it was tough. There's some good Polands in there. We had to make sure we got the right looks, and every kid got the same look. And as these bears just get deeper and deeper in terms of quality, I would say that's probably what they're going to do, maybe spend just a little more time evaluating these hogs and ensuring they get the right look, and every kid gets the same fair chance of making sure their pig is presented the best it can be out here in the ring.
Absolutely. You know, it's starting to get a little warm in here, Kinsley. You know, you guys that are listening up north, we might blow a little of that northern front down here in this barn. We need a little bit.
I know. That's what yesterday I came, I guess on Wednesday, I came from Lubbock, and the wind was blowing about 60 miles an hour, and dust was everywhere. And then we got down here.
Wind in Lubbock?
Oh, I know, never, right? And we got down here, and it was about 80 degrees, and I was like, man, it'd be nice if the wind would blow down here. But at San Antonio, it seems to either be really cold and you need ski pants and a parka, or you need a tank top and some shorts, because it's 80 to 90 degrees. So just depending on the year, the weather kind of changes. But usually it's either really hot or really cold here at San Antonio.
Well, they're predicting, of course, I hope that's going to change between now and Wednesday or so, but they're predicting 90s here in San Antonio, or they did. I haven't checked today to see, but boy, if it gets up to that, and I hope they're wrong, boy, it'll get really hot here inside this barn. Got 5 pin backs so far. I suspect they'll probably do at least the 5, maybe 6 possibly before they start placing, but might go ahead and place from the bottom up. I'm not sure. Yep, he's giving a button out, so they are placing. Of course, are they doing that a little differently now?
I think that young man will be 6th.
Yeah, it looks like they're
And
this
so-
time they're going the opposite direction, going 6th down to 10th. Just now joined us. We are on the first class of our middleweight Hampshires, class 22. We're sorting the top 10 of this class. We started with 39 in this class, and we're down to the final 10, and they're placing the 6th down to 10th, and I think they've gotten that done, and they're ready to evaluate the top 5 here in Class 22. Well, the young man's pig there in the light purple really takes a long stride through his front end, doesn't he? On all fours, actually. Really reaches.
I guess they went ahead and placed 5 through 10, and now they've got the top 4 out there.
Huh?
I guess top 3 is what's left. They just handed a button to the young lady and the green shirt to be 4th, and so I would assume they just kind of sift through these top 3 Barrows. Probably a little different in terms of their type and kind, but the quality's still there, and so I would assume they discuss and kind of come to a consensus which one they like to win this particular class.
Yeah, it's nice that they can do that, and you can tell they're doing it with ease. And they're talking the differences they see. As you mentioned, there are differences in these 3. They're all good in their own right. They're just differences that each one has their own strengths. It's kind of interesting in these, Kinsley, is all 3 of these are really pretty through their front ends.
They are. The young man in the purple, I guess, will be 1st, and the young lady in the red 2nd, and the little blonde-headed girl in the black will be 3rd. But I think it took them maybe just a little longer in this class to discuss these 3.
All righty, congratulations.
The young man's now Belton Barrow here is the best one just in terms of his overall appearance and his width coming and going is as square as anything we have to work with in the class. And still keeps mobility in check. He's got a big rolled up back when you get on top of him. He's just as true to
Himself from top to bottom as anything in this particular class. Still fresh, still bold as he comes, still got big enough legs for us to go ahead and win this particular class. The one that most closely follows him in terms of his build, in terms of squareness, from the ground up is the young lady in the red. He's one that kind of wants to get a little different in the way he moves that left hind leg, and he needs more muscle for us to go ahead and win this class. But just in his square build and his correctness of structure is how he goes ahead and beats the bear in 3rd for us, especially as he comes directly at us. He's much more appropriate in his shoulder and his knee and the way that that's laid into his front end. Young lady coming here at 3, he's really got a really tall-fronted individual that's short-backed and good-looking from the side. His tallness of shoulders, what works against him. He gets pretty flat there when you get up on top of him in terms of his blade width. And then when he comes right directly at you, he wants to come in at his knee. We can set that shoulder back and open him up through his chest. He can move up into that 2nd place spot because, man, he is big bone. He's big caged. He's just a little messed up right when he comes at us, and the pitch to that blade is too straight for us to get him into that top pair. Young lady that comes next, same goes for you. We got to open you up as you come right at us. But just in terms of his feet and leg usage, his ability to get out here and cover the surface, I thought he was the next soundest one that we had to work with, and still had enough back shape, still had enough power going away. We just got to fix him there and open him up in his chest, make him heavier bone to get into that top trio. But really nice pig there that's got some muscle shape. Another pig here that has got a lot of width to his body and some muscle to him. He poses a problem as well as he comes directly at you. We'd like to open him up through his chest, make him more comfortable out of his shoulder and his front end. But just in terms of having some width and some muscle, some doability to him, a good functional hind leg, we like him a notch better than this bear that comes next. This bear here just needs to be stouter boned. He's a little too frail at the surface for us. especially as you study him down there below his arm. He gets a little more refined about his face and about his arm. We've got a pig there that's got good shape up in his back. He's got good shape to his cage. Then you maybe like to square him up when we compare him to those contemporaries that are ahead of him when he get right in behind him. We just thought he was a notch more appropriate in terms of his balance than this bear that comes next. Really nice bear that comes next in terms of width and muscle. One that just wants to get a little lower riding out here in terms of his proportionality. Wants to get a little lower fronted on us. Wants to get a little frailer in his bone work as you study him in his knee and his arm and his ankle. But love the way he covers the ring out here and his length of hip that he brings to the table. He's a notch sounder out of his hip and his hock than the bear that comes next. Really love the back shape, love the blade shape in this bear that comes next. Just got to make him sounder off of his rear too. Same goes for the two that we end with here. Got to make this bear a sounder as he goes away from us. Got to give the bear we end with more muscle and width. Congratulations. Nice class of bears. Really nice class winner.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Max Gary Pinkston, San Patricio County, 4-H. 7th place, Avery Hurley, Lubbock Cooper, FFA. 6th place, Nash R. Stanton, Shallow Water, FFA. 5th place, Leighton John Canales, Odom, FFA. 4th place, Tally Nicole Trevino, Galveston County, 4-H. 3rd place, Lincoln Lynn Taylor, Lynn County, 4-H. 2nd place, McKinley Reese Tucker, Whiteface, FFA. And 1st place is Copper Scott Ferris, Nazareth, FFA. Copper is also our certified Texas bred registry class champion from class 22, Hampshire Barrows. Breed of that barrow is BRS Hog Farm of Kroll. They can pick up their certified Texas bred caps at our association table near the show ring.
All right. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. All right, we're back. I'm with Mr. Tahoka, Texas himself, black sheep of the family, turning scarlet into black into maroon over here. Man, you been having fun still?
It's been a great day so far.
Good.
This last class heated up the day a lot, I think.
Yeah, I was watching y'all look back there, and I really want to watch this class because it's just so deep. And like the guy said, like that class winner, just there wasn't really a hole in that hog. Just like, hey, most complete bear, here he is. And that's the first time I think I've seen a real deep, complete set, just like what we just witnessed in that last class.
Yeah, and looking back at looking in the ones in the sift ring right now, I think this next one's might be even better.
Yeah, I was when y'all were up here, I went down there. I was like, I'm gonna go check out what this class looks like, and I'm just looking through just one of the 6 pins out there, and I'm like, whoa! Unless all top 10 are in this class, I can't imagine what the other ones look like if this one's this deep.
Yeah, that's what it felt like every time I went in the ring.
When you try to do it, where you try to be meticulous about it, and just think kind of forecast that, okay, I'm going to get behind a hog that maybe doesn't have quite as much muscle as I do, or I just think I'm a little bit better in the back than this hog is. And when you're sometimes when you go to the holding arenas, it's like, man, you're just in with all the heavy hitters, and it's just somehow that's just how the cards are dealt your way kind of thing.
Yep. And when you're going in before, like, you're really nervous, everything looks like the grand champion.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You're 100% dead on with that, because it's like, man, that hog's good, that hog's good, that hog's good. And sometimes you do really well and be like, oh, what was I so worried about? And then other times you're like, yeah, I was pretty right on that one.
Yeah.
Funnest thing about playing this game here, buddy. So we're on class number 23 here. Weight ranges from these Barrows goes from 270 to 276 and 39 total head till we get down to 1 here. Total of 4 more classes after this, if my math stands correct here. Yeah, 4 more after this, at the conclusion of this one. Then we'll do the lightweight division, middleweight division, and heavyweight division, followed by the overall selection of our Hampshire breed. And then we're going to call it a day today. And you said you're going back today to College Station?
I'll be here actually all week long.
You know, I've asked you 3 times today, and I promise you third time's a charm. You're helping all week.
Yep, I'll be here for the collegiate livestock judging contest all week long.
So do you help with that deal, or are you judging in it? Like,
I judged in it the past 2 years.
Okay.
1 year at Blinn, and then last year at Texas A&M, and then this year, me and a couple of my past teammates will help pulling animals for the contest and keeping everything fresh for the contest on Saturday, trying to give the exhibitors the best experience, or the competitors the best experience they can.
So y'all pull some of those animals from the show, correct?
Mm-hmm.
How does that work?
We have Bryce Mund, who is the...
I know Bryce very well.
Yeah.
He's a good guy.
He's going to come and tell us which ones to take and basically be our boss when it comes to the second wave. And then we'll have others pull different species, and it's basically our job to make sure they stay alive and they look good by Sunday.
Hey, that's all you can do, man. Looks like we have 6 pinned back so far, and you know, based on what I've seen in the past classes, and talk about this class being probably as deep, if not deeper, than the previous class as a whole class, I have a feeling they're going to pull a bunch.
I agree. I think we might be on this one for a couple minutes.
You know, the guys have done a phenomenal job of keeping a really, really good pace on these Barrows here. But I really do feel like once the quality gets turned up, they kind of slow down just a little bit and say, hold on, you know, there's just a lot of good Barrows out here, and we want to make sure that we get this right with that much quality and depth in a class like this.
And I think they've really done a good job about giving each kid a chance. I really like how Mr. Hofschulte is in the lead pin right now, but instead of just automatically sending him to Mr. Day, he tells them why, and then they get over there, and maybe if it's a showmanship thing or if it's a look thing, they can maybe hide that look, give themselves the best chance to get a hopefully pull.
That's something you don't see very often. Look, he's even the people that he's telling them a good job. Like, usually that's the secondary judge's job to do that part, and I mean, good for Nick for doing that. And like I said, I really do feel like that might be the first time I've seen somebody do something like that as the lead judge. Now, if you go straight to the pin, I mean, he's going to talk about you later for sure.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully.
That's the goal.
The goal, yeah.
You don't get talked to the first time.
You want to be the first one talked on the mic, let's put it that way.
Yeah. We're almost done sifting, and they have one in the Dead Sea, two in the Dead Sea right now.
Yeah, some of them will kind of hide over here. I forget about over there.
And I think the first 2 classes of Hamps before they even got here, I don't know if it was number-wise or they didn't even look at the ones in the Dead Sea. They just told them to come back and weigh, so they got pretty lucky there.
Now, how many people do you think are in the stands right now? 20, 30 people probably?
Yeah, I guess so.
In each row?
Yeah, and trying to get from the top to the bottom is so hard, especially when you're so nervous that one of your family friends or kids are showing and you accidentally step on people.
Yeah, the people in the very back, it's like, man, if you got to get from point A to point B, it may take a little while to get down.
Really challenging when it comes Thursday and it's the grand drive, and we have all the junior college and senior college contestants that came to watch the show, and they're going to watch the Sear show after. They're all sitting in the spots.
Oh yeah, no, and it's full, and it looks really cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it really, really does, and everybody hoops and hollers, and rightfully so. That grand drive, man, that sometimes it's a once in a lifetime opportunity for a kid, and to be able to experience that and get those goosebumps, butterflies, whatever you want to call them, to be out there and to be in that kind of adrenaline rush kind of situation, it's super cool to watch. So for those of you who won't be here on Thursday of next week, I really do encourage you to watch it, because they kind of show the whole stands and how full it is. I mean, truly, like, there's not an open seat in the house, I don't think.
You get to watch the exhibitors get their scholarships and kind of get awarded for all the hard work they've done.
I see 13 or 14 pinned thus far, and then it looks like they're on their last one right here, or last couple here, 3.
He got pulled, and I bet there's
There's at least 14
probably under us.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure, because they got to go through all the classification. Now, once you get to the crosses, I feel like it's a lot easier because there's really nothing to class. But and the hamps, especially because there's some that are kind of borderline, and they're like, hey, let's just try it to see if they'll class hamp. And some of them do make it through, and some of them, get kicked into the other cross class.
My favorite part of the show so far has been watching the little kids who it's their first time showing, and they're showing in the big ring, and they get a pin back, and they have no idea until everybody starts screaming.
They're like, what's going on here? What do I do? And do I wave? Do I, whatever it is? And that's so important. You see some of these parents out here, too. You made that good comment there, because you'll see some parents over here with a kid, and you can see them pointing and showing them, like, okay, son, okay, honey, this is what you got to do. And I'm not saying they don't listen to it, but I mean, you think about the attention span of a third grader sometimes.
They're trying to watch the judge, watch their pick, and then watch mom and dad in the stand. It's challenging for them.
It's like I need you to pat your head, rub your tummy, and do the chicken dance all at the same time. They're like, huh?
I also love watching everybody in the stands or on the side trying to
Can't all see this one's the heaviest bone. We need to go get some glasses. He is unbelievable, freak on the leash in terms of his stoutness, and it moves, it flexes, it all works. We thought he was a notch stouter as he come right at us in the bear in second. He's obviously the heaviest bone in the class, like I said, and when you get behind him, he still stays extremely square, and I think he's just a notch looser hinged in that hock and that lower joint off his rear leg than the bear that comes into two. You have to ask yourself, does he have enough muscle for you? You get on top of him, he's pretty edged up out of the backside of his blade. He's every bit as mature as he needs to be out of his head, but the one in second isn't no baby either. We thought he was the logical choice in this class. Young man that ends up second, you got one heck of a show pig from the side. I love his look. Super high quality in terms of his pattern and his build. He's not as manly as he comes right directly at us. He's probably not as just loose hinged in his hock when you get right in behind him. But that one is just so good in his build and his balance. He's got plenty of muscle. He's long in his hip and his step. Really nice pair there to start this particular class. Young lady, you come out in third. You got an excellent high caliber show bear that you've done an excellent job with. Love this one's head as much as anything in the class. If we could make them all have that kind of head, it would be great. He's so youthful in his look and fresh. Really got a nice balanced profile to him. It's when we get in behind him there, we thought he was the most awkward in the way he handled his joint from his hock down. But that's a really getting nitpicky on him, but a hog that we just have to make sounder when we get right in behind him and study the way his joints work all the way to the surface. But like I said, he's packing a punch through his center. He's so fresh out here. Young lady's done an excellent job getting him to this point. This pig here has a little harder time getting comfortable out here. He wants to do that flick deal up front when that kid gets on him with two of those whips. And I think if you show him with one, he probably is a little more comfortable. We just thought his freshness, his length out back allowed him to get up in here. He's not as correct up through his shoulder and his front end as the bear that was ahead of him here. He's probably just not as stout as the bear that was ahead of him. But in terms of just one that's longer hipped than the bear that comes next, he's really round in terms of his body. He's super fresh in his presentation. Really liked a lot of things about him. It's another one that's really, really stout. I mean, super big-legged, really edged up high. Me and Chad had a lot of discussion about this bear. We just didn't find him long enough in his rump, long enough in his step out back, and then you study him up through his front end. He gets a little straighter in his blade. But, man, that's a high-quality bear I'd love to have, and we thought he needed to get in that sell spot just for his added stoutness of bone, his added roundness of rib, and we thought he was a notch sounder out back than this bear that comes next. The bear that comes next, another one that just is really, really tall-fronted, really, really balanced in terms of his look from the profile. Thought he got a little plainer, but we thought his length of rump and just his ability to get out and use his hind leg and step with a little more authority was a notch better than this bear that comes in seven. Bear that comes in seven, really tall-fronted. We had some discussion about this bear as well. For his look and from his flank forward, we really like this hog. We didn't find him square enough when we got in behind us. We didn't find him long enough out back, and just the way he handles those rear two isn't athletic enough for us. But a bear that gives you great presence. Young man's got him fresh and fit in terms of his skin and hair. Really high quality in terms of that. Just like to lengthen him out his rump, make him more athletic in that hawk. Same goes for this young lady's bear here. Just gets a little flatter, more closed up in that arm and that chest. Little plainer in his muscle shape, but love his freshness, love his look that he brings to the table out here as he covers the ring. She's done an excellent job getting him to this point. We end with the pair of them that just get a little more challenged in their movement. Let's give them a hand. Really nice class of Hampshire Barrows.
And our placings for Class 23 Hampshire Barrows. Exhibiting 10th place, Sadie Schneider, Canyon New Braunfels FFA. 9th place, Alice Noors, Abbott FFA. 8th place, Paisley Fulton, Borden FFA. 7th place, Zachary Kai Blunt, Kerr County 4-H. 6th place, Maddie Mae Buckskemper, Loveland FFA. 5th place, Letty Jane McNabb, Winkler Loving County 4-H. 4th place, Trevor Allen Pachota, Live Oak County 4-H. 3rd place, Valerie Kate Harper, Lamb County 4-H. 2nd place, Curtis Dylan Mulstein, Stanford FFA. And exhibiting 1st place, Alexis Grace Collins of Idalou FFA. And Alexis is also our certified Texas bred registry clans champion from class 23. Breeder of that barrow is All-Star Show Pigs of Paradise, Texas. And they can pick up their certified Texas bred caps at our association table near the show ring.
Well, we've just now finished class 23, which we have one more class to go. They're fixing to start class 24 for our middleweight division, and that'll round out our middleweight division as soon as they complete class 24. In this class that they're about to begin, it is weight ranges from 277 to 284, 33 head in this class. I'm happy to have again with me Dax Delosher from Oklahoma State University. Welcome back, Dax. And you were with me earlier this morning, and I'm glad to have you back. We're really having a really strong, competitive Hampshire show, aren't we, so far?
Yes, sir. It's been awesome just watching. I mean, those first couple classes here in our middle division, just the depth and quality. I mean, pigs that are from anywhere from 5th to 10th that could win some classes in different states at different state fairs. It's just crazy. It really kind of puts into perspective coming down here and watching this show and just seeing the depth of quality and why they call it the Super Bowl of Barrows shows. Because, I mean, there's kids, I mean, in classes that aren't getting sales slots that, I mean, I'm sure are showing pigs that have been extremely competitive at jackpots all season and then gone on and be very competitive at their county fairs too. And I think it's really, really neat to see this depth of quality and just nitpicky things that kind of separate them within each class. I think super, super neat for sure.
And what's neat about fitting and getting show barrows ready for the time of reckoning, so to speak. They change so much, and there's just those little things. Sometimes certain barrows come together and they peak right at the right time, right before it's time to show. And you just never know what that can happen, because those are kind of splitting hairs, but yet those are the differences sometimes that makes the difference between being in the top 6 and not being there, because it's just how they reacted to them, trying to get them within that 10-pound weigh back and also get them to a level that they've got the optimum look and an appearance of what they're going to look like in their best Sunday clothes.
It's just crazy. I mean, I think that's what's so unique about the pig deal is how much they can change within maturity patterns. Like, I know growing up and showing pigs, like we were always preached, like the green, skinny, good-looking ones are always the ones that might not win a jackpot there right out of the gate or right when you start showing them. But if they do the right things and their structure holds together, I mean, anybody knows that is in this pig deal how much they can change. It's almost within one feeding or even a week's time frame. I mean, one might be a real heavy-legged, heavy-structured one that you're like, man, this pig's got tons of bone, and then get to 200 pounds maybe and grow out of their bone and not just kind of match there together there at the end. But it's just crazy how they can just come together there at the end, and how good and how the people are that feed pigs in this state in terms of getting ones ready and reading that lateness of maturity. And I think that's where it comes into being a really good stockman and reading livestock and knowing what they're going to do within their maturity pattern. I think super important. And I think that's what makes this game so neat and unique, is how much these pigs can change within, within perspective, a time frame, or even within the time they're at layover before they come to the show, and how they can come together. And you might have one that, like, hey, they don't have enough muscle right now, then by the end of layover you're like, oh man, hey, we're in good shape here and we got one that can play. And I think that's what makes this state so unique, and what makes the San Antonio Barrows show what it is for sure.
Oh, absolutely. No, it's It's been an extremely competitive Hampshire show to this point. They've kept as many as 19 head in some of the classes, and they've taken them back down to 10 head, and then go from evaluation of that. And that just shows, the credibility of our judges of not only working together, but making sure they're checking these boxes in a fashion that they know when they leave this arena tonight that they've done everything in all fairness to each and every one of these exhibitors, and they're satisfied with their decision making.
Yeah, and I think that's what's so important is, like we've talked about, with being in this top judge program, and as we talked earlier when I was on here, the importance of making sure that each kid gets the fair view when they come into the SIFT, or they're in the Dead Sea, or they're even showing for a placing spot within class. I think the importance of making sure each kid gets a fair look, and because there's so much time, work, and money that goes into each and every one of these projects to get them to this point, and it can be over in the snap of a finger. And I think just the importance is what I've been mesmerized with our two judges today, is they're making sure they're reworking through their top 10, or even the times they've kept 19, and making sure, hey, we're putting the pigs in the sale that need to be in the sale and deserving to be in the sale, and then not shortchanging any kid. And I feel like every kid's gotten a fair look back in the SIFT, whether they're in Dead Sea or coming back to place for a class. And I think that's so important in just carrying yourself within a ring, and something that I hope one day, if I ever judge one of these, I can kind of mimic that kind of behavior and attitude within the ring, and making sure each kid gets a fair look, because there's so much time and effort that goes into each and every one of those projects. And I think it's extremely important to pay attention to those and make sure they get the fair views for sure.
Absolutely. I don't know if I asked you earlier this morning. If I have, I'm sorry, but what is the next steps for you upon graduation?
Yes, sir. So my plans as of right now is I'm going to go to grad school and pursue a master's in meat and food science under Dr. Morgan Pfeiffer there at OSU. And it's really kind of neat. It's under meat and food science, but the project I'll be working on is the correlation of making feedlot cattle too big and how to moderate them and still keep quality grades and yield grades in check. So I've got the very neat opportunity this summer to go do research at feed yards and big packing plants and do some of kind of that stuff. And with my cow-calf background, it's something I'm very excited about, to see the next step of where those cattle, because growing up we always sold our cattle at weaning. They're at Coffeyville Stockyards in Coffeyville, Kansas, and seeing the next step of where those cattle go after they've been sold, as yearlings, when they've been turned out on wheat, and seeing how they're fed and how we can kind of make the push in the industry and make fed-out cattle better is something I'm extremely excited to see, and very, very blessed for the opportunity for sure.
Well, that's outstanding, and of course, I wish you the best of luck in that, your new chapter upcoming. Now, you mentioned in the meats, had you done anything at OSU in the meats, or was it just been the livestock judging at OSU?
No, sir. I've just done livestock judging. Then actually this past spring, we do a meat animal eval contest, and that was there in Lubbock, Texas, and I participated in that. And actually what got me started in this deal was I took a meat science class this last fall, and we were doing stuff on the kill floor and that kind of stuff. And I'm like, man, this is kind of neat. I never would have thought that I'd be interested in this kind of stuff. And I've actually had the opportunity to get to know Dr. Morgan Pfeiffer very well. She's kind of been a mentor to me there at OSU, and kind of guide and direct me on some class stuff or even life advice in general. And I kind of got to talking to her there this fall after I got done judging. She's like, would you be willing to get a master's? I'm like, heck yeah. I go, it's like my parents and I talked about, I'll never have another opportunity again to get a master's and do something like this. So when the opportunity arose, my answer was yes, for sure, to get to do something, and it would be also a project that I'm very interested in. But prior to this, I'd never done anything meat related ever, and so getting to do that, and I've been working in the meats lab there this past spring since judging's been over, and getting to see all the aspects of that's been super, super neat for sure.
Well, I think it was Kinsley Gardner. She actually, and why I brought that up is she brought up some points of how she felt like that the meats program has helped her in her judging in the livestock evaluation of understanding what's underneath that hide. I'm not sure if that was her or not. We've talked to so many, but just the interest to hear that, because when I was going through the collegiate program, I felt the same way, because I got interested in the meat science as well. And I think it definitely helped me, and it was good to hear that it has helped somebody else. And it sounds like you're going to see some differences here that maybe could help you if you decide to go ahead and continue your judging career as time goes on.
Yes, sir. It's been a super neat for sure just to see like the real world aspect of what this industry is truly based on, and the type of stuff that really actually feeds America as well has been super neat, and something I'm very excited to learn more about and kind of broaden my horizons and my knowledge within that perspective industry for sure.
Well, it looks like they've evaluated 4 and they're bringing one back, the young lady in the blue sweater here. Looks like another Dax and another deep class again, it looks like.
Yes, sir. We've kept quite a few back in this class, and I think just all ones, just like we've been talking in previous classes in this middle division, we've really turned up the heat in terms of pigs, just like freshness, look, build, and balance. I think it's been super good, and really, I'm really excited to.
One in the green shirt just got pulled here. Got a little more black on him, but he still classifies well because he's got the belt on one side. You don't have to have it on both. And you don't really have to have the belt going all the way up either. You know, we touched on this with one of the other young people earlier. One of the points brought out was, one thing these judges have done is they'll let some out, and they'll not let too many out before they see one that if it hits them, and really looks at those, say 5 or 6, to make sure before they let anything else and put that back. And what our discussion is how much better efficient you are as a judge, in that you don't get too many out there and then they all look the same and you miss something.
Yes, sir. I think it's like that's what I've been really watching today, and when I was up here earlier, is like the importance of the ones that hit you really, really hard, pinning those back quick and making sure you don't get those pigs worn out, because they might be the perfect built one in the class, but it's so hard to keep their stamina up, because I'm sure since they came to the show,
they're just like anything. You can run a long runner, wear them down completely if you just wear them out before the real race.
Yes, sir, and that's something we've really talked about this week too, like with our pig mentors, is the importance of, hey, if you've got one that hits you super, super hard, then go ahead and pin it up, and there's no need in wearing those things out, because more than likely your class winners are going to have to come back and show for division or breed, and you don't really want them worn out and broke down by the time of the grand drive if they're the best pig. And I think making sure, and I think it, like we mentioned earlier, it makes your ring run so much more efficient when you're making sure that those pigs, there's not too many out there at the same time. They get to looking the same, and you're getting the right views. And it goes back to what we talked about earlier. Each kid gets a fair view, and making sure, hey, this kid, this pig's really good, we're going to go ahead and pin them. And then the kids that maybe are on down the line, making sure you get those placed right from top to bottom as well. And I think that's so crucial in a setting of this type, to make sure those pigs get the fair view, get the looks they need. I think so important.
Absolutely. Well presented there. Looks like, Dax, we've got 5 put back at this time.
Yes, sir. It looks like another really, really good class.
Oh, absolutely. We're, let's see, we're into class 24, and this is our last and final class of our middleweight division. If you've just now joined us, our Hampshire show will have a total of 9 classes, and this will be our 6th class that we've gone through, and the finalization of our middleweight division. These weights on these barrows are from 277 to 284, and they started with 33 head when they began this class. Looks like we've got a 7th one coming in. Well, are we through here at the 6th? I bet they're placing now, huh?
Yeah, because it looks like we got 6 pinned back right here, and looks like they're going to let back 6 out in this particular class. Right
Absolutely.
Here.
So maybe as a whole, maybe not quite as hard for them that they weren't quite as maybe as uniformed as the other class because they've done 10 before, but I think, like you mentioned, still a really strong class.
Yes, sir, for sure, for sure.
Yeah, that's what they're going to do. These are our final 6 in class 24.
I think it makes it so easy too now that we're letting back 6 in such a big ring setting like this to get you can almost back off those pigs now and get a good view and get all your reads, you know what I mean, as we
absolutely.
talked earlier. It's just
and having double the size of the ring that they implemented here last year, so this is the second year that we've had such a nice big ring. You can really present them all over the ring how you want to, because and the judges gets an opportunity to really analyze them, you know, on the profile, and they can still come up and see them when they get up close.
And I think too, from almost a showman's perspective, you can almost just go around in circles and those judges can just sort of make a pass, you know what I mean, along across the ring maybe there too, and just those judges can sit back and just get off those pigs and be like, hey, this one, you know what I mean, and just kind of take in all their views and the sizes and shapes of each and every one of them. I think so important and crucial, and I think something that's been very good for both the exhibitors and judges for sure.
Oh, absolutely. And these 6, by the way, have made the sale. Here in our Hampshire show, we have 6 of them that are actually sale lots here at San Antonio. Next, it looks like we're down to our final 4. Young lady in the blue sweater is you got that power coming at you like some of these other classes we've seen, not to take away from the other 2 because they're nice too, but this one especially has got that extra power coming at you.
Yes,
really
sir.
Square-chested.
Yeah. And that's what's so crucial too, like back there in the sift, is just that extra, you know what I mean, because that's their initial view right out of the gate for our judges, is the chest view and, you know what I mean, body shape, and it's just so crucial to be so good in your chest, and then of course like pack on the extras in terms of look, build, and presence, and still be, at this stage in the game, still be fresh and look like you're good in terms of your shape. I think something all 3 of this trio out here really resembles in that perspective, the right kind of skeleton, the right kind of width, and it's almost going to be for the nitpicky things that separate them, like we talked earlier, that I think are so crucial and so important.
That'll be interesting. They've kind of talked their differences, and you know, they're all got good chest floors in them, and then it just comes down to personal preference then. And think we're looking at these at the distance that we are. You know, the thing that you and I can't really know for sure is the shape of top and the exact shape of rump there. Young lady was in the blue that we talked about was 3rd. And I see them keeping those 2 together, the 1st and 2nd place.
Yes. One that just doesn't come out and grab you, but we think the one that just is the best in terms of his quality of look and kind and his ability to get out here and go. Young lady on the far side of the ring, we like him as best. If he's got enough chest for you, he's probably the easy winner in this particular drive, but that's where we question him. And, I hate starting off that way with my class winner, but when you've got some give and takes in a class like this and not just that one that comes out here and grabs you, you kind of got to weigh your options. But this pig here, we like him in terms of his bone and his foot as well as anything. We like him in terms of his balance and as kind as anything, and his ability to have some length to his rump and some length to his step. You get up on top of him, he's still got some shape of muscle, some spread to his blade. Sure, we'd like to spread him open as he comes at us, but we just thought his pattern and balance and his flexibility was so much better than this young man in the green. Young man in the green here does have a bigger back and a bigger blade. When you get off the side of this hog, it's harder to get him to pattern for me. He gets a little shorter and sloped in his rump. He's not quite as good in terms of his bone and his arm as the bear that wins, but most importantly, that view right there in the way that he handles and patterns up in his rump and his hip, we just like to make him a shot more pleasing from the profile to go ahead and use him to win this class. Really nice, heavy-muscled bear that comes here next that we just thought kind of got a little tighter out of that shoulder as the drive went on. He's just notched straighter up there in that angle of his blade and his knee. He, too, when you get him behind him, is a little narrower gauge. He's got good shape and got good expression, but just when you get right behind him, he gets a little narrower out of his pin and at his hock than those two that are ahead of him. The young lady's bear that comes next, really heavy boned and powerful, one that just wants to get a little more restricted in the way that he goes out here. And of that top end, he's probably the least amount attractive when you study him up through his shoulder and his front end and his throat. But we got to pick him up, make him sounder on his front feet, make him sounder out of his shoulder to move him up any higher. But we liked his power. I like this hind leg squareness a notch better than this bear that comes next. The bear that comes next, I think if we get him wet and squirt a little water on him, we like him quite a bit more. But just out of his rump back's where we got to change him. He's too short there. He gets a little awkward in his step. He doesn't want to reach his hock back and really travel with authority out here. But love his shape. Love his expression of muscle. Thought he just had a notch more chest width and bone than this bear that comes next. Bear that comes next, really heavy-muscled, shapely individual. Like I said, he just needs more bone to get up in that top 5 of this particular class for us. Young man that comes next, same for you. You just got to have a shot more bone in your pig for me to move you up any higher. I love his freshness of body. Love his freshness of back. Just thought he got outpowered quite a bit in terms of chest width and bone as we compare him to that one ahead of him. Hogs coming next here. We just like to make them sounder and squarer as we view them, particularly going away. But really nice pigs. The young people have done an excellent job getting them to this point. Let's put our hands together for these Hampshire kids here.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
And we have placings for Class 24, Hampshire Barrows. Exhibiting 10th place, Shaylin Kate Cook, Hillsboro FFA. 9th place, Mackenzie Genzel, Bear County 4-H. 8th place, Bryson Anthony Birkenfeld, Nazareth FFA. 7th place, Dylan Griffiths, Plains FFA. 6th place, Jolie Thompson, Haskell, FFA. 5th place, Kinsley Brooke Clark, Cochran County, 4-H. 4th place, Riley McDaniel, Scurry County, 4-H. 3rd place, Katie Littlejohn, Potter County, 4-H. 2nd place, Briar Lane Sherrill, Hockley County, 4-H. And exhibiting 1st place, Landry Michelle Brooks, Coahoma, FFA. Our certified Texas bred registry class champion from class 24, Hampshire Barrows, exhibited by Katie Littlejohn, Potter County 4-H. Breeder of that barrow is Fishbacher Show Pigs of Wildoretta. They can pick up their certified Texas bred caps at our table near the show ring. Okay, folks, we're missing one exhibitor for class 25. Mason Albus, Cochran County 4-H. If you're in the show ring or in the holding pens, or if you've gone through, could you wave a hand, let us know? Mason Albus, Cochran County 4-H. Otherwise, we need your barrow to the show ring at this time.
All right, bringing Mr. Connor back from class number 1 today. Those of you who've been tuned in all day, we got a special guest back with us. We're on class number 25. 31 total head in this class, and 285 to 290 is the weight ranges on these barrows here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Wave 1 Market Barrow Show. Connor, what's been happening, man?
Oh, not much. Just really enjoying a tremendous kind of a show. They told me you and I had too much fun there in the first class of
really?
Berk, so they kicked me off here until the class 25. But
You know, save the best for last, or pretty close to it, I guess.
close enough. We'll go with it.
Well, you know what? I think we just got all the points across, and they didn't want us to take away all the good talking points that everybody else wanted to maybe fill in. I think we kind of nailed everything that everybody needed to talk about just in that first class alone.
Hey, they always say great minds think alike, Lyndon. So we're on the right boat.
You got that right, Connor. So, what have you seen in these two guys so far? And I've asked a few other people that same question, Connor. But what have you liked, and what have you taken away from both these two judges out here today that you've been watching them?
Yeah, and you and I talked here off the mic, and I think a lot of times whenever you've got a two-judge system, you might end up each one of them compromising a bit too much, and you might end up with one who really neither one of them truly love. For me, I thought they've done a very good job at finding the right kind of barrows that are just quality. I mean, we're up here talking about different kinds, and you and I talked about Nick's a power guy. Chad, he certainly wants them things to come out and be as sound as cats. For me, I just think they're picking good ones, and at a show like San Antonio, I think that's a pretty easy thing to do. But we're saying that up here in the stands, they're actually in the ring doing it.
When I've actually quoted you like halfway through the day, I guess we were probably on the Polands at that point. And he was talking, Nick was talking about power and And Chad was talking about how pretty they were on the mic, and I said Connor called this before we even judged Class 1 with, and that goes to show you've seen these guys judge. They're consistent with what they want, and they also compromise, like you said. But I said Connor, literally, I quote him. He said Nick's going to want him powerful, big bone, and Chad is going to want him pretty. And I was like, that's exactly what they've been doing all day.
You know, Landon, I think that speaks more about them than it does to me, honestly.
But hey, you can read them, though, I can tell you.
We try.
But they've done a really good job. You know, maybe they don't have a clear, one-horse race kind of deal out there where they both have to sit back and say, okay, we've got 4 really good ones out here. Let's talk about them, and they've done that on every single one of these classes, and you gotta compliment the guys for it, whether they totally agree or they compromise on something, whatever it may be. You can't tell me they're not talking about it together and making a unanimous decision here.
Absolutely, and they're coming to a decision that I think is super, respectful, and one that whenever you can get on the mic and accurately defend something without lying, like both of them have done, that's pretty hard to argue on my end.
Oh, of course, and I just mentioned it while I go off the mic, and I'll say it on the mic. I'll say it where you can quote me, whatever you want to do, but we can fall back on 2 classes ago where, Nick got on the mic and said, hey, this one may not be the one you want. You might want the second place instead of this one as the first place. Here's the deal. I'm not going to argue that. Here's why I picked this one first. And everything he talked about in that hog was better in those areas than that other hog that he put in second. He's like, this one may be a prettier one. He talked about age, and we don't talk about age being a factor.
Yeah.
And Chad said, I'm not going to go into that conversation. But he said, they're both older hogs. This one's no spring chicken either, but where they're at, I think they're at the prime stage of their life where they're not going to get any better, but here's what they are, and they both look really good in their own right.
Both of those Barrows, like you alluded to, they've probably got just a little maturity to them, but man, they came out, they're highly presented, they're very fresh, they look like what you'd expect getting into a little heavier weights here in the Hampshires.
Yeah. And you use the term fresh. Usually when we talk about age and freshness, those two things usually don't go hand in hand, but like you said, they were fresh. Only reason we know they're an old hog is because of their head, and we know what to look for in that kind of stuff. And they both had a really big burly skull on them. But man, I just 15 years ago we saw a hog like that. One with that big of a head would not look as good as what they do now. It's unbelievable.
Different management practices anymore, and like any industry, I just think certain things progress down the road. But going back to that class you talked about, both of those Barrows were tremendous, and I think 2 different judges might have even flipped it. But the way they described them, talking about the stoutness, the power, just the overwhelming density of that Barrow that wins, I thought was awfully unique. And then obviously that one there in second, wild look up front, awesome running gear, and just didn't come with the same overwhelming, maybe chest width or just burliness there about his bone or center body, but. Man, both of those were awesome.
I would have been happy to have either one of those Barrows in my barn.
Oh, absolutely. You take one of those to a show like this, and you're expecting to do some good.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like we have about, I'm going to say, probably 12 to 14 pigs pinned back so far. And if they go as deep as that one class I watched, during that class, actually the class we were alluding to, the mic was turned off or something was going on. They got that fixed, but me and old Tahoka boy, I guess Stone.
Bryson.
Yeah, Bryson, poor guy. We had some of the best conversations, Connor, and I think I turned around and talked to you guys like, hey, we solved the world's problems on the mic, but nobody could hear us. And it was kind of funny because they pulled 19 hogs in that class.
Wow.
And they did almost like a double or triple sort, where they pulled them all out, pinned the top 10 back, and then resorted them one more time again just to make sure they did it right. With a class that kind of with that kind of depth to it,
do what you got to do.
Exactly, and they're not too prideful to keep on track. If they're like, hey, we've been keeping this routine. This is class is an exception to the rule. We're going to do it the right way and judge them the right way. And if we got to deviate a little bit to make that happen, let's do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Start kicking them out here with an off belt and a traditional belted one.
I counted 18 if my math's any good. I'm a Red Raider, so don't hold that against me. Our math is not the best. Now, if we're counting tortillas,
hey, there you
go. Totally
go.
Different story.
That's right. That's right. We could throw a few in the ring right now if we wanted to, but I don't know if they'd like that very much.
I played football at Texas Tech, and I still don't understand that tradition. It's been a tradition forever, but First time I was ever out on the field and they did that, I'm like, what's going on here? I mean, are we that bored in Lubbock? But hey, you know what? More power to them. We're proud of it, and we're not gonna change for nobody.
Pride there. Yeah,
that's pride. You know, I believe the grand champion market bearer from last year was a Hamp, I believe. I don't think he was a dark cross. I think he was a Hamp.
You're right. I think you're right.
Did you get to see that hog last year?
Yeah, we talked about it there in the first class of Berks.
My memory is horrible here.
No, you're good. You're good. We were here working out there right when the grand drive was happening, getting ready for the contest that they put here in San Antonio. So we got to see him, and right out of the gate, you know, he was a difference maker. Just he was a man amongst boys. We'll put it that way.
Oh yeah, and there wasn't a flaw in that. I do remember us having that conversation. Now, there wasn't a flaw in him, other than maybe 3 hairs went the other direction or something like that.
Yeah,
and there's no such thing as a perfect hog, but that thing was about as close as I've seen in a long time.
Looked like the San Antonio winner out of the gate.
It's interesting. They haven't pinned any back yet. You would think they'd have 1 or 2 where they're like, hey, let's go and pin that one back real quick. And
yeah, I think this class will be pretty deep all the way through, and certainly going to require some evaluation to get them sorted.
I know for a fact there's 17. And like I said, there's a few below us. And what takes a little bit more time for those of you who can't see, they've got to go through classification. So, you know, some of these might not be true 100% Hampshire, but they are Hamp appearing. They got to meet certain criteria. For those of you who don't know kind of how the breed characteristics are made up in the Hampshire breed, they've got to meet certain criteria to be classified as a Hampshire breed.
Sure.
And they've got a set of, you know, classifiers down there that vote on each one of these pigs. And it does take time because they got to look at from nose to tail. And truthfully, they do.
Yeah, that's right. Got to make sure the color matches, and you know they're checking all things on these bears before they go in. Obviously, they're going to weigh them and make sure we're on the ball there.
Within 10 pounds, I believe, of your
top
weight
and
card.
Bottom.
Mm-hmm. And the good thing about it too, say you have one that's a borderline Hampshire that you know you can almost argue either way. It's obviously 3 guys voting on it, and
sure.
Say you don't make the Hampshire breed, but you get pinned, you don't get sent to the truck. You get kicked into the other cross class, which I believe is the second wave.
That's very helpful. You know, you'd hate for a kid to not be able to show just because a few guys, you know, didn't classify them, you know, in their particular breed. But that's an awesome deal that they do, still letting them show in the crosses.
Absolutely, because in some places they don't do that, and it sucks because you're rolling some dice there. But
yeah.
I was talking to a guy a while ago. He's got a Duroc tomorrow, and I said, hey, how's the Duroc doing? He's like, oh, I'm battling weight. I turned it in at 300, and I said, well, what does he weigh today? 314 empty, and I was like, ooh, you might want to slick shear him and see if you can get any hair off of him. I don't know what that weighs, but every pound is going to count. Every ounce is going to count. So
better do a few prayers there. That's pretty slim.
Hold your breath and pray he doesn't have air in him, right? Air does weigh something, right? Now they're starting to pin some back here. They've got 2 pinned back. And
getting a few back. These things are not lacking in the power department.
No, that's true. And they're back. You know, we talk about, and I said it in the previous class, Connor, I said some of these have such a big ditch of a back, you could pour water on their back and call it a stock tank.
That's right. Yeah, holding water up there.
Uh-huh. And we were talking about terminology earlier, and I don't know if you were listening or anything, but we were talking about some of the unique terminologies. I think me and Mr. Woods out of, I guess, where does he go to school at? He's at Mississippi State.
Okay.
And we were talking earlier, and just some of the unique terminologies. You don't have to be, you know, the coolest sounding on the mic sometimes.
That's
as long as you're consistent. You talk about a guy like Cody Hayes.
Yep.
He has that term, fall out of bed, or fell out of bed or whatever. And then you have like Willie Kirkpatrick who explains them only the way Willie can explain it. But we all know what it means.
Everybody tries, nobody can.
Oh, yeah, no, and it just sounds cool, and he gets everybody in the crowd. But they are not always the most articulate. They are very articulate on the mic, but their terminology is different than what you learn in on a judging team or anything like that.
Sure.
And it's cool when you sound really cool on the mic, but those guys are like, hey, I'm going to call it, keep it plain simple, and come up with some really good terms that everybody can understand and everything. And
Yeah,
like I
and,
said.
and to play, further along with your point, those guys are unique to themselves, and I think that's important, for everybody who's my age going into it. Just be uniquely yourself, and not everybody's going to be a Willie K, not everybody's going to be a Cody Hayes or a Mark Hogue. It's important just to go out there and be yourself. I know from my end or my perspective, I keep things pretty basic. I want to make sure everybody in the stands understands what I'm talking about.
Of course.
And maybe not as flashy as times, but I just want to be real. And everybody has their own style. I think those guys, everybody you've brought up, even the two that we've got here in the ring, they're all tremendous judges and have accomplished so many things in the industry.
Absolutely. And like you said, and I can hear it as you're talking on the mic, you're very fluent and you own what you say.
Yes,
and that's so big as a judge. Whatever comes out of your mouth on that mic when people are listening, you have to own with whatever comes out of your mouth. So you need to make sure you collect yourself, make sure it's true to what you see. And people say it's so hard to do, and I was like, well, not really, because you have what you're judging. It's not like a livestock judging where you're going back and talking about a class you don't see anymore in front of you.
Absolutely.
You have the keys to the puzzle right there.
Yeah, the judges have the power. You've got the power to encourage a kid and evaluate them right, or do the inverse of that. And I think it's certainly something that a lot of guys take very seriously.
So it looks like they kind of did it a little bit different here. They kind of kept their same pattern they've been doing all day. Is they pin back the top six that they think is the top six, and then place 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, and now these individuals are being excused. And for those of you at home who maybe have one of these kiddos who are being excused, they have nothing to be ashamed about. This is a deep class, and they showed their heart out, and their hard work was showcased here today, for sure.
Yeah, a tremendous set of hogs that are going to the back there, and unfortunately you just fall behind a few heaters in a class, a division really, that is this good, excuse me.
Now we're down to the heat, bud.
You bet.
And I think it just keeps getting turned up. It's like, okay, that was a good class. There was a few that fell out, out of bed. Cody, there's a shout out to you, brother. But the heat just keeps getting turned up in each one of these classes. And I don't know if you saw this or not, Connor, but there's like 30-something in each one of these classes. Last class of the day is 54 head.
Oh, goodness.
In that 299 at 300. There's not much weight difference between those bad boys in that last class.
No, sir.
I'm going to say roughly between a pound.
Yeah.
I feel like once you get to 300, if you're 5 pounds difference, does it really matter at that point once you hit 300?
Those are big boys there. That's come to play.
And we talked about that earlier in the day too, Connor. Just to be able to be that big and move that well out there, and these creatures are athletes out here. They're as athletic as anything there is.
I mean, absolutely. That is no joke. You got a bunch of 290-pound ones that are out here. They're square. They're feeling their stride. And as a guy, how we talked about structure earlier, one of my biggest pet peeves, to come that stout and still be that functional and athletic. We were talking about hard to make, and I certainly think that's a definition of it there.
And you can see on your screen next to you, Connor, we'll go and throw some more athletes out here, and I got to give a shout out to Taylor Fort and his crew. You guys can't really see what these girls are doing right now, but they are walking backwards in between hogs, traffic, everything else to give you the shots you're seeing. Now you can see this young lady. Look at her. She's walking backwards while she has 2 other pigs right around her to get you shots like you're seeing on your screen right now. So I got to give a shout out to these young ladies because, you talk about peripherals and eyes in the back of their head to be able to do that and not fall over and do all that. That's amazing. I'd be on the ground at least 5 or 6 times by now, Connor.
Oh, you and me both. But, hey, they've got cameras in the ring like it's a football game. I guess that's why they call it the Super Bowl here at Barrows shows. But certainly they're doing an awesome job there with the cameras and the videos. And I think they've developed a great reputation from that aspect.
And what's crazy, too, I was talking to Taylor about this. Some of these girls, they show up 2 weeks ago. They do 1 day of training on this. And then it's like, here you go. Get after it.
They're more talented than I am, I suppose.
Yeah. I'm still trying to find the on button on the camera,
You and me both.
Like we're down to our top, 3 or 4 now?
Yeah, top 3, I think.
Yeah, young man in the blue is 4th. Young lady is in the pink is 3rd. Now, I think, what do we got? Oh, so we got a dark horse out here.
Okay.
I didn't even know they didn't have them all.
They must have pinned him back. I didn't see.
I was too busy talking about
Well,
how
I think
good these girls are. Yeah, we were looking at the screen.
We were looking at the screen.
We're looking at what everybody else is looking at who's listening. So for those of you who don't have the
Boy,
mute
that
button turned on, thank y'all for tuning in to me and Connor. I promise you we're going to keep it entertaining here today.
Absolutely. Boy, we've got a trio of them that are tremendous quality here.
I'm pretty sure Nick really likes this hog, and he's having Chad look at this hog pretty hard too. And
yeah, I think he's a pretty good blend of both of the judges we've got here.
we talked about, pretty and wide and heavy bone, and like you said, there's a blend of both right there with that hog.
That front 3/4 that they're getting on the screen, I think is very good.
Young lady, I think, was first.
Yeah. Hey. That's why they were there. They're in the
nice
right
place to
we're
start
out
in
here.
this class, and one that just comes and goes with more width and dimension than the others in this particular class. Really sound individual in terms of the way that he hinges out of his hind leg, and he just got more freshness and shape when you get up on top of him than the rest of them, and just a little more of a man when you start talking about bone and foot. Young man, a young lady here that's in second is one that's really tall-shouldered. Love this pig's hip and hind leg, the length of his rump, the squareness when you get in behind him. He, too, is edged up when you get on top of him. He doesn't have that round shape to his forerib or his mid-body as our class winner. He's not as impressive as he comes right at us through his chest and at the ground, but a really nice, fresh individual that we just thought had a notch more chest width than this bear that comes with the young man in three. Young man in three got one that's got some really true shape and muscle laid into him, one that's got a good fresh look about him, one that just gets maybe a notch tighter in his forerib and flatter in his body work than the bear that's ahead of him. Maybe not quite as stout when he comes right directly at you, but a bear that gets around the ring really good, comes and goes good and square in terms of where his feet hit the ground. Like I said, just like to man him up as he comes right directly at us in the main point. Same goes for the bear that comes next. Just gets a little flatter there in his forearm and his chest. We'd like to pry him open all the way through that organization of that front end of his skeleton, but super fresh back, super good in terms of his body dimension. Just like I said, just like to pry him open as he comes directly at us. Pig coming here next is one that we'd like to just make sounder. He gets a little more labored in his movement off of his front and his rear, but we thought he just had so much more muscle shape and body dimension over the bear behind him that we needed to get him up there. Just got to make him sounder off both ends of his skeleton. Nice pig coming next here. Like I said, a bear that just gets a little more restricted in his movement. One there that just probably doesn't move as good out of his shoulder and his knee as the bear in front of him. Probably just doesn't have quite the flex and go out of his rear too. But a nice pig that's got some shape up high, and that's how he beats this bear that comes next. Is one that just needs to go a shot better. Just needs to go particularly better out of his rear too. One that's just a little shorter and rounder out of his rump. Not quite as coordinated off those rear two, but love his shape and muscle. Then we get on down the line here. We just got some hogs that need to balance up better. This bear here, we'd like to see him move more comfortably out of his rear two to move him up any higher. Love his look from the profile. Just gets a little uncoordinated in the way he handles those rear two. Let's put them all together, our hands together. Really nice class. Good class winner in this particular class.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
And now our placings for Class 25 Hampshire Barrows. Exhibiting 10th place, Lillian Sexton, Water Valley, FFA. 9th place, Fox Del Rey Yeary, Briscoe County, 4-H. 8th place, Jacoby Blaine Sprayberry, Lubbock County, 4-H. 7th place, Micah Lauren Coombs, Iowa Park, FFA. 6th place, Brinks Hell, Uvalde County, 4-H. 5th place, Presley Ryan Lehman, Wilbarger County, 4-H. 4th place, Carly Lynn Cunningham, Navarro County, 4-H. 3rd place, James Ted Edwards, Clyde, FFA. 2nd place, Emma Page Myers, Monday, FFA. And 1st place is Mason Albus of Cochran County, 4-H. Mason is also our certified Texas Bred Registry class champion from Class 25, Hampshire Barrows. Breeder of that barrow is Brockman Farms of Montgomery, and they can pick up their certified Texas bred caps at our association table near the show ring.
All right, everyone, we're back here. We kicked Landon off the set, and we've got Dax DeLozier here, my good friend. Dax, you want to give us an update here on the class here and class number?
Yes, for sure. We're on class 26 here with weights ranging from 291 to 298. We're going to have 34 head in this class. So
34. All right. Yeah, it looks like we've been pretty consistent here on the Hampshire breed as far as numbers. We're ranging just right around the mid-30s on every one of them, except that last class, the big boys, 300-pounders at 54 head. But looks like it's certainly been heating up. The bigger they get, the higher quality, and it's been fun to sort through.
Yeah, it's been awesome. That's what we were talking earlier. I talked that first or last class there in that middle division, and just depth and quality all the way down from first to last was just crazy in terms of pigs that we talked that could be very competitive at jackpots early on, and probably pigs that have for sure found some success, and just it was the nitpicky things or minute differences that make it so hard, and what makes San Antonio the Super Bowl of Barrow shows, and certainly privileged to just watch it up close and get to commentate. It's been an absolute blast and something I've really enjoyed for sure.
Sure, yeah. We've got Nick and Chad here going through the sift. I thought just from an efficiency standpoint that they've made decisions pretty fast today. Spent time where they've needed to, but I certainly think here in the sift that they've been pretty swift. Things they like, things they don't. I think it's one of the few shows that we've hardly seen any here in the Dead Sea. So they're both on the same page.
Yeah, for sure, and just making them decisions quick and not making sure them things are having to drive for long periods of time, making sure we get their views, what they're supposed to look like, you know what I mean, and making sure no kid's shortchanged of, you know what I mean, a view or anything, because there's so much time and work that goes into getting these projects here at any Texas major for that matter, and I think just Nick and Chad are on the same page. They're agreeing, making sure they're picking the right kind and kind of got their consistency of class winners down and doing an extremely good job working through them efficiently and making sure every kid gets a fair shake, fair look, and making sure we're getting those sales spots right for sure.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. And, one thing, you and I are both there from Oklahoma, and the thing that I find most interesting is all the people that are around this ring, and especially the sift there in the back, and the amount of support that they have in the stands here at the San Antonio Stock Show, I think is awfully unique and certainly commendable towards all the parents and coaches and fans there.
No, for sure, Connor. Just talking about like being from a different state and just seeing the change, you know what I mean, change within how shows are ran and how like the classifying thing works, and you know what I mean, making sure we weigh these things back, the 10-pound weigh back, and weighing them back when they're class winners within division is just so different. And seeing how a different perspective of how shows are ran, and just it's very, very neat to see that. With that being said, we're going to read off our Texas bred class winners there for the middleweight division. So class 22, first place would be Cooper Ferris from Nazareth FFA, and that pig is bred by BRS Hog Farm of Crowell, Texas. The class 23 Texas bred champion is Lexi Collins from Idalou FFA. That pig's raised by All-Star Show Pigs there in Paradise, Texas. Then the first place in class 24 is Landry Brooks from Oklahoma FFA there. So I think a Texas bred deal is something that's super neat, or rewarding those pigs that are Texas bred within the state. And like Connor mentioned earlier, us being from Oklahoma, we have the Certified Oklahoma Bred Association there that's been super good. We have our own OBSE is what we like to call it there, the Oklahoma Bred Swine Expo that happens there in Duncan, and that's where those Oklahoma bred pigs can come back and they can show that are bred there in Oklahoma and get rewarded with scholarship money. I think this last year we put 60 Barrows in the sale or in the scholarship fund there, and I think they're doing the same thing here with the Texas bred deal. Those pigs that are bred and placed the highest within these prospective classes get a banner, get a hat, and then get some award, money award of some sort there. And the same thing they do with Coba there at the Oklahoma Youth Expo. I think something that's super neat that rewards our breeders in state for their hard work and determination, because anybody that's in the livestock industry knows for sure it's no easy feat trying to make one that's competitive any state show or even anywhere for that matter. And as much as these things change and maturity patterns come and go within that within those prospective animals, I think so hard. And I think rewarding those exhibitors and rewarding those breeders is something that's extremely important and keeps people within our industry and keep doing good things for sure.
Yeah, I'd say this state in particular, the big state of Texas, I think they do an awesome job just in regards to rewarding, students. Not only do they have, sale money that they give out here at several of the stock shows, and especially here at San Antonio, but they put out scholarships on top of that. So the monetary support and value that the state of Texas puts towards the young adults and kids that are showing at these major stock shows, I think is remarkable.
I think so, for sure. And that's like when we were meeting with the swine committee earlier on the week. I just think it was so neat just to talk to them about the scholarship funds and the money that they have put back for prospective kids, and within the classes, within the skill-a-thon and those kind of things, trying to promote those kids. You know what I mean? I think it's something that's so important and is going to keep this industry alive for generations to come. I think so important. I think it's a pretty neat deal to keep these kids showing a livestock and going to these major stock shows that shape and mold these young people and to be the next generation of leaders for sure.
Yeah, on to the show here. We've got a good set of them. Looks like we've got 12 so far that we've got in holding pens. I think we're rounding out our sift there in the back. It looks like Nick is done and Chad is just about there.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a really good set of them. Once again, moving up in these heavyweights here. I mean, just hogs that just represent, for this weight, just to look this fresh. And, just their look and presence and their shape up high. And still, pigs like this that are still good in their structure are just so invaluable and bulletproof in terms of their build. Really excited to get these things out here and see what they look like for sure. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're welcome.
Got Nick and Chad here. They're about to kick the first ones out. Starting with the young man here in the blue. You can tell we're starting to get here towards the end of the ham, so we've got stands that are getting awfully full, and certainly the panels here surrounding the out gates are just as packed.
This pin back, that boy in the blues there back here in this first pin, and that's I think something that Nick and Chad here have done an awesome job of doing, and making sure like when they like one, getting it pinned back and making sure they don't drive for long periods of time and working our ring super efficiently. I think they've done an awesome job of doing that for sure.
Already got 2 pinned back here. That young man there in the blue that we alluded to, and the young lady there in the pink sweater is also coming back. We've still got them kicking out. I think we ended up just a hair over, right around 16 or 17 or so. So about the same as the last class there here in 26.
I mean, as we move down in these divisions and these classes, they've gotten towards where they kept quite a few, just making sure, you know what I mean, and not sending very many to the Dead Sea either, like we mentioned earlier, and just making sure they've got a kind, got a type, and making sure those pigs get the fair shake and getting the right ones pinned back for sure has been super, super neat.
Yeah, like we were talking about, I do think they've been pinning several back here to bring back into the big ring, but I'd say it's plenty warranted. You know, here in the Hampshires, you got a load of quality, and a lot of these belted things can win several shows there throughout the year, so I think it's important to get that many back, and I think the Hampshire division is really where you've been able to see Nick and Chad there work together to really sort out kinds, and at the end of the day, they're just trying to use good ones, like anybody else. So.
Sure. For sure. Just knowing their type and kind. And I thought it was really neat in the last couple classes seeing them work together and talk through when there was a challenging top 3 of, hey, you know what I mean, what's the right one to use, and making sure we're, you know what I mean, using the right one that, you know what I mean, checks all the boxes in terms of what they talked about earlier. I think so important at this Barrows show is how good it is in terms of depth and quality, I think.
Yeah, we see that young lady there in the red sweater had a very nice heavyweight bear that's already looks like we've got 4 here pinned back, ready to rock and roll later on.
Just pinned back that other young lady in red, and another one that just looks so good in terms of look, presence, heaviness of structure, and freshness. Be excited to get these top 5 back out here. I think ones that represent quality and are extremely, extremely good for sure.
You know, I think a lot of the times as judges, it's pretty easy to find, you know, your top end and really get them sorted off and pinned out. I think sometimes the hardest to evaluate is whenever you get your several here, you know, 7 through 10 or however many they choose to go down the line. So this is really, I think, where they spend a lot of time, a lot of effort. You know, the first 2 or the first 5 in our case are just as important as the next 5 whenever it comes to evaluating, sorting them, making sure the right ones are going to end up in the sale spots. So big shout out to Nick and Chad for spending that kind of time and effort.
Yeah, I think they've just done an awesome job about making sure every kid gets a fair shake, gets a fair look. And I think it's good, too, with a ring of this size. It makes them easier kind of just to see them, see the parts and pieces and how they fit together within a big ring setting, and making sure we get those views, you know what I mean, every kid gets a fair shake, because this is where, you know what I mean, almost comes down to the hardest part of judging is, hey, making sure the right kids get the sale spots, as Connor mentioned, making sure they're getting put in the right spot, I think is so important, and staying true to that kind. And you know what I mean? I think it's very, very important. It makes them easier to see. You know what I mean? When you're in a bigger ring like this, those kids can kind of just make circles or go back and forth. And Chad Nick can almost, as you can see now, kind of step off to the side, get away from them, be like, hey, this one fits the mold, or, you know what I mean, this one doesn't, and just kind of sort through them a little bit easier there for sure.
Like we're starting to get our 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10 there figured out. And getting those guys back. And you know, Landon was talking about it in the last class. I think we're going to have a few that are left here in the pen that are going to have to go back out of the gate. But that is no disregard to them. I mean, I applaud them big time. Those Barrows have a load of quality. They just fell behind here in a class that offers a tremendous amount of depth. So big shout out to those kids. I wish them the best of luck there moving forward as hopefully several of them head into Houston.
I think it's so neat for our viewers back home. Taylor Fort, they do an awesome job of getting all those views of those things on the live stream there. You can get all right as they come out of the gate, look and presence from the side, and then chest shot, and then seeing squareness of build really makes our viewers at home, makes them easier to see. And you know what I mean, I think that's just really applauds just how much San Antonio cares about making sure people on the live stream get all those views of those animals and making sure they look right. I think so important for sure.
Tell you, we've got a top 5 here in the ring that I think are awfully good, ones that I think fit the mold of a San Antone kind in regards to density of skeleton, natural just feature, width, body shape. I don't think you could go wrong with any of these, and it'll be fun to see, you know, Nick and Chad there really evaluate the differences.
I think it's so neat too, just kind of echo what Connor said there of like how fresh these things look in terms of their shape and just genuine width coming and going. I think something that's so neat, and applauds the people and exhibitors in this state for just doing an awesome job getting these things ready, making sure that our build's in check, and then their look and presence and just keeping them fresh is something that's so hard to do at this stage in the game. As much as these change with different maturity patterns and grow and mature, I think something that's awfully cool. And I mean, I think like he said, 5 out here that are just absolute hammers, and you could go a lot of different ways. It'll be really interesting to see the end result here for sure.
Yeah, it looks like we've got the boy here in the blues going to be our 5th, and we're down to the 3 ladies there in the middle of the pen and the young man here. So like they're getting ready to make a decision here on our 4th place. But man, I think these guys, all 4 of these Barrows fit the mold just with the skeleton. I'm a big fan of just driving right at me, and man, these things are big, they're square, and I think they've got the kind of rib cage and just natural dimension to match that.
Young lady in the pink there will be our 4th, and I think another one just like that pig's just so good, and that just speaks to the depth and quality of this show of how good these things are and just how elite these livestock are at this deal. I think is pretty neat and something very exciting to watch firsthand here for sure.
No, the judges here, they're spending a little extra time on the top trio, but I'd say it's plenty warranted because all three of these are very tremendous show prospects. I know Dax and I here both from Oklahoma, and I think these three are the kind that you want to have at every Hawaii every year, and certainly you would go in with high expectations. So seeing Nick and Chad here, spend a little more time, it looks difficult even up here in the announcer stand. I can't imagine being right on top of those things and really sorting and discerning the differences.
It's just crazy. I mean, think how crazy shaped and, how ripped up they look and how big their chest width and, just heaviness of structure is. I mean, think of what it looks when you're down there on top of them, It's just got to be almost overwhelming and intimidating in a sense just to see their broadness of chest, their turn shape to their rib, and their shape and edge up high. It's got to be something that's super, super cool for sure.
Well, I apologize for driving a little longer, but I felt like we had some heat in this class, and this is just a really good built, fundamental type of hog here that goes ahead and wins this class. We find him a notch more appropriate in his head feature and just a notch more manly as he comes directly at you. We think he's just a little more comfortable in the way that he handles his rump and his hind leg in terms of pushing that hog behind his tail head and staying square, a little less east and west than the bear that ends up in 2, but mainly he's just a little more my kind up through his face and his head and his forerib and just the way that his front end is structured from blade knee to ground. I like him just a notch more. This is a really fresh bear the young lady brings here into 2, and he is the most impressive through the center part of his body. You get in behind him, he wants to kind of duck him and throw him a little east and west when you get right in behind there. If we could just stouten his face up, configure that front shoulder a notch differently and just make his hock have a notch more loose hinging action, I think we like him and we can go ahead and use him. But those are 2 very, very high quality bears that end up in this particular class. Same goes for the bear that's in 3. Very high quality bear here. For us off from the side, he just patterns a little more inappropriately in terms of his rump, the way it's laid into him, the way his neck comes up and out of his blades a little more awkward. He just has a harder time patterning out here from the side. He is the heaviest muscled. He's the most impressive when you get over the top of him in terms of his shape and his back. It's just undeniable hog there that you just have to ask yourself, is he just coordinated enough off of his rear 2? Does he pattern and blend well enough in his transitions off from the profile? For us today, he didn't, but man, you cannot deny his added stoutness of muscle and bone. We just like to make him a notch sounder, a notch nicer patterned as he comes out here compared to them top 2. It's another pig here that's got a great look from the side. We thought he gave up too much compared to that top 3, just in terms of his gauge and his width from front to rear to move him up any higher. But love his look, love his build, love his ability to get out here and go just a little more closed up as he comes and goes all the way through his body. Another nice pig that's got some doability to him out here, got some rib shape to him. very fresh and well presented. The young man's done a great job getting him to this point. Didn't find he was loose out of his hock and his hip. Didn't find him just as far-reaching in terms of his shape and his muscle as that hog that's in front of him there. But mainly just like to see him go with a little more authority out of his rear too. The hog that comes next, this young man's done a great job with him as well. A really, really fresh-backed individual there. Just chest that gets him beat today. We got to make him stouter in that regard, but one that he's done an excellent job with. Young man comes here with another fresh-backed one that's got good skin and hair. We thought his hind legs what got him into the place where he is today. He wants to shuffle them things a little more quick when you get in behind him, but talk about good build, good balance, and a hog that proportions from the side very extremely well. Another pig here that's got high quality to him. We just thought he got a little more challenged in the way he moved out of his front too, but a pig there you love for his added stoutness of feature. The young man that comes next, one that has really opened up, really big backed. He gets a little lower set in relation to the length of his body, gets a little shorter in that hip joint, just kind of takes away from his proportionality. Then we get behind him, we'd like to pry him open, but man, is he fresh and well presented. Just thought he was a notch more appropriate in terms of his field than the one we end with. Very good class. Let's give them all a hand.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the champion's formula at winning-enterprises.com.
Are allowed on the grounds to pick up tack. And we have placings for Class 26, Hampshire Barrows. Exhibiting 10th place, Anahi Phelan, Maverick County 4-H. 9th place, Stetson McKinley, Lake Creek, FFA. 8th place, Braylon Creech, Martin County 4-H. 7th place, Cooper Lyle Overstreet, Lynn County 4-H. 6th place, Augustus Sinclair, Carson County 4-H. 5th place, Cray Winton Coleman, Terry County 4-H. 4th place, Rayleigh Joe Russell, Abbott FFA. 3rd place, Hadley Ann Garrett, Hardman County 4-H. 2nd place, Emerson Reese Scott, Wiley Abilene FFA. And 1st place, Hayes Horsford, Sherman County 4-H. Those are placings for Class 26 Hampshire Barrows. Our certified Texas Bred Registry class champion from Class 26, exhibited by Hadley Garrett, Hardman County 4-H. Breeder that barrow is Fisher Show Pigs of Iowa Park. They can pick up their certified Texas bred caps at our association table near the show ring. Also, folks, as a reminder, if you have a breed champion or division champion barrow in first wave, in wave 1, you will need to move those barrows tomorrow to a set of holding pens over here on the far side of the barn, on the west side of the barn. We will announce tomorrow morning when those pins are available for you, and I'll give you that pin range. And that's where you need to move your barrows. Once again, division champions, breed champions from wave 1, you'll need to move those barrows over in that area for holdover for wave 2. Thank you.
Well, joining you here is Blake Jansen. I'm from Amber, Oklahoma, member of the Top Judge program. I know we've had a lot of other of my best friends and colleagues come on and commentate here through the SIFT and through the show today. And I'll be wrapping up kind of your last class of Hampshire divisions, and then maybe in a division, but definitely this last class of heavyweight Hampshire. Joining me is Dylan Prokop, A&M, fierce competitor, excellent evaluator, and we're excited to work through here down here in San Antonio.
Yeah, Blake, it's awesome to be here. Like he said, my name is Dylan Prokop. I'm from Llano, Texas, so a little closer than Amber, Oklahoma, but just as excited to be here. As we wrap up with the last class here, we know that the heavyweight class has kind of had the hot hand as far as finding the breed champions in the previous breeds. We'll see if that stays the same here in the Hamps, but certainly expecting some heat here out of the last class.
Sure, I know there's been some awesome pigs already pinned. One out there in the sea, looks like, but the excitement here is just next level. You know, a kid makes it even through the SIFT, and just the bleachers it's an uproar.
Yeah, I mean, the anticipation of coming through the SIFT, if it's something you've never experienced before, it's hard to put into words or even describe. I mean, it's just a next level feeling when you catch the SIFT, and then you come out here in the ring for the show, and then even get pinned back again, and maybe one or two more times even. You know you've got the hot hand at that point, and it's just it's a momentum feeling that it really is hard to put into words. But yeah, I mean the stands are packed. They've been packed pretty much all day. Incredible how much support there is out here for these young kids. Looks like we've still got quite a few back there in the sift pen.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many's in this class, but I thought they were about wrapped up when I joined on the mic. But there's plenty of pins still left to work through, and it's funny, not being completely on the hog side of things, but in Fort Worth, some of the better cattle try to stay towards the front or towards the back, but there's a solid set of them all the way through.
Yeah, it's especially hard to gauge the sift here. I feel like it's hard to try to time it if you want to be the first one through, especially since they alternate sides. I think that's an element of the show that keeps it so fair, and that's something that makes San Antonio such a great show from the Barrows side of things. Talking about class sizes here. So in the Hamps, we've had in the upper 30s to the lower 30s in most classes, but here in the heaviest class, all hogs turned in at between 299 and 300, and there's actually 54 head in this class. So a much bigger class than we've had before. We'll see if that changes the number they pin back. I know they've been keeping back around 15 in the last 3 or 4 classes. I've been back there watching the sift. They could keep it back as many as 20, I would think.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think in the heavier weight kind of stuff and the deeper the heat gets, the more they're going to take back and sift through. And I expect this class will take a little extra chunk of time, but the stands are starting to fill up. There's a lot of reputable people, it looks like, ringside, and a lot of families that are eager to find out how their kiddo gets along. Looks like the last two are coming through the sift right now. The crowd's sure excited. There's a lot of pigs pinned back here and a lot of potential. It's crazy just to see each of these exhibitors with the spray bottle and the brush, making sure every detail's dialed in here until finally into the heavy hamp drive out here. And it's going to be a lot, but I think it'll take a minute, but it'll sure be exciting. And lots of intensity building around, no doubt.
Yeah, Blake, it looks like we've got 16 back so far, and I'm sure there's a few more back at the scale still getting classed and weighed in. The judges are about to be coming over here into the C. You know, a unique point about the way the show has been run today is they're not leaving many out in the C, and that's been a trend across the breeds. I feel like that's part of what has led to the efficiency of the show today, because I've got to commend these two guys on working through these classes with a pretty impressive pace, honestly. And, I mean, I've been back there in the sift, and they're still giving every single kid the look and the talking points that they deserve. They've all put in a lot of work to get to this point. So here as they make their way out into the sea, just know that they've given everyone the look that they deserve, even though we've run this show extremely efficiently today. Looks like they're going to go ahead and keep that young lady back, so she'll go to the scales. And here we go. We're about to pull the first bears out of the pins. Young lady in the green sweater vest. It's kind of a unique look.
I think a testament to just how well, not only the quality of the San Antonio livestock that come in and out of each species ring, but more importantly, just as we talked during the heifer show yesterday, there's a lot of stock here, regardless of if you're showing heifers, if you're showing bears. I think their ability to get through them, to have people to know their job as far as who's holding the microphone, and then those in the background of things, whether they're classing, weighing, everyone that markets the show online through Taylor Fort, and just San Antonio staff in general makes for a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, I mean, along with that, huge shout out to Taylor Fort and San Antonio for hosting the Top Judge program here and letting us speak here on the live stream. And to your point about the numbers, I mean, the Barrows show is especially impressive to have not only the quality that we see at the top end, but all the way through down to the bottom end of this deal, and then the sheer numbers of hogs in this show. I've got the number right here, total 3-year average entries into the Barrows show from the last few years. Dang near 4,000 bears entered each year. That average is 39.51. I know that here today we've got, I think, 1,799 or 1,699 total bears. I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly the number, but somewhere around there just in the first wave, and even more to come in the second.
Crazy is all these kids have just one bear, right?
Yeah, every single kid, one hog. Well, looks like we've got a few pinned back already to be in the top end of this deal. Still haven't seen over half the bears that have been kept back through the initial sift, though. Blake, what's been your favorite part about the Top Judge program?
Oh, I think just the transparency across species, and the gentlemen that we looked up to as far as our mentors and ladies as well. But just making sure that they instill just the quality of doing a fair job across species. I think that's why they've stuck around and were our mentors. Just making sure that regardless of situation, they do the very just job of holding up integrity, being honest, making sure they're using the highest quality, best caliber kind of stock regardless. And I think that's important. It's something that certainly makes the world go around and make sure every kid's got a fair shot. I know Beeler talked a lot about, the animal's almost gotten bigger than the kid. And I can see that. I know certainly showing up, my favorite aspect was something that I could do with my family. My mom and dad certainly helped me along, but, getting to show stock alongside my sister and make sure that it was enjoyable and that our work was rewarded in the fairest manner, I think just those quality values still be instilled, I think, will something that'll last the test of time and make sure that this program continues in the future.
Yeah, I would second all of your points there, especially about the Top Judge program and what we've been through the last few days. To me, it's also been extremely refreshing to hear from some of these older gentlemen or some of the more respected leaders in our industry that are, including these two guys out here in the ring today, talk about just the basics of good livestock and what makes good livestock. And some of those things haven't changed despite a lot of the new trends that have come up, especially here in the show pig deal with like the hair and the extra bone and things like that. But the fundamentals still stay relatively the same. And to me, that's been really refreshing to hear as a young kid coming into this industry, is that the basics of what makes a good one are still the same. I didn't do a very good job of counting to see how many we've got here, but there is a pile of them out there.
No kidding. I think
a lot of quality still too. It's hard when it gets so crowded out there. That's when it becomes easy to miss one. We saw the judge, Mr. Nick Schulte, earlier give a big wave, and the other judge, Mr. Chad Day, is kind of waving these kids away. He wants to give each of these kids that are coming out of the pen still a fair look. And make sure they're not being crowded or overcrowded, as they initially come out of the gate.
Right, I think it's just a testament to just how good of a showman you've got to be, no matter how young you are. I see a few young ladies out there and young men, but or if you're a senior, if you're just getting started out here, man, you got to be a pretty good stick just to get a good look out here, regardless of having a nice pig to boot. But it's tough. There's a lot of them out there, and certainly it's trying their hardest just to get the best look they can.
Yeah, to me, the biggest thing in this kind of scenario was just finding your own space. And to me, right here, it looks like if you stay towards the outside or towards the far side of the ring is where some of that open space is. And so if I was in the ring, I know it's easier said than done, but that's definitely where I'd try to be. I'd say they probably like that one a good deal. Did not take very long with that look.
There's some serious heat in here. It's going to be tough here on the top end when they start diving down through them. I know a lot of people are showing up in the stands and whatnot and filling them up, a lot of parents and grandparents, but I think just people, I've even seen some other species people coming over. They know this is getting towards the thick of it, and they certainly want to see who's crown champion here.
Yeah, it's not for the faint of heart either. It takes a lot of courage for these kids to get up here and compete at the top end of this deal. I mean, there's as much pressure on them as anybody else in the barn today, and it makes it tough to show sometimes, but that's what makes it fun as the competitor.
Right.
Like those in the ring are being excused. It appears as if they're keeping back, let's see, what is this, 12 or 10? Maybe just 10 we've got back to be placed.
Man, it'd be a really neat experience just to get, as a breeder, just to even get one out there, even those that are being excused, just at this point in the heat, everything's gone right. You've got them sprayed down, brushed off. Certainly a difficult feat, but man, it'd be neat just to even get them close to this point with this kind of competition.
Well, you know how hard it is to raise livestock of high quality of any species. So, yeah, certainly a huge accomplishment to be in the top 10 here in the heaviest class of Hampshire bears at the San Antonio Livestock Show. But, I mean, making the SIFT is task number one. Task number two is catching another pin. And then after that, it's trying to make a sale and then win a class on top of that. So each challenge gets harder, but each one is also that much more rewarding. Blake, while Mr. Day and Mr. Schulte are sorting through these barrows, we've got a special guest right here behind us. Huge shout out to the coordinator of the Top Judge program, kind of the initial genius behind it. The Top Judge program for us students is kind of his brainchild. Mr. Dan Lane, I can only imagine how much effort it took to put this together for nothing. To take such a unique idea and actually bring it into a reality like he has done over the past couple years has been extremely impressive. And I guess, is grateful for everything that he's done for us and everything that he's done to get us here today.
No doubt, it's a really humbling experience. Certainly don't want to go without not thanking our sponsors and whatnot, and certainly Dan for putting it all together. Just a reminder, I think, above all, that there's always a way to give back. Your roles, never done, but, it might change, whether that's as a showman, an exhibitor, moving on to raising livestock or judging shows, or whatever way you can find out how to give back and help the youth, I think is certainly something that should be done if you have the opportunity, and I certainly don't mind it.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Those of us that love it and love the industry never really graduate from it. Young lady in the pink that just got pinned back, that makes the second bear that's been pinned back after they start sorting again. Young lady in the green as well. Oh, the ring help maybe made a mistake. Sorry about that. Had some confusion. The first young lady in the pink that got pinned back, the judges did not mean to pin her back, so she is now back out in the ring. Young lady in the green is supposed to be pinned back, and then this other young lady in the pink is now pinned back. So we've got 3 kept back at the top end. Might see 1 or 2 more pinned back as well.
another one pinned back. Certainly one the stands are excited about, and looks like it'll be tough later on down the road. But man, I mean, the heating here, I think it's just minor differences that are splitting hairs in between the couple of them that are left out here, and excellent showman on the end of them. Hogs are not only shown to a high degree, but they're presented extremely well today, and they shine under the lights here in Alamo City.
At this level, showmanship is not something you can sacrifice if you want to compete at the top end of this deal. And that's one of the pieces of the puzzle as to why these 10 kids are the 10 that got kept back to be placed and take home a ribbon here at the end of the day. Showmanship is something that obviously starts at home and something these kids have been working at all throughout the year, and I'm sure for many years before what has led to now. And so certainly deserving for these kids that have worked so hard to be out here in the top 10.
Like they're starting to hand out the chips. Do you know more about maybe what that entails and what that means as the exhibitors get a chip?
I guess could you explain a little more?
Some of is it sales spots, right? And
then, yeah. So here in the Hamps, I'm fairly certain we're selling 6. Six sales spots in each class. So even though there's actually more head in this class compared to the previous classes of Hamps, we've still only got 6 sales spots. So that makes it even more competitive here in the final class of the Hampshire Drive. So top 10 will get to take home ribbons, and then the top 6 will make sales spots. And then from those top 6, the top 3 will get to walk their animals through the sale. The sale of all the junior livestock shows, and then the other 3 do not have to stay and walk through the sale. They just receive a premium of $1,500. Now here we go. We've got the top 4 going to come back out for the final drive.
I think if you got any of them out here in the top 6 in the heavyweight Hamps in San Antonio, you probably left the house thinking you had a pretty good shot at winning your division, if not the show, later on, depending on what comes in the crossbreds, because, man, it's tough.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, there's only one family or one kid that's truly going to be happy having those expectations. I know it's still an accomplishment to finish in the top 4 or top 6 in a class like this, but I know that each of them are out here looking to win, and so truly only one of them will, at the end of the day, be satisfied. Now here we go, Blake. 4 of them out there, just like a judging contest class, mark them up. Here we go. The young lady in the green is going to end up 4th.
Man, this is intense. Almost makes you nervous. You know what I mean? When you just
I've got chills. I've got chills down my spine, and if this doesn't give you chills down your spine, maybe you're in the wrong hobby or wrong industry. But this is an extremely impressive group of bears out here. A great group of showmen as well. Absolutely driving the wheels off these bears in order to compete here at the top end. I can only imagine the pressure that's on these judges out here to make a decision and pick a bear that could potentially go win the breed. While they're taking a second, this should be our last time on the mic. Am I right, Blake?
Yeah, I think there might be some divisions, but I'm not sure who's filling in for that, if it'll be us or someone else. But
yeah, so once again, just a huge thanks to the Top Judge program, to Taylor Fort's live stream, and then to the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo for hosting us here. We've thoroughly enjoyed it and hope that the Top Judge program is able to come back for years to come.
Yep, I think we're going to hand it over to them as they make their final decisions. Thank y'all, and best of luck.
Well, really good way to end our Hampshire show today, and we're getting bigger, and these hogs are getting up in there to heavy weights, and they're still staying together. We felt like we had a really good top trio to land on in this class, and of them three, there's one that's just a little bolder and a little fresher through his chest and his forerib and his heart. He's still youthful and fresh up through his head, and as he leaves you, he packs a punch. Just a really fresh, good-bodied, really sound Barrow to start this particular class with. It suits us really well. Young man here that ends up in second, that's probably my style as anything that we've seen today from the profile. His head and the way that he comes up and out of his blade, his proportions and his balance are second to none in terms of side view presence. He comes at you. He wants to close up a notch there in his chest and his knee. You go away from you. He isn't as loose hinged in his hock as our class winner, but man, he keeps it together so well from the side. It's hard to deny him out of that second place spot in this particular class for us. Young lady that comes out in three is one that's very heavy bone. It's this view right here. He's just a notch more closed up in his chest. He's a notch more upright, and the angle to his blade when you study the way his motion goes out of his front shoulder there. But man, he's big rear-legged. He's got good center dimension to him. You know, if you want to flip that 2 and 3, I wouldn't argue with you, but for us, he just wasn't quite as sound out of his shoulder as that Barrow that ends up in the 2-hole. Young lady coming next, got a really opened up, fresh-bodied Barrow that's fresh in terms of his muscle tone up high, and I think that's how he stays into this top four. It's just his shape and freshness that he has up high on top of his skeleton there. One that comes and goes pretty good in terms of his width and dimension. He gets a little flat up front, wants to point his toes at each other as he comes right at us. He probably gets a little bouncier off those hind legs, not as coordinated as those top three ahead of him, but she's kept him fresh. We thought he needed to be in that 4-hole today in this particular class of heavyweights. Coming next, this young lady here has got a really nice Barrow in terms of his side view proportions. One that we just thought didn't handle his hind leg quite as comfortably, not quite as authoritative when you start studying him in his hock movement and from there down. But most importantly, when you get there in behind him, he's not as powerful through the base of his ham. He's not as powerful as you turn him around and have him drive at you as that one that comes right directly ahead of him. The nut hog coming here next is one that's very, very big in terms of his arm and his bone. We thought he got the most restricted, though, out of that rear two movement as the drive went on. He gets a little stiffer in that hock joint, and the joints down from there to the ground. But that's a fresh-backed one that's got big, big arm laid into him there. Like I said, just like to make him go a little more comfortably off those rear two. Hog coming next, gets outpowered quite a bit at the ground when you study him in terms of his bone and his foot, and just the feature of his face and his nose pad isn't quite as pleasing for me as this Barrow that comes next. But this hog's really good-footed, really sound and fundamental. Then you get in behind him, he's just a little gauge narrower when you start talking about muscle shape and stifle power. But that's a really nice pig that's got lots of good in terms of feet and legs. Hog coming next here is one that just kind of gets a little higher and drier in that body. One that's got a big raw back laid into him, though. We just like to freshen him up as he comes right directly at us, give him a shot more feel through the lower part of his flank there. But I could really see that one looking good about 2 or 3 weeks ago. Young lady just kind of had to hold on him a shot, I'm sure, to get him in the scales. Coming next here, love this pig in terms of his blade and his chest width. His bone is outstanding. We thought he gave up too much in terms of just feel of flank. Then we get behind him. He gets a little high there in the seam of his ham. Not quite the dimension there throughout his entire rump when you start studying just volume of muscle when you get in behind that Barrow. But love his bone, love his presence from the side. Barrow that comes next, we got to make him sounder, but a really good way to end on these Hampshires. Let's give it up for these kids.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot-dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
And we have our placings for Class 27, Hampshire Barrows, exhibiting 10th place, Harley Danielle Dudek. Hill County 4-H.
Well, we can't do.
Ninth place, Jackson Leo Wyatt, Stratford FFA. Eighth place, Addison Nicole Johnson, Denton County 4-H. Seventh place, Easton Garrett Pedroza, Medina Valley FFA. Sixth place, Mesa Michelle McDaniel, Scurry County 4-H. Fifth place, Carolyn Rollins, Victoria County 4-H. Fourth place, Ashlyn Hunter, Liberty Hill FFA. Third place, Logan Lang, Wink FFA. Second place, Cash Moser, Holiday FFA. And first place is Charlie Michelle Carroll, Meadow FFA.
Well, this is the conclusion of our last class of our heavyweight division in our Hampshire drive, and they're ready to do our division champions and reserves, starting with the lightweight division. It's my privilege and honor to have Mr. Dan Lane here with me, who's had the inspiration to get this top judge program. Welcome, Dan.
Thanks for having me. Certainly appreciate the opportunity to step up here and sit in and visit with you about the program, and most importantly, watch these young people just achieve greatness here in the ring.
Yes, and my understanding is that you judged this show a few years ago with Mr. Al Schminke, so you definitely have flashbacks of your great encounter here at San Antonio.
I do, but that was river sand time, when I sorted it, and for those of you that can remember river sand time, that's a little different experience than
you really had those muscles working in your thigh and calves, didn't you?
Absolutely. Just an incredible experience, because those Barrows, some of those Barrows really responded to river sand, and they did exceptionally well on that. And in others it was a little more struggling for them, but certainly there was those kind that really helped, and so it made a neat surface, I guess, for me as well. So.
Your Class 19 champion, Leighton Galvan, Abbott FFA. Your Class 20 champion, Oakley Shane Cudd, Terry County 4-H. And your Class 21 champion, Luke Gresham, Cochran County 4-H.
I can't honestly remember.
I guess they did.
Very nice pigs.
Well, we pick get your Division Ones out here, your class winners, and see similarities in all of them just in terms of their freshness and their build. There's one of them to us. It's just a little sturdier at the ground, a little more powerful in his sternum, just a little more husky in terms of his look. Young man out of the first class is going to be our champion.
Congratulations to Leighton Galvan, Abbott FFA, exhibitor of our lightweight champion. Now coming into contention, Brinley Jade Russell of Abbott FFA.
We bring our second out of that class. You know, we question how that hog moves off both ends. We'd like to make him a notch more athletic, just in the way that he handles that shoulder and that rear leg. We thought there was another one that pushed our champion in this division just in terms of his freshness and his openness to his forerib. Love the way this Barrow balances from the profile. Young man in the center out of class 2 is going to be our champion.
Congratulations to Luke Gresham, Cochran County 4-H, exhibitor of our lightweight division runner-up Barrow. Attention swine barn at this time, if I can have our first and second place barrows from class 25 and 26 return to the holding pins for staging for our heavyweight division champion round. That's first and second place barrows from class 25 and 26 return to the holding pins for staging for our heavyweight division round.
Well, we've concluded the lightweight division and reserve division. Now they're on to the middleweights. And Dan, how have you? I know you've enjoyed working with these young people. This being the second year, I'm sure you've just gotten a lot of internal rewards internally of what joy it's been brought to you of working with these young people.
Just an incredible set of young people I get to be around, I guess. And I need to be clear about something. Something that I work with Dr. Scott Greiner at Virginia Tech with. So when he and I formulated and kind of put together, it's something that we do collaboratively, and it can't happen without I got to say Dr. Brian Ferris. And when we reached out to Brian, it took him about 5 seconds to say, yeah, this is what we want to do. We're going to open our arms, and San Antonio has been absolutely amazing. I mean, opportunity to get up with you and your son and visit is absolutely first class, and that's one of the highlights that our young people
we also
will say
need the
to us
person
when they
say for
leave
class
is that
20.
this is just an incredible experience. So thank you for that opportunity.
Well, we thank you for what all you've done with this program, and I hope if you're listening out here that you help with this program, because I think it's going to be one of our future that we can really build these young judges to be remarkable people to be serving our young people.
Representing class 23, Alexis Grace Collins, Idalou FFA. And your class 24 champion, Landry Michelle Brooks, Coahoma FFA.
we get in here to our Division II Hamps, and there's one of them that we just think is an outlier out of these three in terms of his manliness and his bone. Young lady in the center is going to be our champion.
Congratulations to Alexis Grace Collins, Idalou FFA, our medium weight division champion. Now coming into contention, Curtis Dylan Mulestein, Stanford FFA.
We bring our second place out in that class, and that was a tough class. I mean, that thing was 3 or 4 deep in that particular class. He gets out here, and his presence and his freshness and just width and dimension is going to allow him to be reserve in this division. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Curtis Dylan Mulestein, Stanford FFA, exhibitor of our medium weight division runner-up. Folks, once again, just a few reminder announcements while I have your attention as we wait to stage this division round. Once again, tonight as well as tomorrow, as you load out for Wave 1, no trailers will be allowed back onto the showground, so if you need to pick up tack, you need to do so in your truck, and you need to do that before you pick up your trailer. So once again, no trailers will be allowed back onto the showgrounds. Also, if you have a division champion barrow or a breed champion barrow, tomorrow we will be moving those barrows over here to the other side of the arena, closest over to the auction barn. We have a set of pins that will be set up for them. I will know those numbers tomorrow, and I will announce that for you. And we'll need to move those barrows for staging as we do our cleanup for the barn for Wave 2. Thank you. Okay, folks, we're ready to select our heavyweight division champion. From Class 25, we have Mason Albus, Cochran County 4-H. Your Class 26 champion, Hayes Horsford, Sherman County 4-H. And from Class 27, Charlie Michelle Carroll, Meadow FFA.
Nice set of class winners in our heavy division, and maybe a bit of a tougher division to put together. And these classes, you just don't know what you're going to get run to you when you get into them. And the quality's good of the three we got out here. We think it's a 2-horse race, and of the pair that we think it comes down to, we think there's one of them that's just a little fresher back, a little more appropriate in his transitions when you study him from the profile. In terms of the way he patterns, young man here in the center is going to have our champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Mason Albus, Cochran County 4-H, exhibitor of our heavyweight division champion. Now coming into contention, Emma Page Myers, Monday, FFA.
We bring our second out in that class. Probably not as heavy structured as these other two we have to pick from. Not as burly as he comes directly at us. We thought it was close between a pair. One of them that's just super fresh in terms of his heart and his full rib. He's not as strong in his ham-loin junction as our champion in this division. He's probably not as square as in his hock as you get right behind him. But we love him in terms of his freshness for this weight. Young lady in the pink, you're going to have a reserve.
Congratulations to Charlie Michelle Carroll of Metal FFA, exhibitor of our heavyweight division runner-up.
Well, here concludes our heavyweight division, champion reserve, and they'll go out and name our champion Hampshire and reserve champion Hampshire of our 77th annual Junior Market Barrow Show here at San Antonio. With me here is Dan Hale, who has been big inspiration in starting this top judge program that we've worked with you guys on throughout the day today, and we want to thank you, Dan, for seeing the foresight along with your whole and total crew, along with your mentors that you selected. All the kids here that we interviewed are just so overwhelmed and so gracious in what they've got to absorb like a sponge. So I want to thank you for all of that.
Yeah, you absolutely have to thank Dr. Scott Greiner and the folks here, like I said, Brian Ferris here at San Antonio, his crew, and they just opened their arms to us and just made us feel welcome from the very beginning. And we've got a group of sponsors that we have to thank as well, and they just without them we can't bring these young people here, and we can't make it all work. And to all those, we just have to say thanks to that. But when you think about here San Antonio, you think about the nostalgia. We often think about this Barrow as kind of the Super Bowl of Barrow shows.
Most definitely.
It's just incredible from a quality standpoint, and they do everything here first class, and they just handle it with extreme pride and grace, and just do everything I think really, really well. So.
Well, and I understand that you're heading out back to the warm country in Iowa, the state of Iowa.
Yeah, we got a little.
What is the temperature there?
Champion and reserve breed champion Hampshire Barrow. Here we go. Your lightweight division champion Leighton Galvan, Abbott FFA. Your medium weight division champion Alexis Grace Collins, Idalou FFA. And your heavyweight division champion, Mason Albus, Cochran County 4-H.
Well, it's been a pleasure working with your kids today through your Hamp show and through all the shows for the first day here at San Antonio Livestock Show. Let's give these division winners in the Hampshire show a big round of applause. It's not easy to get to this point. There's differences out here, and there's one of them to us that just kind of sticks out. And, you know, he's a freak of the week, but he still handles it extremely well. We think he just comes and goes with very good width and dimension. His bone's undeniable. One that still patterns good. Young lady here in the peak's going to have her champion, Hampshire.
Congratulations to Alexis Grace Collins, Idalou FFA, exhibitor of our champion Hampshire Barrow. Now coming into contention, Curtis Dylan Mulestein, Stamford FFA.
For your reserve, it gets awfully close for us out here. It comes down between this pair here. There's one of them we think that's just a notch better in terms of his freshness, a notch better, just hard to deny in terms of that look and that body condition today. Just maybe a notch square from blade knee to ground. We're going to keep them together. Congratulations to the reserve in that class.
And congratulations to Curtis Dylan Mulestein, Stamford FFA, exhibitor of our reserve champion, Hampshire Barrow. Ladies and gentlemen, that will conclude our judging for today. We will resume judging promptly tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock a.m.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.